Chapter 1126. Verge of Death. He actually charged over. Feng Jun's pupils shrunk. He was stunned by Fang Yuan's courage. Fang Yuan charged forward relentlessly. Even though he was alone, his stance was overwhelming. It was as if he was clad in wind and lightning. Killing intent surged. It was like a terrifying claw, slashing towards the veil of life and death. The Gu Immortals in Heifan Grotto-Heaven would often spar with each other. But when would they ever be in a life and death situation against each other? Retreat. At once, Feng Jun only had one word in his mind. In contrast, Zhou Min was spewing with anger. She said excitedly, "Good. Scoundrel, get ready to die." She was already beyond furious. She wanted to take revenge for her brother. She wanted to tear this scoundrel, Fang Yuan, into pieces, to pull out his tendons and snap his bones. Feng Jun dragged along Zhou Min as they escaped, but Zhou Min had already activated her immortal killer move. Her eyes were wide open as they stared. Golden white light shot out of her eyes. The light was extremely sharp, as if it was made of blades and daggers. Zhou Min was a light path Gu Immortal. She was nurtured by a Gu Immortal from a past generation. She had Sight Light, Immortal Gu. And she was currently activating her strongest move, Farsight Weapon Light. It is this move. Fang Yuan saw Zhou Min's actions and came to a realization. His charging speed increased instead. In his mind, he recalled a scene from a few days ago. "Young Master Hei Cheng, why are you sighing?" Chun Lu asked. "Do you not like this scenery?" "Thanks for your concern, Miss Lu'er. The scenery is beautiful. I am truly impressed. But I have the mission of inheriting Heifan's true inheritance. I am very worried. As I recall, Zheng Tua and the others are not easy to talk to." Fang Yuan acted like he was troubled. Chun Lu frowned too. Indeed, Ancestor had said this before. Those three Gu Immortals have their own ambitions. They are different from us. Birds of a feather flock together. Those three are ambitious people. Even if I obtain your support, I will still be short of obtaining the true inheritance. Do you think these three would find trouble with me on the pretext of sparring? Will they obstruct us?" Fang Yuan asked. Chun Lu smiled. "No need to worry. Actually, if you know about them, those three immortals are not scary. For example, Gu Immortal Zhou Min has a killer move called Farsight Weapon Light. It is very powerful. Once she uses it, her eyes will shoot out golden white light. It can cut down anything. But this move is quite peculiar. The farther the distance, the stronger it is. If you are very close to Zhou Min, then this move is drastically weakened. If you are right in front of her, even a mortal killer move can block Farsight Weapon Light." A warm smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. "Oh, there is such an interesting move. I am truly enlightened. Lu'er, what other interesting stories are there?" Chun Lu looked at Fang Yuan, seeing his handsome face looking right at her, emitting lots of affection. It was so intense, as if the summer winds were drowning her in bliss. Chun Lu had a flushed expression. She quickly turned around, not daring to look at Fang Yuan directly. Her face was completely red. She looked afar as she stammered. Young master, if you want to know, I will tell you. Inside Heifan Grotto-Heaven, some of these Gu Immortals' inheritances came from old ancestor Heifan, like the Blood Path one for example. It was a result of Heifan's research. And some came from the criminal immortals, like Zhou Min's Light Path inheritance, and old immortal Qin Chi's Rule Path inheritance. These proper Gu Immortal inheritances were all very comprehensive. The details of large numbers of mortal Gu, a few immortal Gu, and all sorts of immortal Gu recipes and mortal Gu recipes, cultivation experiences, and information about the outside world. Some of these contents were sensitive, like Treasure Yellow. Heaven, they were all erased by Heifan. However, some information regarding the other inheritances was retained. The Hei tribe Gu Immortals were quite close together. For example, outsiders might not about Farsight Weapon Light, but how could they themselves not know? Thus, this kind of information was all left inside their inheritances. As time passed, mortals went up Immortal Succession Mountain and inherited them. Gu Immortals appeared and passed away. During this process, there were all sorts of reasons, like fighting over benefits or personal conflicts. They fought against each other. The Gu Immortals' methods were passed down over generations. Everybody knew about their moves. These were no secrets. Fang Yuan's preparation was not only regarding the assassination plan. He also collected a lot of other information. Farsight Weapon Light. This was quite a troublesome immortal killer move. Under normal circumstances, when seeing an unknown attacking method, Gu Immortals would choose to retreat and observe cautiously. Nobody would charge in without knowing the situation and place themselves in trouble. According to Fang Yuan's vigilant nature, there was a high likelihood of him doing so, unless the difference in their strengths was very big. And that was exactly what Zhou Min wanted. By the time Fang Yuan realized the effect of Farsight Weapon Light, he might have already spent a lot of time, effort, immortal essence, or even gotten injured in the process. When Gu Immortals battle, information often led to having an advantage. Thus, Under normal circumstances in the Gu Immortal world, they would keep their Immortal Gu secret. Immortal killer moves were rarely used publicly. They would practice their moves in private. The Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was also rarely shown to others, because the environment inside revealed the secrets of the Gu Immortal's down marks. The resources inside were often food for Immortal Gu. All these could be used to deduce what Immortal Gu the Gu Immortal had. Fang Yuan withstood the farsight weapon light. He charged forward with unparalleled vigor. Of course, he was not rash. His robe was previously stained with blood. These bloodstains were not eye-catching, but they were formed from an immortal killer move. Blood Path Immortal Killer Move, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. During the period before the opening of Treasure Yellow Heaven, Fang Yuan was unable to develop his immortal aperture because Langya's sect was suppressing him. He had a tough time. But he did not waste his time. He deduced this immortal killer move to make up for his weakness. Fang Yuan had many weaknesses, but he considered it deeply. His greatest weakness was in defense. During the second earthly calamity, this flaw was evident. If he did not have Dang Hun Mountain as a base for defense, Fang Yuan would have likely died. Compared to investigative and information path methods, Fang Yuan would rather play safe and settle his weakness in defense first. Due to his Wisdom Path and Blood Path Grandmaster attainment levels, as well as the immense Blood Path foundation built during his previous life, Fang Yuan did not have much difficulty in creating Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. At this moment, with Blood Asset Immortal Gu as the core, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was showcasing its capability in battle. The effect was superb. Fang Yuan charged towards the farsight weapon light. His body did not waver. He had no injuries at all. His immortal essence expenditure was also reducing. Like what Chen Lu had said, the closer I get, the lower farsight weapon light's power becomes. Thus, even Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe's immortal essence expenditure is falling. Fang Yuan made such a decisive and wise choice. In the blink of an eye, he was already very close to Zhou Min. They were less than 100 steps away. Zhou Min cried out continuously. The sharp light in her eyes continued to shoot out brightly. She was overcome with anger. She was not a threat. Feng Jun, who was calmer, felt huge fear as his hair stood on end. Fang Yuan's advancement made him feel an immense sense of danger. The great shock made him use his most familiar defensive method subconsciously. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. Huge winds blew. Fang Yuan was pushed away by a mystical force. Chun Li's words reverberated in Fang Yuan's mind. Speaking of which, Gu Immortal Feng Jun is also quite strong. He is the only person who ascended Immortal Succession Mountain and successfully became a Gu Immortal. Such immortals are more formidable than us, who were nurtured by our seniors. Furthermore, Feng Jun cultivates the famous Luck Path, a Gu Immortal path with few members. Luck Path was created by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though it was famous, actual Luck Path Gu Immortals were few in number. As the origin of Luck Path, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind 3 true inheritances: Self-Luck, All Living Beings Luck, and Heaven and Earth Luck. Self-Luck was in Langya Blessed Land. It was given to Long-Hair Ancestor as payment, among which, Dogshit Luck ended up in Fang Yuan's hands. All Living Beings Luck was placed in 88 True Yang Building by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. A portion of it was given to the winner of the Imperial Court contest. Fang Yuan had once possessed Connect Luck Immortal Gu. It was part of All Living Beings Luck. Feng Jun's true inheritance had also originated from 88 True Yang Building. Back then, the He Tribe Gu Master entered 88 True Yang Building and fortunately obtained a portion of the true inheritance. He received Chi Luck Immortal Gu. Thereafter, he cultivated to Gu Immortal level and passed it down for generations. The last generation had been punished after He Feng Yu's disappearance and the loss of Attitude Gu. Thus this true inheritance was left in Immortal Succession Mountain. Feng Jun obtained this true inheritance. He had Chi Luck Immortal Gu. The move he was most familiar with and had practiced the most was Luck Whirlwind. This move was very special. When the target attacks, by using it, it could repel the target. When the target retreats, if it is used, it could drag the target back to the user. Once this move was used, intense winds would form, but that was only on the surface. The key was that formless force. Fang Yuan could not see this formless force. He was hit by the move again and was sent away. At once, their distance enlarged, as if his hard work had been in vain. But Fang Yuan smiled as his lips curled up. He thought to himself, Luck Whirlwind, the second time already. According to what Chen Lu said, this move could not be used extensively. In one day, it could only be used 100 times. Just take it as 100. This might seem like a lot, but it was not. Activating Luck Whirlwind was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The first issue was Immortal Essence. Feng Jun was a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep foundation. Using this killer move would expend Immortal Essence. How long could Feng Jun last? And Immortal killer moves could not succeed with every use. Each time Feng Jun failed, he would not only suffer a backlash, he would be unable to repel Fang Yuan. He would be able to get close and kill them. Thus, it might seem like Fang Yuan could do nothing to Zhou Min and Feng Jun, but he actually had complete advantage in this situation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were walking on the side of a steep cliff. If they were careless, they would die without intact corpses. Die, go and die. Zhou Min was still furious. She stared at Fang Yuan as her eyes shot out white light. Retreat, we must retreat. The calmer Feng Jun felt his mouth going dry. His heart was pounding as his body was covered in cold sweat. Chapter 1127. Resolving the situation by killing. The two sides did not fight for very long, but Feng Jun already had the intention to retreat and escape. Fang Yuan first assassinated the strongest rank 7 blood path Gu Immortal Zheng Tuo before charging forward and using the best tactic to gain the absolute advantage. Feng Jun was not an idiot. Even if he lacked battle experience, he knew that he was in great danger. He wanted to retreat. It was a wise choice. In Gu Immortal battles, they fought not only with strength, but also with wits. Sister has lost it due to her emotions. Hei Cheng is a rank 7 Gu Immortal. Even if we cooperate, we cannot defeat him. We should join up with the other Gu Immortals, and with old Immortal Chen Qi at the lead, encircle and kill him. Feng Jun thought of this and started to retreat. He used his Immortal killer move. His body moved like a cloud, bringing him and Zhou Min away towards the left. What are you doing? Brother, let me kill him, let me kill him. Zhou Min screamed as she struggled in Feng Jun's arms. Feng Jun smiled bitterly. He increased the strength he was using on Zhou Min. He pacified her. Don't move. I am getting some distance to create a chance for your farsight weapon light. Zhou Min heard this and shuddered. She said excitedly. Good idea. She concentrated, staring fixedly at Fang Yuan. With greater distance, farsight weapon light became stronger. Fang Yuan's defense would be under greater pressure. Fang Yuan looked at the cloud below their feet. He smiled without concern. He did not chase them. He charged down and landed on the ground. He picked up Zheng Tuo's corpse, which was split into two, putting both pieces into his immortal aperture. Evil thief, let go of our brother's corpse. Zhou Min shouted. Her lungs were exploding from anger. Fang Yuan's actions were truly vile. Not only did he kill Zheng Tuo, he did not even let his corpse off. How could he let it off? The down marks of this rank 7 blood path Gu Immortal were an immense boost to Fang Yuan's foundation. Looking at it, including Zheng Tuo, Fang Yuan had already killed 4 Gu Immortals. It was hard to annex the immortal aperture as it had strict conditions, but the gain in down marks was immense. Ordinary Gu Immortals would only absorb the down marks of an enemy of the same path due to the conflict between down marks. Otherwise, they would get more trouble instead. However, my sovereign immortal body is different. The down marks do not conflict. This is amazing. I can absorb the down marks of any enemy I kill and increase my foundation. This seems to be the best way to increase my strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan had a new insight. This sovereign immortal body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Spectral Soul wanted to revive using it. If he really succeeded in reviving, the consequences were unthinkable. Firstly, Spectral Soul had devoured so many souls in the door of life and death. He had countless cultivation experiences. Secondly, all of his paths were Great Grandmaster and above. Finally, he had the help of Shadow Sect's remnant forces. With this starting point, he could repeat what he did in his era, killing everyone and everything. He could annex the immortal apertures of Gu Immortals he killed or absorb the down marks they had. His growth would be at an incredible speed. It would surpass one's imagination. Unlike Fang Yuan, who only had Grandmaster attainment level in 4 paths, it was hard for him to annex immortal apertures. He could only absorb down marks in most cases. Fang Yuan placed Zheng Tuo's corpse in his immortal aperture. Zhou Min looked at with this anger and hatred. Feng Jun did not speak. He felt aggrieved, but also let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Hei Cheng does not have movement methods, or maybe he uses the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle normally. This immemorial desolate beast has yet to grow fully. It only has rank 6 battle strength. He did not let it out because he is afraid of farsight weapon light. Killing it, Feng Jun became less worried. But at the next moment, his mouth opened wide. A shocked expression appeared on his face. It turned out that Fang Yuan had activated Sword Escape. His body flew into the sky like a sword. His speed was so fast. Feng Jun and Zhou Min were completely stunned from shock. How can he be this fast? Zhou Min said. So this is his real speed. Feng Jun's heart was about to jump out. His movement method was simply outmatched. In a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan got close to them again. His icy killing intent almost froze Feng Jun's heart. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. At the moment of crisis, he had to use his trump card again. Like what happened earlier, Fang Yuan was sent away again. The third time Fang Yuan noted. He had been repelled 3 times, but he felt no dejection. Zhou finally became sober-minded. She was completely shocked by Fang Yuan's speed. Her forehead was full of sweat, her anger dwindled, and fear took over. Quickly leave. This person is too strong. Let's gather with the rest first. Zhou yelled. Feng Jun heard this and felt glad at her change of mindset. With Zhou help, the two rose in speed. They rapidly escaped for their lives. Fang Yuan chased after them, shooting out with bursts of speed at times. But every time, Feng Jun's luck whirlwind would ruin his attempt. After chasing them for some time, 2 Gu Immortals appeared before them. They were the 2 Gu Immortal lone cultivators. They usually lived together. One was called Jiangji, the other was Gaomi. Hold on, we're coming. The 2 Immortals were flying too. They quickly joined up with Zhou and Feng Jun. Fang Yuan observed their expressions, seeing that they were showing no shock. He knew that Feng Jun and Zhou had used a certain information path method to inform these 2 Gu Immortals along the way. Hey Cheng, you are simply too bold. You dare to cause harm to us inside Hey Fan Grotto-Heaven. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Feng Jun and Zhou stopped escaping. They went ahead to fight Fang Yuan. Young Master Hey Cheng, you killed Sister Wanyan. Did you kill Old Ancestor as well? A shrill voice suddenly resounded. It was Chen Lu. After using the warning, Chen Lu went to find Fang Yuan, but at that time, Fang Yuan had already left to find the 3 Immortals, including Zheng Tuo. Chen Lu could not find Fang Yuan. She was completely lost and helpless. She did not know what to do. She did not dare to dispel her immortal killer move. She hid inside the palace for a while, before she received Feng Jun's letter. The letter stated that Fang Yuan disguised as Chen Lu and used an immortal killer move to kill Gu Immortal Zheng Tuo. No matter how stupid Chen Lu was, she realized instantly what the situation was. She quickly went to Chen Qi's place. But where could she find that old ancestor of hers? Even though Feng Jun was escaping, he had already contacted the remaining immortals. Chen Lu also decided to answer his call. Thus, she appeared on the battlefield at this time. Oh, it's you. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Lu, smiling cruelly. You have finally gotten smarter. That's right, be it Chen Qi, Chen Wanyun, or Chen Liji, even Zheng Tuo died in my hands. All of your rank 7 Gu Immortals are dead now. The rest of you should surrender to me. After all, a wise person submits to circumstances. Chen Li's expression turned pale, her body shook intensely. Fang Yuan admitted it outright. This was a huge blow to her mental state. Why? Why did you do that for? Chen Lu screamed in a sharp tone. Tears were pouring out of her eyes. Did we do anything wrong to you? Why must you do something so evil and cruel? Don't be affected by him. Chen Lu, let's get into formation. Zhou, who had regained her senses, shouted loudly. With Fang Yuan in the center, a jade light ball suddenly appeared over a huge surrounding area. This was a huge battle formation. With Feng Jun, Zhou, Chen Lu, and the other 2 immortals as the formation cores, they assembled an ancient battle formation. Hey Cheng, even if you are a rank 7 Gu Immortal, you will die here today. That's right. We have already practiced this battle formation many times. We killed over a dozen desolate beasts and 8 ancient desolate beasts. You cannot escape from here. I will tear your bones and tendons, and use them as offerings for the innocent souls of our comrades. Hey Fan Grotto-Heaven's Gu Immortals shouted. Their morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. His calm expression did not change at all. He said slowly and calmly. Oh, Green City Battle Formation? It is only a small portion of the ancient battle formation Green City Rampage. Do you think I am unaware of it? The expressions of the immortals changed. A bad feeling was emerging in them. Chen Li's expression paled even further. At this moment, she felt utter regret and hatred. She could not live with herself. Because she was the one who told Fang Yuan about this Green City battle formation. The Gu Immortals in Hey Fan Grotto-Heaven had to practice a huge formation in every generation. It was the Green City battle formation. It was used to kill desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It had incredible strength. I have rank 7 cultivation level, while you people are just rank 6. Thus, I expected you to use this move. After getting into formation, you won't be able to run, right? When this battle formation is breached, you will all face a backlash. Even if you do not die, you will suffer heavy injuries, Fang Yuan said in a plain tone. His tone was very calm. He did not speak loudly, but the immortals could hear him clearly for some reason. The morale that was raised earlier instantly got cut in several pieces after hearing his words. Before fighting, these Gu Immortals already had wavering determination. Now, I will show all of you my true strength. Fang Yuan called out. His body shook and a loud sound was heard. The aura of Gu worms burst out from within him. Immortal killer move, Myriad Self. In an instant, tens of thousands of Fang Yuan phantoms appeared in the space inside the entire battle formation. They were all strength path phantoms. and Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among them, acting as one of the phantoms. The battle commenced at this moment. From the start, they entered the climax of the battle. Feng Jun, Zhou Min, and the other Gu immortals used their respective methods. All sorts of immortal killer moves were unleashed, causing huge damage to the myriad self-army. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms did not have high defense, but no matter how many were destroyed in battle, more strength path phantoms emerged and replaced them. Fang Yuan had made ample preparation before the battle. Even if he did not continue to activate myriad self, he had already stored hundreds of thousands of myriad self phantoms inside his immortal aperture in advance. He did not lack the immortal essence. Fang Yuan had a huge storage of green grape immortal essence. Feng Jun and the rest soon realized that they were in a tough spot. Without using immortal killer moves, they could not defend against the myriad self-army attacking the battle formation. But if they used immortal killer moves, even though they could kill countless phantoms, Fang Yuan would also replenish them. Their immortal essence would be wasted. In this battle of attrition in immortal essence, Fang Yuan completely had the upper hand. Do not forget about the advantage of strength path. That was the minimal consumption of immortal essence. Meanwhile, the advantage of enslavement path was in battles of attrition. Myriad self-killer move combined the effects of both paths. It could display the strengths of both paths at once. Fang Yuan waited patiently among the myriad self-army, observing attentively. All sorts of information was gathered by him. He committed them to memory. After fighting for several hours, the Gu immortals of Fan Grotto-Heaven were extremely tired. Not only were they tired mentally, the immortal essence expenditure was also starting to put a toll on them. The moment they exposed weakness, Fang Yuan's true body appeared. Ha! Chunlu, I need to thank you. Without your information, how could I have killed Chun Wanyun and the others? Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Chunlu felt like lightning had struck her. The pain in her heart could not be described with words. Using this opportunities, Fang Yuan went for the killing blow. Flying Sword Immortal Gu. A flash of light pierced Chun Li's defenses, killing her instantly. Always pick out the weakest enemy first. Fang Yuan struck at the crucial moment, immediately killing one immortal on the other side. Chun Lu died on the spot. Green City battle formation became unstable instantly. It started shaking. The other Gu immortals quickly tried to stabilize it, succeeding after some effort. Next, it is time for the rest of you to die. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. He did not attack. Instead, he went back into the myriad self-army. The remaining 4 Gu immortals had pale expressions. A cold chill was emerging in their hearts. They were the ones encircling Fang Yuan, but at this very moment, none of these 4 Gu immortals felt any joy or excitement. His victory was assured. From the start, Fang Yuan had used the most appropriate battle tactics, establishing his current huge advantage. He was very aware about the methods of these Gu immortals, but they, on the other hand, did not know about his methods. Originally, the other party had an advantage. For example, Chun Li's concealment method. Fang Yuan could do nothing against it. It was a pity, because Fang Yuan schemed against them. Chun Lu joined the battle and formed the Green City battle formation. She gave up her greatest advantage. In the end, it was because Fan Grotto-Heaven had been in peace for too long. These Gu immortals did not lack immortal Gu or resources, but they truly paled in terms of battle experience. Even though they sparred during their interactions, the experience gained from fighting on the verge of death could not be gained from friendly battles. A long while later, Fang Yuan killed 2 more Gu immortals before breaking apart Green City battle formation. Feng Jun and Zhou Min escaped in defeat again. The 2 immortals had completely lost their courage against Fang Yuan. They did not dare to fight. They escaped towards Immortal Succession Mountain. Along the way, Fang Yuan killed Zhou Min, as Feng Jun crashed onto the peak of Immortal Succession Mountain with his heavily injured body. Heavenly Spirit, save me! He screamed loudly. This situation was quite ironic. Earlier he was still plotting to suppress the Heavenly Spirit, but now, he had no choice but to seek help from it. It is not going to save you. Inside the stone pavilion, Fang Yuan's figure appeared in a flash. He spoke in a calm tone. He had no injuries on his body. He was still so charming and handsome. It was as if the battle earlier did not occur at all. Feng Jun saw Fang Yuan and shuddered in fear. He focused his attention on the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. Feng Jun had a look of despair. Why? He muttered. Why? At the next moment, he screamed again, seemingly questioning the Heavenly Spirit. But the brass bell Heavenly Spirit continued to be unmoved. Because you are all descendants of criminal immortals. Before old ancestor Fan died, he thought of this point when leaving behind his true inheritance. Therefore, he set up this final test. Only by obtaining half of the votes of the Gu immortals inside Fan Grotto-Heaven could I inherit it. But what if you descendants of the criminal immortals bear hatred to He tribe and refuse to let our main tribe's member obtain the true inheritance? What if you cause problems for us intentionally? What will we do? Fang Yuan extended his hand, lightly touching the stone tablet. Then it can only be two. Kill all of you. After killing you all, I will be the only person left. Then I would also have satisfied the conditions for clearing the final test of He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan spoke lightly. There was even a faint smile on his face. Feng Jun plopped onto the ground. He had an expression of despair. He was sprawled weakly. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. The azure sky which he sought to escape for so long, at the moment before his death, now seemed so endearing to him. But at the next moment, he heard Fang Yuan's words. Now, I will give you a chance. As long as you submit to me and serve me wholeheartedly from now on, I will spare your life. What did you say? Feng Jun's body shook. He showed an expression of disbelief. Fang Yuan repeated his words again, before saying, You are a smart person, you are not swayed by emotions. You are unlike Zhou Min and Chun Lo. I appreciate that aspect of you. Hand over your Immortal Gu and the Luck Path true inheritance's details. I will spare your life and give you a chance to live. Feng Jun blinked. He was moved. You are not lying to me. He raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. Anticipation was hidden deep within his gaze. Why would I lie to you? Killing you is as easy as breathing to me. But don't even think of bargaining with me now. Fang Yuan's expression changed. You only have 3 breaths of time to consider it. Will you die? Or surrender everything to me and submit before making an alliance agreement? I surrender. At the first breath of time, Feng Jun said without hesitation. These are all of the Gu worms that I have. At the second breath of time, Feng Jun handed over everything. Fang Yuan nodded, stretching out his hand and keeping them. With Feng Jun's cooperation, he suppressed all of them. Please make the alliance agreement. Feng Jun breathed in deeply. He was already mentally prepared for an extremely harsh alliance agreement. Swoosh. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. He had an expression of shock. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly as he gradually fell onto the ground. The third breath of time had just passed. Fang Yuan gathered Feng Jun's corpse. Together with the Gu immortal corpses that he had collected earlier, Fang Yuan had a total of 9. And he also had 9 corresponding Gu immortal souls. Such gains are truly rare. For Gu immortals in the outside world, even if they die, they may self-detonate. Among the Gu immortals in He Fan Grotto-Heaven, only Feng Jun has some brains. This person was able to give in when needed. Unfortunately, after I gained the upper hand, the situation was firmly within my grasp. He could not do anything. His eventual surrender was out of desperation. Too bad for him. His enemy was me. Fang Yuan sighed as he set aside these thoughts. He had won. It was time for the rewards. He turned around, entering the stone pavilion. He raised his head and looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit on the pillar. He said, Right now, I am the only Gu immortal inside He Fan Grotto-Heaven. I vote for myself to inherit He Fan's true inheritance. The brass bell heavenly spirit was silent for a moment before shaking, emitting a loud bell sound. Next, the stone pillars in the pavilion radiated with pure white light. The white light was not painful to look at. It was very gentle. As the bright light shone, the stone tablet became more transparent. It turned into a wall of light. Inside the wall of light, there were several shadowy figures. And on the surface of the wall, there were several lines of words. Fang Yuan looked. The words were, The indistinct figures in the stone tablet are the contents of the true inheritance. The inheritor just needs to retrieve them by putting their hands in. The final line was an instruction by He Fan, descendant of He tribe, inheritor of the inheritance. May you achieve great things in life. Do not let down the reputation of He tribe. Fang Yuan looked at it and sighed. Old ancestor He Fan had put in immense effort in setting up this true inheritance. He thought of every aspect. But a dead person was like an extinguished candle. Even a legendary figure like himself could not predict everything in the future. The incredibly strong He tribe had been wiped out, and He Fan's true inheritance was taken by an outsider like Fang Yuan. The world had changed. Times were different. New forces prosper while old forces vanish. This was the changing of eras. Fang Yuan settled his mood. He started acting according to the description on the wall. He stretched out his left hand to enter the wall of light. The white light became brighter as it shone on his left hand. Fang Yuan's left arm became transparent as well. Fang Yuan could see his skin, bones, flesh, and even his blood flowing in his vessels. A small obstruction could be felt ahead. Fang Yuan's left hand touched the wall of light. It was as if he was touching an icy wall. At the same time, he noticed the white light shone on his blood and caused a reaction. His blood moved more quickly. The color also turned from bright red to dark red, before returning back to normal. Next, the wall in front of his left hand became soft like water. Fang Yuan's left hand easily got through the stone tablet, like he was going into water. Fang Yuan, however, felt a chill in his heart. He thought, so close. This light wall is a test towards my blood. Thankfully, I made ample preparations. I integrated blood asset Immortal Gu into familiar face and modified the killer move to disguise my blood as well. Otherwise, my efforts would have been in vain. This Hei Fan is so hard to deal with. Fang Yuan regained his cool. He started to assess this wall of light. From the outside, he could see that there were 4 shadows in the wall. They were uneven in placement. The largest shadow was like a ball. It was the size of a basin and was at the most central area of the wall. On the upper right corner, there was a sharp shadow. It resembled a rock. On the left side, there was also a shadow. It looked like intertwined threads. There was also one spot at the bottom. This shadow was the smallest, like a finger. Fang Yuan had worked so hard to obtain the famous Hei Fan's true inheritance, but the contents seemed to be quite minimal. Because of where he was standing, Fang Yuan's left hand went to the left of the wall of light. He grabbed towards the shadow closest to him. He held onto this thread-like shadow. The shadow had a rough feeling. Fang Yuan felt like he was touching an old tree branch. Next, Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and pulled out the mysterious shadow. Once out of the wall, the aura was exposed. Evidently, these were Gu worms. These Gu worms were coiled together. They had similar appearance. They were like ginseng roots or tree roots. They were not Immortal Gu. They were just Mortal Gu. But even so, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. His breathing became rougher at once. Mortal and Immortal Gu were vastly different. Immortal Gu were unique. Mortal Gu could not compare to Immortal Gu, but there was a huge exception to this rule. That was Lifespan Gu. That's right. Fang Yuan pulled out a batch of Lifespan Gu. This was expected, yet unexpected. Earlier, when old Immortal Qin Shi had asked Fang Yuan for benefits, he mentioned Lifespan Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for it. But to think there was so many. This is indeed a lot of Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan began to refine the Lifespan Gu. Mortal Gu could be refined using primeval essence. Even though the Lifespan Gu was not his, Fang Yuan had passed the test. He was the acknowledged inheritor. As the white light shone, Fang Yuan quickly refined these Lifespan Gu successfully. He found out these Lifespan Gu grants 720 years of lifespan in total. Immense gains. Old Immortal Qin Shi had thought there would be at least 300 years worth of Lifespan Gu, but Fang Yuan could tell now that he had underestimated it. Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven had over twice that amount of years worth of Lifespan Gu. These Lifespan Gu have great value. I can use them for myself. Who in this world would complain about having longer lifespan? But I still have about 80 years to live. My lifespan is sufficient. Even if I do not use these Lifespan Gu, I can use them for transactions. In transactions between Gu immortals, immortal essence stones were just basic currency. Lifespan Gu had much greater value than immortal essence stones. No Gu immortal would not want Lifespan Gu. In many high-end transactions, immortal essence stones were unusable. Gu immortals only wanted Lifespan Gu. Lifespan Gu was an absolute hard currency out there. After a long time of consideration, the Lifespan Gu were all refined, becoming Fang Yuan's property. Fang Yuan placed a handful of Lifespan Gu in his sovereign immortal aperture, keeping them securely. He was not planning to use these Lifespan Gu yet. Actually, it had been a long time since Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven was created. It is not strange that so many Lifespan Gu were accumulated. When can my sovereign immortal aperture produce Lifespan Gu as well? Fang Yuan was rather fascinated by the prospect, but he knew that he was far from this goal at this point. Even though he was earning a lot of profits each month, those were his prior accumulations as an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture's development was still in the basic stage. Only when he gathers enough production and resources to sustain the feeding of all his immortal Gu could those initial developments be considered complete. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of Langya Blessed Land. Compared to Langya Blessed Land, Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven's existence is very short. Long-Hair Ancestor was a person from 300,000 years ago, a legendary figure of the medieval antiquity era. Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven has about 700 years of Lifespan Gu. Then how many years does Langya Blessed Land have? Thinking about this, Fang Yuan's eyes shined. Langya Blessed Land definitely has much more Lifespan Gu. No wonder Langya Land Spirit can use up some to feed Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan could understand Heavenly Court's actions at once. In the 500 years of his previous life, Heavenly Court attacked Langya Blessed Land. Even though they sacrificed Feng Jiu Gu, they went ahead without balking. Lifespan Gu was likely one of the main reasons. Thinking about it, the geezers in Heavenly Court were lacking lifespan. They could only sustain their lives through sleeping. It was easy to see how much attraction Lifespan Gu had towards them. Fang Yuan's gaze returned to the center of the wall. This shadow was the largest. It is at the center. Is this a hint that this is the most precious treasure inside Hei Fan's true inheritance? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He stretched out his left hand towards the wall of light. Soon, he touched that shadow. It had an icy feeling, but the shadow was not smooth on the surface. It had many protrusions and holes. It was like a handful of sesame. Fang Yuan tried to move it. Very heavy. Normal human strength could not carry it. Fang Yuan activated his strength path Mortal Gu. After gaining strength, he took it out with one hand. After seeing this lump of shadow, Fang Yuan had a surprised look on his face. This was not one entity. It was the combination of countless bodies. It was a ball of ants. Black ants, all gathered to fill the size of a basin, that were extremely heavy. Countless black ants were collected in a ball shape. They were extremely compacted and tight. These ants were not ordinary ants. They were Mortal Gu. The previous item being Mortal Gu was fine, because it was lifespan Gu. It had greater value than Immortal Gu from many Gu Immortals' perspectives. But this was also Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan felt perplexed and a bit confused. Based on his knowledge, he could not recognize what this Gu worm was. But forget that. Fang Yuan felt that since it was part of He Fan's true inheritance, even as a Mortal Gu, it could not be bad. Thus, he began to refine it. Mortal Gu could be refined using primeval essence. Fang Yuan was a Gu Immortal. He had unlimited primeval essence. Layers of black ants were refined by him, becoming his property. Under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the ants split apart, revealing the center of the ball. Oh! Fang Yuan's expression changed. His gaze became sharp, because he felt the aura of Immortal Gu. Actually, at the center of this ball of ants, there was something good. An Immortal Gu. Ordinary ant Mortal Gu were finally completely refined. They landed on the ground. There was only one Gu left in Fang Yuan's hands. Immortal Gu. Compared to the other black ant Mortal Gu, it was many times larger. It had the form of an ant. It had feelers, small legs, a large abdomen. It looked very chubby. Is this the queen of the ant group? Fang Yuan guessed randomly. This Immortal Gu had a strong aura. It was at a high level. It was a rank 7 Immortal Gu. As for what it was, Fang Yuan did not know. He could not recognize it. But whatever, he was going to refine it first. Chapter 1129. He Fan's 4 Treasure, 2 halves. Refining Immortal Gu could not be done with primeval essence. He needed immortal essence. At this time, Fang Yuan took a look at the brass bell Heavenly Spirit. Thinking about it, he directly used his green grape immortal essence to refine this Gu. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit had no reaction. On the surface, Fang Yuan could not tell what mentality it had. It was just a bell after all. It had no expressions. The refinement process was very smooth. The rank 7 Immortal Gu resembling an ant queen did not resist. It cooperated with him. But it was still a rank 7 Gu. Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was greatly expended. Now my stockpile of green grape immortal essence has dropped again. Fang Yuan reminded himself. In this trip to obtain He Fan's true inheritance, he had consumed a lot of green grape immortal essence. His expenditure was mostly in battle. After all, other than Miri itself, Sword Escape and Flying Sword Immortal Gu were rank 7. His Sword Path Killer moves used rank 7 Immortal Gu as the cores. Even though the battles were not intense, his green grape immortal essence consumption was huge. After going back, I need to stock up on immortal essence, otherwise, I can't feel safe. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined this ranked 7 Immortal Gu and kept it in his immortal aperture. There were only 2 shadows left in the wall of light. The shadow at the bottom had the smallest size. Fang Yuan left it to the end. He stretched his hand in and grabbed the shadow at the top right corner. This shadow was like a rock, but when Fang Yuan touched it for the first time, it reacted. This shadow was very cold. Fang Yuan took it out. It was indeed a piece of ice. The upper portion of the ice was sealing a Gu worm. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to it, even though it was sealed in ice without any aura leaking. But Fang Yuan's eyes shone. He could recognize this was an Immortal Gu, Year Gu. It was like a ladybug, thumb size and black in color. There were golden markings on its shell. The golden markings were bright and shining. They showed images of a fierce beast growling. The sharp and menacing teeth left a deep impression. As for what beast it was unclear. Oh, Year Gu, Fang Yuan sighed. This was a famous Gu among Time Path Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a deep impression towards it, because it was very unique. When Gu Immortals expend immortal materials, they could parallel refine a Year Gu continuously. Normal refinement and reverse refinement were mainstream in Refinement Path. Parallel refinement was very rare. Gu worms that could be parallel refined were very rare. Year Gu was one of them. Mortal level Year Gu were less than 10 years. There was 1 Year Gu, 2 Year Gu, 5 Year Gu, and others. When the Year Gu rises to rank 6, it would become an Immortal Gu, unique in the world. Rank 6 Year Gu were at least 10 years. A 10-year Immortal level Year Gu could be parallel refined using immortal materials to make it 20 Year Gu, 38 Year Gu, or at its highest, 99 Year Gu. 100-year Gu was rank 7. To refine a 10-year Gu to 100-year Gu, it was not parallel refinement, but normal refinement, to increase rank instead. Refinement in this case was tens to hundreds of times as difficult as parallel refinement, with equally low success rate. 1000-year Gu was rank 8. In theory, 10,000-year Gu would be rank 9. But in history, there had never been a 10,000-year Gu. But rank 8,000-year Gu had existed before. The use of year Gu was very unique. Corresponding to the usage by the Gu Immortal, the number of years would fall continuously. For example, a 50-year Gu might become a 20-year Gu after one use. There was a specification when using year Gu that it should not go overboard. For example, if a 1000-year Gu is used and becomes 900-year Gu, it would fall from rank 8 to rank 7. To increase its rank again through refinement, it would be troublesome and risky. Strictly speaking, year Gu was a consumable immortal Gu, but it was not a one-time consumable Gu like sovereign immortal fetus Gu. It could be expended but replenished again. This was a very special case among Gu worms. So He Fan had the immortal Gu year in his possession. One good thing about year Gu is that it has no issues in terms of food. It has the same food as spring Autumn Cicada. They both consume the water of the river of time. However, how can I refine it? Fang Yuan was unsure. The year Gu in front of him was sealed by almost transparent ice. Fang Yuan looked at this ice. He felt that this ice was quite special too. Its effect was similar to fossilization or amber. It sealed the year immortal Gu inside ice, so that it hibernated without leaking its aura. Why? Why did He Fan seal year Gu? Wait, this is... While observing, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. He realized that there was some flowing water sealed at the bottom of the ice. This is water? Fang Yuan shook it. He could clearly see that there was water flowing. He could even hear a soft sound. Water was sealed in ice. It was really quite strange. Fang Yuan's attention had been drawn to year Gu earlier. In comparison, the flowing water was not eye-catching. At this moment, when Fang Yuan inspected it again, he realized. This ice was huge. Year Gu only occupied a small portion. The flowing water took more than half of the space below. It gave a feeling that the ice was not sealing year Gu, but the water instead. To be given such treatment, is this flowing water a rank 9 immortal material that surpasses rank 8? Fang Yuan had a bold guess. Rank 9 immortal material. It could be used to refine rank 9 immortal Gu. In this world, they were rare, having immense value. A portion of rank 9 immortal material being sealed like this was understandable. Fang Yuan could not find a way to remove the ice. He could only set it aside. He held it with his right hand as his left hand entered the wall of light again. This time, he went to the final shadow. Taking it out, it was a rank 5 information path mortal Gu. The details recorded inside were about He Fan's true inheritance. It had immense value. Firstly, the introduction to the Gu worms. Fang Yuan took his first glance and saw the information about the ant ball. So the rank 7 immortal Gu at the center of the ant ball is the time path immortal Gu. After 1. After sounds the same as Ant Queen if you read it in Chinese. Rank 7 after immortal Gu. The recorded information noted the specifications of feeding after immortal Gu. The feeding of after immortal Gu was quite unique. This immortal Gu could eat anything. The feeding style was very unique too. It produced black ant mortal Gu on its own. It sent them out to feed on all sorts of immortal materials before using these nutrients on itself. Any sort of immortal material can feed after immortal Gu. The point is not about the immortal materials, but in preserving these black ant mortal Gu. These black ant mortal Gu were tough and could devour immortal materials, digesting them and retaining the nutrients. But they were just mortal Gu. Once too many of them were destroyed, the immortal Gu, after, would starve. Even though the immortal Gu could produce black ant mortal Gu, it could only produce one every month. If there were too few black ant mortal Gu, and after immortal Gu could not be fed, it would die of hunger. After all, this immortal Gu, after, could not feed itself. Fang Yuan felt enlightened. He continued reading about the information on the ice. The ice itself was a newly created type of rank 8 immortal material. It was created by immortal Bing Ren. The latter was invited by He Fan and went ahead to seal his 2 immortal Gu. One immortal Gu was year Gu. It was only rank 6. Fang Yuan had recognized it already. The other immortal Gu was the flowing water. This was the greatest treasure within He Fan's true inheritance. It was named Year's Flow. Like water, it was rank 8. Rank 8 time path immortal Gu, years flow like water. Rank 8 Gu immortals were rare. Rank 8 immortal Gu were rarer and had very great value. Many rank 8 Gu immortals did not even have a single rank 8 immortal Gu. They could not find one even after endless searching. He Fan was a legendary character, the formidable champion who led He tribe to a domineering state. But in his life, he only had one rank 8 immortal Gu. Years flow like water. Fang Yuan's situation was quite special. As of now, he was a rank 6 Gu Immortal, but he already had 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu. One was Attitude Gu, one was Wisdom Sword Gu, and now the third was Years Flow Like Water. Ordinary Gu Immortals usually had a lack of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's problem instead was that he had too many and could not use them all optimally. Looking at some of his Immortal Gu like Wisdom Sword, he had not even started to use them yet. This rank 8 Immortal Gu, Years Flow Like Water, had one effect, that was to produce Year Gu. The more Immortal essence expended by the Gu Immortal, the more Year Gu produced. They could even produce Immortal level Year Gu. Of course, the rule of Immortal Gu being unique still holds. Right now, this rank 6 Year Gu was around. Unless Fang Yuan used and expended it, he could not create an Immortal level Year Gu from Years Flow Like Water. If Year Immortal Gu still existed, no matter how much Immortal essence Fang Yuan used, he could only get Mortal Year Gu. Fang Yuan continued to read. Immortal Gu Years Flow Like Water had 2 good points. One was that it had a low usage requirement. Even rank 6 Gu Immortals could use it. As long as they used Green Grape Immortal Essence, they would receive Year Gu, even though the quantity was less than when using rank 7 or 8 Immortal Essence. The second point was that Years Flow Like Water was easy to feed. It also fed on the water of the River of Time, just like Year Gu and Spring Autumn Cicada. This solved Fang Yuan's greatest problem. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Gu was a huge burden. However, Years Flow Like Water had a flaw. This was clearly listed in the information path Gu Worm. Once the seal of Years Flow Like Water was removed, its Immortal Gu aura would leak. Year beasts would be lured towards it and would attack. Year beasts, a type of special fierce beast that were rare even in the 5 regions and 9 heavens, yet commonly seen in the River of Time. In terms of battle strength, there were Desolate Beast, Ancient Desolate Beast, and Immemorial Desolate Beast level Year beasts. The food of Year beasts was Year Gu. The River of Time was the paradise of Time Path Gu worms. There were a vast number of wild Time Path Gu worms in it. Year beasts were one of them. They ate Year Gu as food. The higher the rank of the Year Gu, the more Year beasts would be attracted to hunt them. In fact, Immortal level Year Gu could also lure Year beasts to attack. Even placing the Immortal level Year Gu inside the Immortal aperture would not work. Because in ordinary Immortal apertures, there was a tributary of the River of Time. When Year beasts smell the Year Gu, they would travel into the tributary from the River of Time and directly appear in the Immortal aperture. Immortal level Year Gu had a huge attraction to the Year beasts. Years Flow Like Water, which could endlessly produce Year Gu, had hundreds or thousands of times as much attraction as Immortal level Year Gu for the Year beasts. Precisely because of this, when He Fan set up the True Inheritance, he sealed Year Gu and Years Flow Like Water, not exposing a trace of their auras. At this point, Fang Yuan had completely understood what Gu worms he had obtained. Next were the following important details, or more accurately, the Immortal Killer Moves. Chapter 1130. Usage of He Fan's Gu. The introductions of countless Immortal Killer Moves were displayed before Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan restrained his excitement. He inspected carefully. There were Immortal Killer Moves that encompassed offense, defense, movement, healing, and other aspects. These were all-time path Immortal Killer Moves. The cores used were mostly Year Gu and After Gu. Few of the Immortal Killer Moves used the Immortal Gu Years Flow Like Water as a core. Using a rank 8 Immortal Gu as a core of an Immortal Killer move would naturally produce incredible effects. In this regard, Fang Yuan had personal experience. He had Familiar Face. It was a legendary method that used the rank 8 Attitude Gu as the core. Of course, with Fang Yuan's rank 6 cultivation level, his Green Grape Immortal Essence could not activate Years Flow Like Water. It was unlike Attitude Gu, which only needed mental energy to use. Attitude Gu is the legendary Immortal Gu recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu. In terms of ease of use, Years Flow Like Water cannot compare to it. However, thinking about it, didn't He Fan give Attitude Gu away to He Feng Yu? These Immortal Killer moves were truly eye-opening to Fang Yuan. Many theories were involved. The coordination of Gu worms was stated clearly. He only took a look, but he felt that he had already benefited greatly from the knowledge gained. There were more than 30 Immortal Killer moves. Some of the Immortal Killer moves were split between rank 6, 7, and 8 levels. In some of their descriptions, He Fan had also left behind his insight and experiences when creating and using them in the past. Bountiful Year. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed. He discovered a rather interesting Immortal Killer move. Bountiful Year. This was the name of an Immortal Killer move. The core Immortal Gu used was Immortal level Year Gu. There were tens of thousands of supplementary Immortal Gu. It was a tough process to activate the move. He Fan had left behind his experience in using it. Even for a legendary figure like him, when using this Immortal Killer move himself, he would need 2 or 3 days of preparation to execute it. The expenditure of Immortal Essence was huge. But Bountiful Year's effect was that for the next year, starting right from the moment of successful activation of the killer move, all of the resources inside the Immortal Aperture would be produced at a higher rate. This was an Immortal killer move used to develop the Immortal Aperture. It was a very rare move, but it had great use and value. Fan also praised this Immortal killer move greatly. According to the description, he was not the creator of this Immortal killer move. He had exchanged for it with a person called Pill Immortal. Fang Yuan took a closer look. Bountiful Year needed to use many Mortal Gu. If he wanted to prepare for it, he would need to buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was definitely going to use this killer move. But not only did he need a lot of Immortal Essence, there was a lot of expenditure in terms of Year Gu as well. The Year Gu that I have is only a little over the 100-year level. I need to parallel refine it until I can use Bountiful Year. Otherwise, if it falls to the level of Immortal Gu, that would be a severe loss. Fang Yuan continued to read. Among these killer moves, some had incredible power, some were extremely wondrous, but to Fang Yuan, they were not especially important. Fang Yuan had never forgotten about his true goal all along. That was to find a method to delay the calamities and tribulations in his Immortal Aperture. Days passed like years. His eyes flashed, he saw his target. This Immortal killer move also used Immortal level Year Gu as the core, with a huge number of supplementary Day Gu. Once used, it could slow down the time in the Immortal Aperture. Simply from the name itself, the effect was that one day in the Immortal Aperture would be extended to the length of a year. However, Fan had noted with great caution, extending one day into the equivalent of a year was purely theoretical. The actual effect varied greatly based on circumstances. For example, a Strength Path Gu Immortal with primarily Strength Path Dao marks would receive much lower effect when using this Time Path killer move. If a Time Path Gu Immortal used it on themselves, like Fan, the effect would be amplified by the Gu Immortal's Time Path Dao marks. The effect would be much better. And also, using the same killer move on a low-grade Blessed Land and a high-grade Blessed Land would produce different results. Months passed like years. Fang Yuan continued to read. There was another Immortal killer move that was very similar to days passed like years. It could also slow the rate of time in the Immortal Aperture. It could turn what would be 1 month in the Immortal Aperture into the duration of a year. The core Gu was still Immortal level Year Gu, but the supplementary Gu were Month Gu now. Day Gu, Month Gu, Year Gu. These were all Time Path Gu worms that were closely related. Other than days passed like years and months passed like years, there were also 2 other Immortal killer moves. They were called Years Passed Like Months and Years Passed Like Days. The former 2 were used to slow the time in the Immortal Aperture. The latter 2 were used to accelerate the time in the Immortal Aperture. Slowing the rate of time in the Immortal Aperture meant that the calamities and tribulations would be further apart. For example, in Fang Yuan's case, he had to undergo tribulation every 2 months in the outside world's time. After using days passed like years, he would only need to undergo the next tribulation in decades or even a century. Seeing this, Fang Yuan finally let out a sigh of relief. He felt great joy. In the first 3 earthly calamities, he was almost forced to his wit's end. He could only brace himself as he challenged them. But now he had this Immortal killer move. The situation had changed. From now on, Fang Yuan could decide when to undergo tribulation. He could either delay or hasten it. There was a huge advantage in this. But right now, I do not need to slow the time in the Immortal Aperture. I should undergo tribulations, increasing my Dao marks and raising my cultivation level. With Chu Du helping me, there is a high chance of passing. Fang Yuan thought. Once he slowed the Immortal Aperture's time, there were flaws. His resource would grow more slowly. Fang Yuan's cultivation level would also rise more slowly. Now, I should prepare these Gu worms. The Immortal Gu are already here, but I need a huge quantity of Day Gu and Month Gu. Even if I buy them inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, I will need to spend a long time collecting them. Fan's true inheritance did not leave behind any Day Gu, Month Gu, and Mortal Year Gu. Fang Yuan had to purchase these Mortal Gu himself. Even though this task had its difficulties, as long as Fang Yuan was determined, he could achieve it. These 4 Immortal killer moves form a set. They are specially used to alter the rate of time in the Immortal Aperture. Fan, who created these killer moves, had incredible talent. At the end, Fan even noted, if the inheritor could obtain Immortal level Day Gu or Month Gu, these 4 Immortal killer moves would not need to consume so many Mortal Day Gu and Month Gu. The effect would even rise greatly. I was already extremely fortunate to have obtained Immortal level Year Gu. As for Immortal level Day Gu and Month Gu, I can forget about it. Fang Yuan was clear of the situation. His goal in this trip had been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was satisfied with it. He continued to look. Immortal killer move, Years grant strength. Soon, Fang Yuan saw a very interesting killer move. This killer move used Year Gu as the core. It could grant the Gu Immortal immense physical strength. The more year Gu expended, the greater the strength obtained. This was He Fan's own creation. He used Time Path Gu worms to achieve a strength path effect. Immortal. Killer move, 100 Years Harmony. It also used year Gu as the core, with a large number of supplementary information path Mortal Gu, to create an alliance agreement that could last for 100 years. This was a use of Time Path Gu worms to unleash the might of information path. I can use this with Chu Du. After all, our current alliance agreement was solely handled by him. It is not reliable. Fang Yuan rapidly had an idea. Immortal killer move, Unlucky Year. This was an immortal killer move that used year's flow like water as the core. Fang Yuan could not use it now. He could only look on in captivation, using Time Path to achieve the mystical effect of Luck Path. This was an offensive killer move. Once the enemy was hit, they would experience a huge fall in luck for a year. Nothing they do would go smoothly. As expected of He Fan, an expert even among rank 8 Gu immortals. If he was born in the Central Continent 10 great ancient sects, he would definitely be invited into Heavenly Court. He would be an elite among Heavenly Court's Gu immortals. To be able to use one's own path to mimic other paths and achieve their mystical effects, this was the symbol of a rank 8 expert. Ordinary rank 8 Gu immortals could not reach this stage. He Fan's strength was similar to Heavenly Court's Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was a rank 8 Gu immortal cultivating wisdom path. But when Bo Qing awakened, and his sword lights were sent out over Central Continent, in order to fix Heaven Overseeing Tower, he actually used wisdom path methods. And the effect was even better than ordinary refinement path methods. This was using wisdom path to achieve the effects of refinement path. Oh, endless trouble? What move is this? Towards the end, Fang Yuan saw an immortal killer move. Its core was after Immortal Gu. Once the Gu Immortal activated it, they could delay the current calamity or tribulation to the time of the next one and face them together. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. There was He Fan's advice left inside the description of this killer move. This killer move could not be used excessively. Even though the calamity or tribulation would be delayed until the next one, it would anger Heaven's will. The following calamities or tribulations would increase greatly in strength. This immortal killer move was created by He Fan, but he only used it once and never again. To warn his descendants, He Fan intentionally gave a name like Endless Trouble. I can only use it in emergencies. It is not a standard method, but it is definitely something very useful. Fang Yuan was surprised and joyful to have obtained this. Anger Heaven's will. He could not care less. Heaven's will was bent on killing him anyway. Fang Yuan's existence was the biggest cause of Heaven's will's anger to begin with. After spending some time, Fang Yuan finally finished reading the contents of the immortal killer moves. It was very comprehensive. There were even details about the development of an immortal aperture. In fact, there were even details about the mimicking of other paths' effects. Even though He Fan's true inheritance only had these few Immortal Gu, but by cooperating with Mortal Gu and forming countless immortal killer moves, the Gu Immortal could deal with any situation that arises. This was the norm in the cultivation world. Even though He Fan was strong, he was not even of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Thus, he raised very few Gu worms. They were all-time path Gu worms. He could support them. The number of Gu worms was not crucial. The Gu Immortal who uses them was most important. He Fan was the best example. Even though he only had 3 Immortal Gu, his use of Gu could unleash incredible effects. There was no strongest Immortal Gu, only strongest Gu Immortal. This was what the sentence was referring to. Chapter 1131. He Fan's Gu Refinement. Compared to He Fan, even though I have many Immortal Gu, I am unable to use all of them to this extent. Fang Yuan reflected upon himself. He Fan's true inheritance gave him a lot of insight to his problems, but he did not waver. It is great that I can raise so many Immortal Gu as well. Gu Immortals placed great focus on their calamities and tribulations. The more they cultivated, the tougher the calamities and tribulations. He Fan had few Immortal Gu. His burden of feeding them was low, but he had many methods to deal with all sorts of situations. He accumulated his resources, even if he sold them, by storing up Immortal Essence Stones. He could have a huge Immortal Essence Stone stockpile. And He Fan had a tribe, a super force with the Huang Jin bloodline. He Fan liked to nurture descendants. He had a lot of Immortal Gu that were not too important. Before setting up the true inheritance, he had given them out to He tribe's Gu Immortals, or placed them into the treasury and passed them down. He Fan did not have one of the 10 extreme physiques. His immortal aperture had limited potential. The resources he could grow also had a limit. All in all, he fed just a few Immortal Gu and researched many killer moves for them. It was a very wise choice. But Fang Yuan was different. Different situations needed to be analyzed in depth. The first difference was his sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture had immense potential. Feeding Gu was a burden. Feeding Immortal Gu was a greater burden. but Fang Yuan could afford to do so, easily in fact. The second difference was that Fang Yuan was alone. He was alone. He only had to care for himself. He did not need to worry for a tribe or give any attention to his descendants. This was the advantage of being a loner. The advantage of a tribe was shared resources and helping each other. But at He Fan's level, he was the one giving the tribe benefits. But He Fan had never thought of leaving the tribe. He had grown up in this tribal environment. During his growth, he had received a lot of help from the tribe, relationships, friendships, and kinship. He had all of them. He cared about the tribe and his descendants. The environment that a person grows up in has a huge influence on them. And Fang Yuan was free and unrestrained. He had almost zero burden in this aspect. Even though he joined Langya's sect, he was just making use of them. The third difference was that Fang Yuan had huge pressure in survival. He needed a lot of Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique, with a greater number of them in all aspects. They could deal with many situations. For example, he could use Flying Sword Immortal Gu to attack, and Sword Escape Immortal Gu to retreat. Even without killer moves, Fang Yuan could use Immortal Gu to deal with many situations. In fact, having many Immortal Gu was useful and helpful to the construction of Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Killer moves used core Immortal Gu and supplementary Mortal Gu. For example, Fang Yuan's Sword Marks Targeting Death, a Sword Path Immortal Killer move, used Flying Sword Immortal Gu as the core and a small number of supplementary Sword Path Mortal Gu. If Fang Yuan did not have Flying Sword Immortal Gu and only had Sword Escape Immortal Gu, how would he use Sword Escape in place of Flying Sword to unleash Sword Marks Targeting Death? Sword Escape replacing Flying Sword was possible. Because the two were Sword Path Immortal Gu, they were interchangeable on this basis. But the entire killer move, Sword Marks Targeting Death, would need to be heavily altered. Flying Sword was used as an attacking Immortal Gu. It was easy to construct an offensive killer move with it. But Sword Escape was a movement Immortal Gu. If it were to replace Flying Sword, the Mortal Gu used for Sword Marks Targeting Death would need to be changed and increased drastically in number. This way, when using Sword Marks Targeting Death, the process would be more lengthy and difficult. The failure rate would be higher, and it would have less feasibility as a whole. Looking at it overall, He Fan's development method suited most people, but it did not suit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's Gu raising method was the most optimal for himself. But if other Gu immortals mimicked him, they would be courting death. Fang Yuan continued to read. After the Immortal Killer moves, He Fan's True Inheritance talked about Mortal Killer moves. There was an even greater number of these killer moves. A large portion of them were Time Path, but Fang Yuan basically had no need for them anymore. Immortal and Mortal was vastly different. Maybe in the future, Fang Yuan could use these methods to probe other Gu immortals in battle, but they had little use, because Fang Yuan already had a good number of exemplary Mortal Killer moves. He already had numerous Blood Path and Strength Path killer moves. These Mortal Killer moves might only have one use in the end, to be the foundation for deductions. After the Mortal Killer moves, there were some incomplete killer moves, including both Immortal and Mortal Killer moves. The completion rate varied. Some were even simply inspired ideas or guesses. These were things that He Fan had never completed even upon his death. Deducing killer moves was unavoidable and essential in a Gu Immortal's cultivation journey. Fang Yuan took a look. Nothing really caught his eye. His Time Path attainment level was too low, and he could not use Wisdom Gu. Furthermore, Fang Yuan already had many useful methods. They were sufficient. As a result, his browsing of killer moves ended. After returning, I will need to spend a lot of time practicing these killer moves. Fang Yuan planned. The usage of killer moves could end in failure. If during an intense battle, the activation fails, the Gu Immortal would suffer a backlash. If it was during a critical moment in battle, that would be terrible. One killer move's success or failure could directly affect the outcome of the battle, or even determine life and death itself. Thus, one had to be extremely familiar and proficient with their killer moves. This would use some funds as well. The supplementary Mortal Gu that made up the killer moves needed to be purchased. When practicing, activating Immortal Killer moves would expend Immortal Essence, and practicing would definitely occur more than once. All of these required money. Thus, the development of a Gu Immortal's Immortal Aperture was extremely important in their cultivation. Finances were the foundation for military might. Fighting was dangerous, and with the threat of calamities and tribulations, unless huge benefits or conflicts were involved, Gu Immortals usually preferred to live in peace instead. To practice so many killer moves, I need a lot of funds. Fang Yuan frowned. He felt both joy and worry. Of course, this was simply a blissful worry. Large numbers of Immortal Killer moves, even more Mortal Killer moves, and incomplete killer moves. After looking at them, Fang Yuan moved on to Gu recipes. Immortal Gu recipes, among which, the first was the parallel refinement method of Immortal Level Year Gu. There were quite a few parallel refinement Gu recipes. There were a total of 5, They could achieve parallel refinement and elevate year Gu. At the back, He Fan even noted his experiences. He talked about the advantages and disadvantages of all 5 methods, and some tips when undergoing parallel refinement. Just the methods recorded here was incredibly insightful for Fang Yuan. Out of the 5 parallel refinement Immortal Gu recipes, the one He Fan used the most was the final one. This Immortal Gu recipe was created by He Fan in his later years. It used the least ingredients and had the highest success rate. It expended the least amount of time and mental energy as well. Overall, it used a large number of mortal level year Gu and added them into the immortal level year Gu, thus the effect was great. After developing this, He Fan almost abandoned the first 4 Gu recipes. He used this parallel refinement method solely. But because of the comprehensive nature of He Fan's true inheritance, he recorded the 4 recipes into it regardless. Rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water can produce countless mortal year Gu. These year Gu can be used to parallel refine immortal level year Gu. It is so convenient. Fang Yuan sighed as he continued looking. Next was the Immortal Gu recipe of refining after Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan already had this Immortal Gu. He only took one glance at it. Overall, the number of Immortal Gu recipes was quite shocking. There were nearly 100, and all of them were fully completed Immortal Gu recipes. Most were rank 6, some were rank 7, and there were only 2 or 3 rank 8 Immortal Gu recipes. In terms of path, most were time path, but there were also other paths like fire path and luck path. Compared to the immortal killer moves, these Immortal Gu recipes were more disorganized. There were recently created Immortal Gu recipes. There were also ancient recipes with extinct immortal materials. They could not be used anymore. Among all of the Immortal Gu recipes, He Fan placed the greatest emphasis on years flow like water. The rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water was actually the creation of He Fan. His inspiration was obtained by constantly parallel refining year Gu. He Fan had described the entire process of refining years flow like water in great detail. In order to get enough immortal materials, he had expended the entire He tribe treasury and used up a lot of favors and paid a huge price to ask 2 refinement path great experts to help. In the end, he was still in a lot of debt. To refine years flow like water, He Fan had placed all of his effort into it. During the refinement process, he had suffered failure after failure. There was several times he wanted to give up. He Fan had recorded all of these mental states down. He was not afraid of his descendants laughing at him. This showed that He Fan had truly put his heart and soul into creating this true inheritance. In the end, because of his relatively good luck, after 9 failures, he finally succeeded. In his words, all of the difficulties and risks that He Fan faced when refining the rank 8 Immortal Gu was expressed in detail. Even after succeeding, He Fan did not recoup his losses for many years to come. He solemnly warned his inheritor to treasure the fruits of his predecessors' hard work greatly. If they cultivate to rank 8 in the future, when refining rank 8 Immortal Gu, they had to be extremely careful. Fang Yuan saw this and thought of old ancestor Shuehu. Right now, this old fellow was also refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu. And this Immortal Gu was extremely precious. It was fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. According to what Lang Yalan Spirit said, this Immortal Gu was created in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's later years using the essence of luck path. Refining rank 8 was a huge gamble. Old ancestor Shui, who had Ma Hong Yun as the main ingredient, it saved him a lot of costs. But even so, when gathering immortal materials, he had discarded his reputation. He went personally to Zombie Alliance to steal immortal zombie corpses. He even went to He Tribe's treasury and looted it. The entire snowy mountain-blessed land was in chaos because of his actions. Everyone was worried. Yao Huang was also trying to refine resurrection from the dead Immortal Gu. According to the rumors in Northern Plains Gu Immortal World, this Immortal Gu was also rank 8. Actually, everyone knew about the risks of refining a rank 8 Immortal Gu. But why did they still try? As a matter of fact, having a rank 8 Immortal Gu and not having one meant 2 completely different states. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had to undergo tribulations as well. They usually had low lifespan. Many times, they had no choice but to take a risk. Old ancestor Shui, who was doing this for his tribulation, while Yao Huang was trying to prolong his life. Calamities and tribulations could not hinder He Fan, but he had limited lifespan. He eventually died. Tribulations and lifespan. Fang Yuan knew that in his quest for eternal life, he had to get through these 2 tough problems. Chapter 1132. Taking over He Fan Grotto-Heaven after the Immortal Gu recipes. There were Mortal Gu recipes. There were many Mortal Gu recipes. Fang Yuan felt a little shocked seeing all of them. The ones worth looking at were the Mortal Gu recipes of day, month, and year Gu. In accordance with these Mortal Gu recipes, Fang Yuan could buy his mortal materials and refine his own mortal level day Gu, month Gu, and year Gu. This way, not only can I buy these mortal Gu and treasure Yellow Heaven, I can also refine them myself. This would no doubt greatly reduce my preparation, but it is a waste for me to do the refinement myself. I should ask the hairy men in Lanya's sect to do it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned uncontrollably. His relationship with Lanya's sect had already turned cold. He would need to improve their relationship if he were to ask them for help. Forget about these for now. Fang Yuan continued to look at He Fan's true inheritance. After Immortal Gu recipes and Mortal Gu recipes, there were some incomplete Gu recipes. They had varying completion rates. Some were 90%, stuck at a crucial step. Some were at 10 to 20%. They were at the initial stages of creation. Immortal Gu before? Fang Yuan's gaze halted. Among the incomplete Immortal Gu recipes, the before Immortal Gu recipe was only 57% complete. Before Immortal Gu, after Immortal Gu, they were related Immortal Gu. Evidently, in He Fan's lifetime, after obtaining after Immortal Gu, he had greatly desired before Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even until his death, he did not succeed. Next was He Fan's recorded experiences in deducing these Gu recipes. He talked about the difficulties of deduction. He told his inheritor not to be afraid of difficulty and to persevere. At the same time, he talked about the importance of inspiration. Thus, behind this, He Fan wrote about some tricks and tips, like using Wisdom Path Inspiration Gu and Light Path a Flash of Inspiration Gu to help him with the deduction. Looking at this, Fang Yuan smiled. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. He had obtained Dong Fangchong Fan's Wisdom Path True Inheritance. He dominated He Fan in this aspect. He Fan's experiences in this aspect were quite shallow from Fang Yuan's perspective. Everyone had their own field of expertise. Even though He Fan was skilled, he had his weak points too. Like how Giant Sun Immortal Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable looked to Long Hair Ancestor for help to refine Immortal Gu. After killer moves and Gu recipes, there were He Fan's own cultivation experiences. Among this, there were maps, including the 5 regions, and even White Heaven and Black Heaven. They had huge value in terms of reference. Of course, Northern Plains map was the most detailed. The other 4 regions were more simple. Fang Yuan placed the most attention on the maps of White Heaven and Black Heaven. This had broadened his horizons. Some strong rank 7 Gu Immortals and all rank 8 Gu Immortals would often explore Black Heaven and White Heaven, scavenging for resources within. As an expert among rank 8s, He Fan was no exception. After the maps, there were lots of secrets regarding the Gu Immortal world. Like Imperial Court Blessed Land and 88 True Yang Building, there was the most information about these. But they were useless now, and He Fan's own conjectures. What attracted Fang Yuan the most was one of them. He Fan was suspicious that a Time Path Gu Immortal had inherited Red Lotus True Inheritance. From this record, Fang Yuan could sense that He Fan had a huge desire towards Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was expected. He was a Time Path great expert. He naturally sought out and looked up to the number 1 Time Path True Inheritance in the world. The final important point was He Fan's own ideas and experimentation on the development of an immortal aperture. Using his own situation as an example, he clearly stated how calamities and tribulations, Dao marks, and immortal aperture helped each other in an intrinsic relationship, and how to modify the immortal aperture's environment, like how to alter the rate of time inside. There was also the management of the immortal aperture and the selling of resources. The important point here was year Gu. Back then, after He Fan refined rank 8 Immortal Gu years flow like water, he started selling mortal level year Gu. It became his most lucrative business. In just a few months, he became the biggest year Gu vendor in the world. He was earning huge profits. With this rank 8 Immortal Gu, he had an unceasing gold mine. However, He Fan had also stated the possibility of the attack of year beasts. How to deal with the year beast attacks, how to capture year beasts, how to dissect year beasts, and how to sell year beasts. There was also the relationship between year beasts and the immortal aperture and others. Fang Yuan looked on with a frown. In He Fan's immortal aperture, because of years flow like water, immemorial level year beasts had once went in. They had rank 8 battle strength. He Fan spent a lot of effort in killing them. Because he fought in his immortal aperture, the result was immense losses. Many times, He Fan felt pain due to his losses. After a painful lesson, He Fan started to research on how to seal years flow like water and conceal its aura when not using it. He found and invented many methods that were all recorded in the True Inheritance. He had made great achievements. However, He Fan warned the inheritor to be careful on something. That was to use Immortal Gu years flow like water carefully when in battle. Once they fought against a strong foe and lured an immemorial year beast over to attack their immortal aperture, they would be in deep trouble. It seems that I need to be very careful when using years flow like water. If I am careless and Heavens will uses this opportunity to lure immemorial year beasts to me, I would die. Fang Yuan was only rank 6. He could not fight against a rank 8 level existence. With a huge difference in strength, there would be no unexpected lucky circumstances that could save him. His consciousness returned from the mortal letter Gu. Fang Yuan let out a breath. He Fan's true inheritance is truly the work of a time path great expert. He lives up to his name. Fang Yuan praised. But the difficulty to inherit this is too high. Precisely because of the difficulty, He tribe's descendants worked hard but did not succeed. In the end, Fang Yuan took advantage of it and obtained the fruits of his labor. Don't look at how easy of a time Fang Yuan had. It had many preconditions, like attitude Gu and familiar face. He even had Chu Du's help to obtain the heavenly crystal eagle nest. However, according to the logic of the Gu immortal world, the inheritances left behind by people of He Fan's level are usually this difficult. For example, Nian Air tribe's Nian Air sword saint true inheritance. An inheritor would only appear every few hundred years. The current one was Nian Air Pingji. He Fan and Nian Air sword saint were people who left their names in history. They were prideful people. They were unwilling to have their inheritances obtained by useless people that would tarnish their reputation. They set difficult requirements to choose a worthy successor. It was normal. Next, I have to take over this He Fan Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan looked at the brass bell heavenly spirit, signaling to it. At the next moment, the brass bell heavenly spirit slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. When he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he became the owner of He Fan Grotto-Heaven. He could naturally command this brass bell heavenly spirit. The regretful thing was, He Fan Grotto-Heaven had absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment. It made the brass bell heavenly spirit mindless and unresponsive. Fang Yuan could not manipulate it easily. It was hard to communicate. It was worse than Hu immortal land spirit. Fang Yuan first looked at Immortal Succession Mountain. This mountain had many pavilions on it. Each one had an inheritance in it. Some of the inheritances were mortal level, while some were left by Gu immortals. The Gu immortals, originally in He Fan Grotto-Heaven, had ascended Immortal Succession Mountain when they were mortals. After getting the inheritances, they slowly cultivated their way up. Unfortunately, their generations of development were in vain. Fang Yuan killed all of them on this day. Fang Yuan inspected and realized that Immortal Succession Mountain had a few inheritances left. Most of the stone pavilions were empty already. He kept all of these inheritances. He was the owner of the Grotto-Heaven now. Everything inside was his. These inheritances were no different. However, these inheritances were mostly mortal inheritances. There were only 3 Gu immortal inheritances, among which 2 of them did not have any immortal Gu, but they had a few immortal Gu recipes. The last Gu immortal inheritance had 1 immortal Gu left. It was called Bone Spike. It was a bone path offensive Gu worm. After ransacking Immortal Succession Mountain, Fang Yuan looked at the huge world in this place. He Fan Grotto-Heaven had countless resources. The map in the True Inheritance had talked about He Fan Grotto-Heaven's resource distribution. But after so many years, and after nurturing so many Gu immortals, the resource map was no longer applicable to its current state. And the brass bell heavenly spirit could not communicate. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had captives. Even though he killed all of the Gu immortals, he had preserved their souls. Right now, all of them were locked up in his immortal aperture. Soul search. A while later, Fang Yuan knew He Fan Grotto-Heaven like the back of his hand. Other than a few areas that ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants were living in, there were some forbidden grounds. These Gu immortals inside He Fan Grotto-Heaven were locals. After tens of generations, how could they know nothing about He Fan Grotto-Heaven? In the process of soul searching, Fang Yuan also learned about the inheritances and cultivation experiences of these Gu immortals. Bloodlight spirit suppression? Heaven's will. Fang Yuan inspected Zheng Tuo, Zhou Min, and Feng Jun's souls. He realized their scheme. Fang Yuan was glad that he struck quickly. Otherwise, if he waited, these 3 immortals might have actually succeeded. Chu Du snatched the heavenly crystal eagle nest away, while Fang Yuan had attitude Gu and familiar face. Heaven's will knew about all these. Most importantly, He Fan Grotto-Heaven had absorbed a piece of an immemorial azure heaven fragment. Heaven's will could look into the Grotto-Heaven. The immortal killer move bloodlight spirit suppression that Feng Jun had suddenly created was quite suspicious. Fang Yuan assumed that this was likely Heaven's will's influence. Thankfully, Fang Yuan took action after getting the heavenly crystal eagle nest. He went to obtain He Fan true inheritance in the shortest time possible. I have to move away all of the resources inside He Fan Grotto-Heaven and put them in my immortal aperture. This place is not safe. As for He Fan Grotto-Heaven, I will give it to Chu Du. The value of the Grotto-Heaven itself is already 30% of He Fan true inheritance's value. As for what Heaven's will would do to Chu Du, Fang Yuan could not care less. He had already given the method of self-will Gu to Chu Du. He did not have to worry about heavens while influencing Chu Du's thoughts. In the next few days, Fang Yuan went through a thorough inspection. The entire distribution of living habitats, the cooperation and coexistence between resources, some complemented each other while others restrained each other. These were all precious knowledge that Fang Yuan could learn in order to manage his own immortal aperture. He was lacking in this aspect. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had low aptitude, blood path Gu. Immortals were skilled in fighting, but were not good in immortal aperture management. Especially large immortal apertures, Fang Yuan had no experience in managing them, not to mention the sovereign immortal aperture. Right now, Heifan Grotto-Heaven was like an encyclopedia placed in front of him. Chapter 1133. Ransacking the entire Grotto-Heaven. In the next few days, Fang Yuan went around almost the entirety of Heifan Grotto-Heaven. His consciousness was covering the surroundings, observing as he researched. Sometimes, Fang Yuan felt that it was as if Heifan was teaching him personally across time and space. There was an incredibly detailed explanation in Heifan's true inheritance. The Heifan Grotto-Heaven in front of him was a real-life example. He could interact with and excavate information from it. He could also observe it. If there were any differences, Fang Yuan would soul-search those captive Gu immortals. This made him understand the process and secrets of the prosperity and dwindling of species in a long span of time. Heifan's talent made Fang Yuan feel deep admiration. He had benefited greatly from it. Regarding the development of the sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan now had many new bold ideas. When Fang Yuan was certain that he had already understood the structure of the entirety of Heifan Grotto-Heaven, he started to move resources. First were the heavenly crystals. Heifan Grotto-Heaven's first forbidden ground was the heavenly crystal storage pool. This pool was built in the sky. It covered an enormous area and was surrounded in layers of Gu formations. But the heavenly crystals only occupied the small area at the center. The heavenly crystals produced in Heifan Grotto-Heaven were light azure in color. Heavenly crystals had different colors depends on where they were produced. Fang Yuan placed this storage pool into mini azure heaven. It is a pity that this storage pool can only produce heavenly crystals in a Grotto-Heaven. My sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land. It cannot do anything inside here. However, the light azure heavenly crystals in the storage pool and that heavenly crystal eagle nest should last 5 to 6 years for me. Fang Yuan assessed. With the addition of these crystals, he would have no problems in feeding the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Heavenly crystals were not easy to buy in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The second forbidden area was underground. This was a huge cave. There was stalactites growing in the cave. The most valuable one were the hibiscus stalactites. It was rare in the outside world, but a lot were growing here. Fang Yuan spent some effort digging out the entire cave and transplanting it into mini southern border. Thankfully, he had pulling mountain immortal Gu. Otherwise, this second forbidden area would be hard to deal with. But after I do this, when the stalactites grow, they would need to absorb the earth chi inside the sovereign immortal aperture. It would increase the sovereign immortal aperture's earth chi expenditure. Once in a while, I will need to place down the immortal aperture and replenish earth chi. Other than these natural resources, there were ancient desolate beasts and ancient desolate plants. Among the ancient desolate plants, there was one walking meat tree. This tree was a rare strength path plant. It usually grew in Black Heaven. In order to cultivate it, Heifan specially enclosed a portion of Heifan Grotto-Heaven, creating a condition of darkness. Around the walking meat tree, Heifan specially created a habitat that suited its growth. The walking meat tree's branches were very peculiar. They were like soft and thick octopus tentacles. With a light whip, they could send desolate beasts flying. Fang Yuan had once seen one in Starry Sky Grotto-Heaven. This was his second encounter, he sighed. He had once wished he could get a walking meat tree, because he could use each strength immortal Gu to increase his strength path down marks. But now, he had the walking meat tree, but each strength immortal Gu was destroyed. It was truly untimely. Fang Yuan placed the walking meat tree into mini Black Heaven within the sovereign immortal aperture. The sovereign immortal aperture's advantage was starting to show. Heifan had to make meticulous arrangements to plant the walking meat tree. Fang Yuan did not need to do this, because mini Black Heaven's environment was close to the real immemorial Black Heaven. The walking meat tree was very pleased after the relocation. It stretched out its branches comfortably. Because Heifan had specialized methods, Fang Yuan had an easy time relocating these ancient desolate plants. The same went for the other desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts living in Heifan Grotto-Heaven. Using methods in Heifan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan could lure these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts into his immortal aperture with no trouble. What was worth mentioning was that among the ancient desolate beasts in Heifan Grotto-Heaven, there were 3 remnant heavenly dogs. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan needed dog desolate beasts, not ancient desolate beasts. He needed their feces to feed the rank 6 dog shit luck Immortal Gu. But these 3 remnant heavenly dogs were not useless. In the future, if Fang Yuan raised dog shit luck Immortal Gu to rank 7, its food would change drastically. At that time, the remnant heavenly dog's feces would be useful. Fang Yuan's relocation was very efficient. In the entire process, the brass bell heavenly spirit followed beside him. Fang Yuan was the Grotto-Heaven's owner. The heavenly spirit would cooperate with everything he did without resistance. After half a month, Fang Yuan finally emptied Fan Grotto-Heaven. Even the empty Immortal Succession Mountain was not left alone. Fang Yuan moved it into mini southern border. Originally, there were large numbers of Gu masters and mortals living in Fan Grotto-Heaven. They were all the descendants of tribe's criminal immortals. Fang Yuan killed all of them, collecting their souls, planning to feed them to Dang Hun Mountain. What made Fang Yuan feel slight regret was, Fan Grotto-Heaven did not have any variant humans. When Grotto-Heavens or blessed lands reach a certain stage, the Gu immortals would start rearing variant humans inside. Even though Fan could do this, he did not. Even though there were no variant humans, and most of the common cultivation resources were expended by the Gu immortals inside Fan Grotto-Heaven, Fang Yuan still had immense gains. All of the resources in Fan Grotto-Heaven were placed into the sovereign immortal aperture. From a desolate state, it was starting to gain life. This is a huge breakthrough. If I were to work at it myself, to get the sovereign immortal aperture to this stage of development, I would need 600 years. And that is the best case scenario. Now after taking in Fan Grotto-Heaven's resources, I have directly reached this stage. Fan Grotto-Heaven had existed for a long time. It had accumulated a great amount of resources. After all, this was the accumulation of a rank 8 Gu immortal's wealth. Even though a lot was used up, and it was not at its prime, Fang Yuan still benefited greatly. For example, the sovereign immortal aperture previously was like a pauper. Even the Immortal Gu were starving. But now, he had inherited the wealth of a billionaire. He turned into a billionaire instantly. Now, the resources inside the sovereign immortal aperture definitely surpasses most rank 7 Gu immortals in terms of value. Even by the standards of rank 8 Gu immortals, I might barely be able to reach them. Of course, a lot of the resources have just been moved into the sovereign immortal aperture. With a change in environment and a fall in time path down marks, their production would greatly reduce. They might even wither and die. The beasts and plants need to adapt to the new environment, and my sovereign immortal aperture also needs to assimilate them slowly. Among which, I can't use some of the resources. I should sell them in exchange for the things I need. Moving all of the resources was just the start. Next, Fang Yuan was going to get busy with his development and management. A few days later, Fang Yuan brought Chu Du into Fan Grotto-Heaven. After getting your letter, I came here immediately. This is Fan Grotto-Heaven. Why is it so barren? Chu Du had just arrived in Fan Grotto-Heaven. He looked around with a surprised and disappointed look. There was almost nothing in Fan Grotto-Heaven. Even the grasslands were dug up by Fang Yuan. It was literally empty. There were no trees as well, of course. And the rivers and pools were all moved into the sovereign immortal aperture using pulling water Immortal Gu as well. The scenic Fan Grotto-Heaven had become desolate as ever. When winds blew, sand flew into the air. It was a dismal sight. Chu Du looked at Fang Yuan with a flickering gaze. His expression seemed to be saying, "Brother, isn't your appetite too big? I rushed here to see this." Fang Yuan smiled, pointing at the sky. "Brother Chu, according to our alliance agreement, I will pay you 30% of my gains. Fan Grotto-Heaven is yours now." Chu Du heard this and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Yuan in shock. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Fang Yuan nodded. Chu Du was greatly enticed. Even though the resources inside the Grotto-Heaven were taken by Fang Yuan, this was still a Grotto-Heaven. Resources in Grotto-Heaven were like eggs and the chicken respectively. Fang Yuan took the eggs. He left the chicken to Chu Du. Chu Du squinted. His eyes were flickering with sharp light. He could not reject it. The reason? Because controlling this Grotto-Heaven was an immense help to Chu Du's cultivation. Even though Chu Du also had an immortal aperture, it was only a blessed land, be it time path or space path resources, they could not compare to a Grotto-Heaven. And this was Fan's Grotto-Heaven. Chu Du's blessed land also had lots of cultivation resources, but it was not safe to place his resources there because of calamities and tribulations. Calamities and tribulations would destroy the immortal aperture's resources when targeting the Gu immortals as well. Chu Du had rank 7 cultivation level. He had passed many calamities and tribulations. He knew the trouble and pain of getting his resources destroyed by calamities and tribulations. He did not have the great strength true martial physique. His blessed land space was limited. It was unlike Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. It was too big. Even after taking in He Fan's resources, there was still a lot of space left. Fang Yuan could freely choose a place inside it with no resources to undergo his tribulation, but Chu Du could not. He Fan Grotto-Heaven has no calamities and tribulations, because this immortal aperture has absorbed a fragment of immemorial azure heaven. I can place my resources inside here. Of course, there are a few strength path down marks here. I will need to decide this carefully in the future. Chu Du assessed. Lu Guan handed over He Fan Grotto-Heaven to me. Other than completing our agreement, it is also because this Grotto-Heaven itself is a problem. Chu Du was not stupid. He quickly realized. He had taken the heavenly crystal eagle nest. Everyone knew that He Fan's true inheritance was in his hands. In truth, the one who obtained He Fan's true inheritance was Fang Yuan. Except that he was in the background, while Chu Du occupied the Grotto-Heaven. If anything happened in the future, Fang Yuan would not be in trouble, but Chu Du would. Even if Heavenly Lord Baizu attacks, I will take over He Fan Grotto-Heaven. How can I, the great domination immortal, be afraid of a small risk? Thinking of this, Chu Du spoke, agreeing. Good, as expected of the domination immortal. Fang Yuan clapped, praising. But next, when handing over He Fan Grotto-Heaven, there was a tiny problem. The brass bell Heavenly Spirit was unwilling to. It was because Chu Du did not have He tribe's bloodline. Ignorant thing. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly, destroying the defenseless brass bell Heavenly Spirit with one hit. The problem was immediately solved. After the transaction, He Fan Grotto-Heaven changed owners. Even though Chu Du asked him to stay, Fang Yuan was insistent on leaving. He had stayed in He Fan Grotto-Heaven for too long. Fang Yuan had to start preparing for his fourth earthly calamity. Of course, before leaving, he used the immortal killer move 100 Years Harmony to create a new alliance agreement with Chu Du. Fang Yuan left quickly. Chu Du was left behind, feeling a huge headache looking at the barren He Fan Grotto-Heaven. Traveling back, he returned to Lang Yu Blessed Land. Oh look, Fang Yuan is back. A hairy man Gu Immortal who was inside Lang Yu Blessed Land saw Fang Yuan who was flying in the sky. Does it matter if he is back? That's right. There is no difference if Lang Yu sect has him or not. He is a human Gu Immortal after all. He is not one of us. Ignore him. Let's continue planning on how to take down that falling star Hound. Soon, these hairy man Gu Immortals lowered their heads, continuing to discuss their tactic. Fang Yuan looked down, his gaze sweeping past these hairy man Gu Immortals. Even though they were far away, Fang Yuan had investigative methods. He heard what they were saying. At once, Fang Yuan's gaze turned eerie. He had spent a lot of time searching for He Fan's true inheritance. The fourth earthly calamity was close. Fang Yuan was planning to undergo this earthly calamity himself. Even though getting Chu Du's help was safer, Reckless Savage's true meaning would also be split. Fang Yuan would definitely want to take the benefits for himself, if possible. Only when he is unable to do so would he think of other ways. And just now, he obtained He Fan's true inheritance. His strength rose greatly. He was confident in dealing with the fourth earthly calamity alone. But to undergo tribulation, I need Lang Yu sect's immortal tribulation tempering aperture. I will need to borrow Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu from Lang Yu Land Spirit. With my current relationship with Lang Yu Land Spirit, he will not lend it to me, unless I provide a huge gain like selling Dang Hun Mountain. Looking at it, I should use my remaining time to complete that sect mission of taking down the falling star Hound. Firstly, it can improve our relationship. Secondly, I can gain a lot of sect contribution points to pay for borrowing Gu. Fang Yuan did not return to his Cloud City. He flew straight to the first Cloud City. There, he met with Lang Yu Land Spirit. Oh, you still remembered to come back? Lang Yu Land Spirit did not speak in a pleasant tone. He had a cold attitude. Fang Yuan sighed. He showed a bitter expression. Please understand, First Supreme Elder, I had my reasons. Earlier, I was not ignoring it. I simply had no time or effort. After going out this time, I resolved my crisis. The moment I returned, I heard the Supreme Elders taking down the falling star Hound. I rushed here to get this mission from you, First Supreme Elder, at the first moment. Oh, Lang Yu Land Spirit heard this and stopped frowning. This means you are going to do it? Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. I have been wanting to accept the mission. I am a member of Lang Yu sect after all. But the circumstances did not allow me to. I had no choice. Now that I can spare the effort, I want to do something for the sect. His acting skills with attitude Gu immediately took effect. Lang Yu Land Spirit felt that Fang Yuan was speaking the truth. He was sincere and apologetic. Lang Yu Land Spirit's expression soothed. He was about to agree, but he quickly changed his words. It will be troublesome if you want to accept this mission. Earlier, 12th Hair and the rest have already coordinated. They are going to strike. Last time, even though they failed, they had gained great experience. Both sides had suffered a loss. They are likely going to succeed now. If you want to take this mission, regardless of whether you succeed, you will conflict with them first. Fang Yuan was only an outsider. 12th Hair and the rest were true Hairy Man Gu immortals. They were part of the Hairy Men. Lang Yalan's spirit naturally would side with 12th Hair and the rest. Fang Yuan nodded. So that's it. How about this? Let them take the mission first. If they cannot complete it, I will help out. Is that okay? Lang Yalan's spirit thought about it, nodding. Okay. Fang Yuan said again. I hope First Supreme Elder can announce this. Lang Yalan's spirit did as he said. Once he announced it, there was a commotion in Langya's sect. That Fang Yuan is finally going to fight. Humph, he sees that we are succeeding, so he wants to attempt it. Despicable scoundrel. Disregarding the fact that he is despicable, the reward for taking down the falling star Hound has risen to over 1,000. Whoever completes it will gain the greatest benefit. Oh 12th, you must succeed. Don't let that Fang Yuan take advantage. The Hairy Man Gu immortals had mutual animosity towards him. 12th Hair nodded, subconsciously clenching his fists, thinking, I must succeed. We prepared amply. I will not let everyone down. His previous fight gave the Hairy Men lots of confidence. 12th Hair was prepared to attack in 2 days' time. But because of this matter, he decided to be more safe and prepare himself better. 7 days later, Fang Yuan received notification that 12th Hair and the rest were about to attack. He went uninvited, gathering with 12th Hair and the rest. Elder Fang Yuan. 6th Hair went ahead and spoke to Fang Yuan in a strange tone. His true identity was Shadow Sect spy, but even if Fang Yuan exposed him, nobody would believe it. Because he had made a deal with Fang Yuan, they were in the same boat. He was fearless. Last time, he was ordered to represent Ing Wu Xie in Ransacking with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the upper hand. He had suffered immensely. Fang Yuan did not go and challenge the falling star Hound. 6th Hair managed to stir up the Hairy Men and direct their attention to it, causing their relationship with Fang Yuan to worsen. Elder Fang Yuan, I know why you are here. But this time, you will be disappointed. 12th Hair walked forward, puffing his chest. He was filled with confidence. He spoke in a normal tone. He was frank and upright, unlike the underhanded 6th Hair. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hair. He saw that this Hairy Man Gu immortal had evidently changed. He was more confident and secure than before. Fang Yuan assessed. 12th Hair cultivates refinement path along with enslavement path. This time, to deal with the falling star Hound, he had been the leader. He was heavily injured before and had to rest in bed for some time. After these obstacles, he has improved drastically. His mental state has also become much more developed. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan smiled as he replied, Then I will await Brother 12th's victory. Humph, hypocrite. He seems to have given up on the surface, but he must be anxious on the inside, right? Hee. The other Hairy Man Gu immortals could not stand Fang Yuan's words. They were muttering. Fang Yuan heard their words and ignored it. The group was standing in the center of the main formation. The Hairy Men were standing close together. Fang Yuan was the only outcast. Stay alert. I am about to activate the Gu formation. 12th Hair said. He took a glance at Fang Yuan. With one more person, the immortal essence expenditure is definitely going to be higher. The Hairy Man Gu immortals had calm expressions. They had already used this teleportation Gu formation many times. They were used to it. The Gu formation gradually activated. It gave off dazzling lights. Fang Yuan watched silently. The teleportation subformation in Tai Chio was placed by him. Fang Yuan had returned to Langya blessed land using the teleportation Gu formation. When he used it alone, it was easy, but he could see that these Hairy Man Gu immortals had much more trouble in activating it. 12th Hair continued. To expend immortal essence, after a long while, the Gu formation finally activated. Dazzling lights blinded everyone's vision. With a huge mystical force, it reacted. In the blink of an eye, the immortals looked around and realized they were in Tai Chio. Fang Yuan turned around. The huge elephant corpse was indeed behind him. The immortal essence expenditure did not increase by a lot. It seems that Fang Yuan does not have a deep Dalmark foundation. He is probably more experienced than us in battle techniques only. 12th Hair glanced at Fang Yuan, showing some disdain in his gaze. We can only win this time. We cannot lose. Let's go. 12th Hair waved, shouting loudly. The Hairy Man Gu immortals responded. They had high morale. They started their journey. Fang Yuan tailed behind them. In order to not cause conflicts, Fang Yuan purposely stayed behind, not getting close to these Hairy Man Gu immortals. Before they advanced by a lot, Fang Yuan found his target. A falling star Hound that has not reached maturity. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. He saw that the Hairy Man Gu immortals were charging towards it. Dog, we will definitely beat you. 12th Hair shouted loudly, battle intent surging in him. The falling star Hound howled. It lowered his body as its hill-like body burst forward with incredible speed. The Hairy Man Gu immortals were scattered by this attack. Twelfth Hair was in a very difficult state. He shouted in anger. Beast, you dare to sneak attack us? Come, let's battle for 300 rounds. Saying this, Twelfth Hair clapped his hands as a blue light expanded from his hands, forming a blue lake in the sky. From the lake, water spewed out, as 3 desolate beasts came out from the bottom of the lake. 1 yak, 1 tiger, and 1 bear. It was a chestnut yak, a golden white tiger, and a diamond bear. The 3 desolate beasts went towards the falling star hound, engaging in an intense battle on the giant grass. This was a deep area of Taichio. The giant grass was extremely tall. Even the falling star hound and diamond bear was not as tall as the strands of giant grass. Twelfth Hair controlled the 3 desolate beasts, drawing the falling star hound's attention. The other hairy man Gu immortals were hiding in the giant grass, attacking the falling star hound from a distance. Fang Yuan watched from an even greater distance. He could evidently see many traces of intense battle in this battlefield. The hairy man Gu immortals' performance was quite impressive. They were skillful and had improved from earlier. Even though it was still quite bad, their improvement was very apparent. The falling star hound had not reached maturity, but it could fight with these hairy man Gu immortals evenly. Fang Yuan smiled, looking at the sky. He thought to himself, I am here, heaven's will. How will you deal with me this time? Chapter 1135, Don't be a disturbance. Boom. With a loud boom, the falling star hound crashed into the diamond bear. The diamond bear was only a desolate beast, but it had a robust body. It blocked the falling star hound like a wall. It was hit by the falling star hound. It moved back 5 or 6 steps, but it still stood firmly. The falling star hound moved back by a huge step. Its head was spinning. It shook his head, clearing its mind. During this period of time, 5 or 6 killer moves shot out from the giant grass, impacting on the falling star hound's body. The falling star hound cried out in pain. Its flesh was cut open from the attacks. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. It seems that not just 12th Hair, the other hairy man Gu immortals have also learned to use their immortal killer moves. But these immortal killer moves mostly only have 1 core immortal Gu. They are at rank 6 level. After the falling star hound was attacked for a long time, even though its flesh was torn open, it was only lightly injured. It was an ancient desolate beast. Even as an infant which had not reached maturity, it still had incredible defense and recovery abilities. I cannot fail this time. Fang Yuan will see me as a joke. 12th Hair concentrated. He was filled with unprecedented determination. The 3 desolate beasts seemed to be able to sense their master's feelings. They were filled with battle intent. Under 12th Hair's manipulation, the diamond bear with the sturdiest body resisted attacks, while the golden white tiger assisted it. As for the chestnut yak, even though it was very weak, it could cause some interferences on the side. 12th Hair is directing the desolate beasts. He seems to be having an easy time. But this situation is quite stagnant. The falling star hound is attacking fiercely. He has not sent out a 4th desolate beast yet. I am afraid he only has 3 desolate beasts after all. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. He even had to use a desolate beast like the chestnut yak. Fang Yuan's guess was very likely to be true. After Treasure Yellow Heaven opened, 12th Hair bought a diamond bear and a golden white tiger. But his choice is quite questionable. The diamond bear itself is sufficient. Golden white tiger is a metal path desolate beast with strong defenses as well. He might as well get a flying desolate beast. It would pose a greater threat. That way, the falling star hound would be distracted more and act more warily. It would have weaker attacks when trying to defend itself. Fang Yuan was thinking about this when 12th Hair made a mistake. The diamond bear left a gap open after moving away. Damn it! 12th Hair stared with furious eyes. He immediately moved the chestnut yak to fill the gap. You have to hang on. 12th Hair bellowed in his mind. The falling star hound growled, slamming the chestnut yak away. Next, the falling star hound broke away from the encirclement and charged into the grass. As a result, the hairy man Gu immortals hiding in the grass screamed in terror. Quick, use that move. Seeing that he was about to be hit by the falling star hound, an unlucky hairy man Gu immortal shouted in fear. Swoosh. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot, appearing beside another hairy man 1,000 steps away from him. Thanks. You acted quickly, otherwise, I would have died. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved still felt lingering fear. The one who saved him was 6th Hair. He patted the hairy man Gu immortal's shoulder. Relax. Don't forget the outsider is here. Don't make our Lang sect lose face. Even now, he was still trying to sow discord. The hairy man Gu immortal who was saved quickly concealed his expression, but his body was still shaking slightly. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Killing intent was hidden in his gaze as he looked at 6th Hair. I will slaughter this fellow one day. But we are members of Lang sect now. The Information Path Alliance agreement prevents us from killing each other. So to kill him, I need to get rid of this Lang sect alliance agreement secretly first. Fang Yuan wanted to make use of Lang Yisek's strength. Sixth Hair was a severe obstacle. Sixth Hair played a big role in causing Fang Yuan and Lang Yisek's relationship to turn so sour. In Lang Yisek, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair both had ulterior motives. Their relationship was not simple either. Because they had made transactions, they had a hold on each other. Fang Yuan had Lang Yisek's alliance agreement. He could not do things that harmed Lang Yisek. Of course, he could think and talk about them. Sixth Hair was a member of Lang Yisek. Because of this, if Sixth Hair was in fatal danger, Fang Yuan had to save him. Of course, it depended on the situation. If Sixth Hair tried to suicidally put himself in danger and lure an ancient, desolate beast in order to entrap Fang Yuan, he would not have to save him in that situation. Since Fang Yuan joined Lang Yisek and went under an alliance agreement, he was not going to be restricted so easily. And Sixth Hair only wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan and obtain his body. He had insufficient strength, and Fang Yuan had a hold on him. Because of Shadow Sect's plan, he was the final spy left in Lang Yi blessed land. He had to stay hidden. Both sides had their own reservations. They were wary of each other. As if he had sensed Fang Yuan's gaze, Sixth Hair turned around and smiled sinisterly. He was a split soul of spectral soul. He had rich battle experience. This was why he could save the Hairy Man Gu Immortal before anyone else reacted. He was trying to unite the Hairy Man Gu Immortals and ostracize Fang Yuan, limiting his growth. The battle continued. The Falling Star Hound did not kill the Hairy Man Gu Immortal. The Diamond Bear and Golden White Tiger quickly diverted it. Soon, the Chestnut Yak arrived as well, forming an encirclement again. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals also continued their long-range attacks. But 12th Hair continued to make flaws in the battle due to unexpected circumstances, even though he was performing above his usual abilities. After getting out of the encirclement, the Falling Star Hound attempted to kill the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals. But these Hairy Man Gu Immortals seemed to have the same immortal killer move. Whenever one was targeted, the rest would be able to teleport them away to another comrade's side. This immortal killer move is quite interesting. Fang Yuan watched silently. He subconsciously placed himself in the Falling Star Hound's position. What would he do to resolve the killer move? Soon, Fang Yuan had an answer. It was difficult to resolve this killer move. Because with just this little bit of information, he could not analyze anything. He did not even know the name of the killer move. In this short period of time, the killer move did not seem to have any flaws. Even if I cannot break it, it is very easy to kill these Hairy Man Gu Immortals. My movement speed far exceeds them. Sword marks targeting death and dark assassination can cause many deaths to them already. In fact, just flying sword Immortal Gu alone can kill them. Of course, Sixth Hair is hiding his strength. That is another issue. The actual situation would depend on how the fight develops. I am about to succeed. This time, I will truly defeat the Falling Star Hound. 12th Hair got more and more excited. The light of victory could be seen in his eyes. This time, he performed better than usual. 7 to 8 Hairy Man Gu Immortals along with 3 desolate beasts were fighting against an infant Falling Star Hound. With the proper tactics, victory was favoring these Hairy Man Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan, are you seeing this? Even without you, we can take down the Falling Star Hound and obtain true victory. 12th Hair cried out in his mind. He loved his home. He was extremely loyal to Lang Yisek. Earlier, when Lang Yisek was facing trouble with developing in Taichio, Fang Yuan watched on the side. 12th Hair had a lot of grudge towards Fang Yuan. When he was injured and bedridden, Fang Yuan went to visit him, but he did not even want to meet. He sent Immortal Gu Master to reject Fang Yuan's entry into the Cloud City. This victory had incredible meaning for him. Being able to obtain victory in front of Fang Yuan, 12th Hair felt great pride and joy. As time passed, the battle situation was becoming obvious. Falling Star Hound was gradually unable to hold on. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals felt that their pressure was lifting. They unavoidably became excited. Some of them could even see victory ahead. Their eyes were red from excitement. They were trembling slightly. It was not easy. With their horrible battle strength, fighting against the Falling Star Hound resulted in repeated setbacks. They had put in so much blood and sweat, coming up with a tactic to deal with the Falling Star Hound. They had spent countless sleepless nights practicing. They were finally going to succeed today. Even though they were tired and their immortal essence was depleted, the Hairy Man Gu Immortals felt revitalized. They were having an adrenaline rush. Kill this dog. That's right. Tear its skin and hang it above the Cloud Cities. Let everyone see our victory. We finally defeated it. Fang Yuan, are you seeing this? I know you are unwilling, but so what? Today, we will teach you a lesson. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals are not powerless. Lang Yisek belongs to us Hairy Man. It is not for a human like you. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals shouted and screamed in excitement. Fang Yuan smiled plainly, as if he did not hear them. His attitude made the Hairy Man Gu Immortals disappointed. Some of them even felt disgust and anger. He is just concealing his emotions. What can he do? A hairy man Gu Immortal sneered. However, a change occurred right at this moment. An eagle hound suddenly appeared in the center of the battlefield. With one swipe of its claws, the diamond bear fell. With one peck from its beak, Chestnut Yak went blind. With a flap of its wings, intense winds blew. The golden white tiger flew back by dozens of steps. The falling star hound curled up into a ball, whimpering in fear. What? Where did this ancient desolate beast come from? The hairy man Gu Immortals were shocked. Not just one. Soon, 5 eagle hounds appeared from the grass, and 3 were flying in the sky. Out of nowhere, eagle hounds had completely encircled the hairy man Gu Immortals. How did this happen? 12th Hair's pupils shrunk to pin size. He was completely stunned. He had just experienced going from heaven to hell. A moment ago, he was still a high and mighty victor. At the next moment, his life was on the line. This was a desperate situation. Oh, heaven's will. This is your ambush, huh? Incredible indeed. Fang Yuan laughed in his mind. The eagle hounds did not make a noise. While the hairy man Gu Immortals were shocked beyond words, there was silence. O 12th Hair, it seems that you have all failed. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for me to act. Amidst the silence, Fang Yuan's plain words could be heard. For some reason, 12th Hair felt his heart jump. Intense rage was burning inside him. He screamed at Fang Yuan. Are you making a mistake? What are you talking about? Open your damned eyes and see the situation we are in, okay? Fang Yuan's lips curled slightly. Bam! A strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere. It slammed the eagle hound closest to Fang Yuan to the ground. Dust and smoke rose. The eagle hound's attention was drawn away, towards Fang Yuan. They were wary of this strong enemy. Within the dust cloud, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. All right, I will accept this present. Can everyone please go far away? Don't be a disturbance to me. Chapter 1136. Eagle Hounds. Eagle Hounds. They had the body of a wolf and head of an eagle, with a pair of eagle wings on their backs. Their head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, while their canine bodies and 4 limbs were covered in gray wolf fur. The Dao marks on their bodies were mostly of dark path. This was a rather special beast. Normal desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and so on reproduced through males and females mating. Eagle hounds, however, were different. The reproduction of eagle hound was through infection. The poison of an eagle hound could influence any species of dog or eagle. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle beast infected with the eagle hound's poison would gradually transform into an eagle hound. As a result, the individual strength of eagle hounds varied greatly. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they would be desolate beast level. Some transformed from ancient desolate beasts, thus would be ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in White Heaven and Black Heaven. Everything was clear. The moment the first eagle hound appeared, Fang Yuan had already realized how the falling star hound and these eagle hounds were related. This group of eagle hounds had been eyeing this falling star hound. It was thrown down from the sky and confined in Taichou to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would be a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to turn this falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why this falling star hound was roaming near the teleportation Gu formation, the answer was clear. Heaven's will. 2 ancient eagle hounds, while the rest are all desolate beast eagle hounds. Fang Yuan's gaze coldly focused on the 2 ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense auras of Immortal Gu on the eagle hounds. This gave him even greater assurance in this battle. Having and not having Immortal Gu would lead to Fang Yuan adopting 2 completely different battle tactics. The eagle hound was killed in one strike. It has not died. It is only unconscious. What was that move just now? It was like a huge hand. The hairy man Gu Immortals reacted only now, and they were extremely shocked. Just now, the eagle hound that was beaten unconscious by one giant hand was naturally a desolate beast level. Strength Path Giant Hand had rank 7 battle strength. Creating such an outcome was not strange. If it were against an ancient eagle hound, however, it would be a different result. 12th Hair had never seen Fang Yuan fight seriously. He had always thought the battle strength Fang Yuan showed when instructing him was Fang Yuan's true strength. 12th Hair forcibly calmed down, thinking, although Fang Yuan beat one eagle hound unconscious, there are still a lot more remaining. Even if he is powerful, what can just one person do? This battle bodes ill. It is better to retreat. Just as he was thinking of this, 12th Hair suddenly could not help crying out in shock. Fang Yuan's confrontation with the eagle hound group lasted a very short time. Almost the next instant after beating the eagle hound unconscious, he began his attack. Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Whoosh. Fang Yuan left behind an afterimage on his original spot. Within an instant, Fang Yuan had penetrated from the edge of the battlefield into the center. What level of speed is this? The hairy man Gu immortals were shocked. Even Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He guessed Fang Yuan used Sword Escape Immortal Gu. This was Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below. This was an ancient eagle hound. When it had just appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. This ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, not letting it budge. The infant falling star hound behind it was curled up into a ball, shivering. He was close to it. The distance between Fang Yuan and this ancient eagle hound was less than 100 steps. Images of each other were clearly reflected in both their eyes. Fang Yuan suddenly disappeared and appeared right before the eagle hound's eyes, giving it a scare and causing it to take a step back subconsciously. But soon, its fierce nature was agitated as it opened its beak wide and screeched furiously. Its wings flapped rapidly and energy transferred from its rear limbs as it charged ferociously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, shouting, "Beast, lie down." Boom. A strength path giant hand appeared and descended from the sky, slamming on the ground like a jar lid. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was full of ferocity, but was still unable to match the giant hand's power as it was pushed down. The giant hand also was sent back from the collision. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the giant hand once again pushed down fiercely, as if it was bringing down a storm. The giant hand struck the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing it to bow down. Its four limbs bent exaggeratedly, and its claws that were fiercely supporting its body left 4 pits on the ground. The strength path giant hand was again flung up a distance from the vibration of the clash, thinning during the process. But the next moment, the giant hand once again condensed as it slammed down. The ancient eagle hound refused to give in and lifted its head, but at the next moment it saw the giant hand covering the entirety of its vision. Boom. There was a huge sound as the ancient eagle hound's head was fiercely slammed down to the ground. The thick and sharp eagle beak was firmly embedded into the ground. Its feathers chaotically flew in the air, while its 4 limbs also sunk into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into an extremely furious state. When had it ever received such humiliation? It wanted to strike back. Energy flowed through its limbs, its muscles bulged, and the next moment, it was about to lift up its head. Boom. The giant hand was quicker, however, slamming down on its head and back. The eagle hound's skeleton gave fracturing sounds at the extremely heavy burden. Its head was shaking intensely, and it was seeing stars. The strength it had accumulated just moments ago completely dissipated. But Fang Yuan's momentum was unforgiving. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 slams, and this ancient eagle hound was almost completely buried into the ground. It was motionless. The surrounding soil was gradually turning red from the blood. The hairy man Gu immortals were all struck speechless. After Fang Yuan had made a desolate beast eagle hound faint, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without being afraid of the enemy's numerical advantage. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he sent out 10 or so giant hands and struck it to death, like slamming bread dough. The hairy man Gu immortals had never seen such a terrifying display, and were extremely frightened. In fact, not only the hairy man Gu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were dazed. By the time they reacted, one of their leaders had been wiped out. Deathly silence hung in the air, with not even the sound of wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly lifted his head and gazed at the sky. There were quite a few eagle hounds hovering in the air. Among them was the second ancient desolate beast. "It's your turn now." Fang Yuan's tone was light, as he charged towards the sky the very next moment. The eagle hounds in the sky immediately let out ear-piercing cries, breaking up in an uproar as they retreated in every direction. 12th Hair and the group still had their mouths wide open as they looked at Fang Yuan charging to the sky, driving the eagle hounds away like they were sparrows or pigeons. Were these still eagle hounds? A mighty, ancient, desolate beast. Where is your imposing might? 12th Hair felt like he was in a dream. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding disaster, protecting oneself and seeking long life was every living being's instinct. Wild beasts pushing aside the weak and fearing the strong was also normal. With the eagle hounds dispersing, Fang Yuan could do nothing. In terms of speed, eagle hounds were outstanding, regardless of whether they were desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. "Will you be able to escape?" As Fang Yuan mumbled, he suddenly sped up. The next instance, his figure appeared behind the ancient eagle hound. Myriad Self, First Style, Giant Hand. The giant hand slammed down with such a loud sound. The hairy men shivered, and the eagle hounds felt their hair standing on end. The hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the air by Fang Yuan like a ball, colliding heavily with the ground. Sword Escape, Immortal Gu combined with Giant Hand gave an outstanding result. Strength Path, Giant Hand speed was rather slow. If it struck out from afar towards the eagle hound, this eagle hound would probably be able to escape before it reached it. But Fang Yuan personally moved, using his speed to make up for this weakness of the Giant Hand. Of course, this battle tactic also had a weakness. It could easily make Fang Yuan fall into a dangerous situation. So, Fang Yuan had activated Bloodstained Conqueror's robe before he used this tactic. There was also another condition. Fang Yuan did not sense any wild Immortal Gu on these two ancient eagle hounds. If there were wild Immortal Gu, without probing out the details, Fang Yuan would not use this battle tactic. Giant grass grew all over Tai Chio. The eagle hound's fall was greatly mitigated by these strands of grass. Even though ancient eagle hounds specialized in speed, they were all of ancient desolate level and had sturdy bodies. Fang Yuan would not be able to kill it without using 10 or so Strength Path Giant Hands. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to take the chance to chase it, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes flashed a scene of the future. While he charged down, suddenly a third ancient eagle hound appeared and ambushed him. Fang Yuan was caught unprepared and was clawed fiercely by the wolf claws, smashing to the ground. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices and all his bones were fractured. His bloodstained conqueror's robe was broken, and even blood asset Immortal Gu was injured, unable to be used again. The image flashed in an instant. However, Fang Yuan fully trusted it, because this was the result of his pre-activated Immortal Killer move, 3 Breaths Future Vision. It was a time path investigative killer move from Hei Fan True Inheritance, 3 Breaths Future Vision, used after Immortal Gu as the core, and could allow the Gu Immortal to see their future situation. And this future situation would manifest within 3 breaths of time. Fang Yuan did not lose his head. Instead, his eyes shined with satisfaction. Sure enough, Heaven's Will's arrangement wouldn't be so simple. There was actually an ambush. My Bloodstained Conqueror's robe is an immortal-level defensive move, but its core Immortal Gu is only the rank 6 blood asset. It is still slightly weak when facing an ancient desolate beast. Since he knew about the ambush naturally would be useless. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan suddenly shot out sharp sword light towards a certain location in the air. Right as the hairy man Gu immortals were feeling puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that hidden ancient eagle hound. Ding! There was a sharp and clear sound. The ancient eagle hound was intercepted by sword marks targeting death. The hairy man Gu immortals shouted in shock. There was actually a third ancient eagle hound hiding in ambush. Unimaginable. If it had sneak attacked any of us hairy man Gu immortals, it would probably have gotten its way. Fang Yuan could actually sense it. Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows, staring at the third ancient eagle hound which had suffered no damage. Being able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eagle hound seems to have wild Immortal Gu on it. Chapter 1137, Transformation Path, Gu Immortal. The third ancient eagle hound had Immortal Gu. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart burned with eagerness. Times had changed. If it were before he inherited Hei Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have avoided this eagle group, but now, with his strength having increased sharply, his mindset had changed. He intended to take down all these eagle hounds. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild Immortal Gu on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it as well. Being able to block sword marks targeting death, let me see what kind of exemplary defensive Immortal Gu it is. In an instant, thoughts surged in Fang Yuan's mind. He determined his battle tactics. Blood path killer moves like Blood Torrent, and so on were not suitable to be used in front of the hairy man Gu immortals. These hairy man Gu immortals could connect to treasure Yellow Heaven and knew the terror of blood path. They were not like that group of ignorant Gu immortals in Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven. Although he could use Hei Fan True Inheritance's immortal killer moves, he had to be prudent. After all, he still had not practiced them to proficiency. Rashly using them could likely result in failure and cause backlash. Therefore, Fang Yuan clapped, choosing his personal creation, which was also the offensive method he was most skilled in. Convergence of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next instant, large amounts of strength path phantoms filled the sky. The hairy man Gu immortals were all struck speechless. Sixth Hair also had a stupefied look, but inwardly was not surprised. He already knew about myriad self. This was old news. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk as he blurted out. He vanished. In his perception, Fang Yuan had suddenly vanished, and only the dense group of strength path phantoms remained in the sky. Fang Yuan had used familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom, mixing in within the myriad self-army. Charge! The myriad self-army cried out together and like a torrent falling from the sky, charged towards the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with sharp light. Suddenly the wings on its back flapped, bringing forth a layer of dark wing shadows. Its speed increased sharply, and it actually retreated. This response was somewhat out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Clearly, this eagle hound had a second wild Immortal Gu. That layer of wing shadows was the effect of that Immortal Gu. It actually has another wild Immortal Gu. The desire in Fang Yuan intensified. He commanded the myriad self-army to continue charging towards the ancient eagle hound. Along the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed, like a blooming flower or a giant beast's maw, as they pounced at the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound gave a sharp cry as it suddenly rose up. It was actually retreating again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat routes. The myriad self-army, which had charged ahead like a flood dragon with its mouth open, swung its tail. The strength path phantoms at the rear pounced at the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound that was retreating backwards suddenly leaned towards the right. Its wings flapped, and its whole body drew an inclining arc through the sky, perfectly dodging the myriad self-army's offensive route. The hairy man Gu immortals were in an agitated state watching all these moves. Compared to the eagle hound, they naturally wanted Fang Yuan to win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be extremely cunning. Fang Yuan had encircled it several times, but was still unable to succeed. The ancient eagle hound's speed is much faster than these Fang Yuan's. How could they catch up to it? 12th Hair attentively observed, feeling dejected as Fang Yuan continued to make no progress. 6th Hair, however, had a bright gaze, thinking, Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment seems to have increased slightly. It is going to end soon. This ancient eagle hound might be fast, but it is concerned about the other eagle hounds, and has only been flying around the battlefield. It will soon be captured by Fang Yuan. A battlefield formed in the sky. Almost all the eagle hounds flew up and were battling with the myriad self-army. Fang Yuan's focus was completely on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something odd about this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan had discovered that the other eagle hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a few strength path phantoms, the eagle hounds could be pinned down. Only this third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty and could see through the tactics of the myriad self-army. It was able to retreat and advance at will. Finally, Fang Yuan was able to succeed. Several groups of the myriad self-army besieged the third eagle hound from the front, back, above, and below. He actually surrounded it. 12th Hair and the group cried out in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp screech as it flapped its wings wildly and clawed everywhere, destroying many of the strength path phantoms. Within just a few moments of being encircled, the ancient eagle hound seemed to be about to break through the siege. But this did not matter, because Fang Yuan's true body, hidden among the strength path phantoms, had already approached the ancient eagle hound. When he was close enough, he decisively used his sword path killer move, Dark Assassination. This killer move's specialty was that no Immortal Gu aura would leak out when it was activated. It was extremely stealthy. The ancient eagle hound let out a miserable shriek as it was struck by Fang Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, blood spurted out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood lessened, and the bloody hole disappeared. The injury had healed and feathers grew once again on the surface. At the same moment, the ancient eagle hound turned berserk. Its whole body was covered by a layer of dark shadows. Its speed increased by multiple times as it attacked wildly, bringing forth afterimages of its wings and claws. Crash, crash, crash. Countless strength path phantoms were destroyed directly by the ancient eagle hound without putting up resistance. Even Fang Yuan's true body was discovered and was sent flying. But with bloodstained conqueror's robe, there was not much injury. How could this be? There are disorderly auras of so many goo worms appearing on this ancient eagle hound. 12th Hair and the rest blurted out in shock. 6th Hair's eyes also widened at this, as he incredulously said, impossible. It can actually use an immortal killer move. Such a strong result, and the complex aura of goo worms indicated this ancient eagle hound had actually used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt went against the common knowledge of the immortal world. A wild beast actually had enough intelligence to activate immortal killer move. Wind whistled past Fang Yuan's ears. He was sent flying. Although he had avoided the frontal attack, it had still brushed past him and was enough to send him flying away. He gazed at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes brightly flashing. So it was like this. No wonder I had felt it was so peculiar. This ancient eagle hound was originally a Gu immortal. It was impossible for wild beasts to be so smart to the extent of using immortal killer moves. Sixth Hair did not realize this because he did not cultivate transformation path. Fang Yuan had plenty of understanding regarding transformation path, immediately thinking of this most likely possibility. A transformation path Gu, Immortal, who cultivated an eagle hound transformation, but because of transforming too many times or being in transformation state for too long, they were unable to turn back, losing their wisdom and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Like when refining Gu, the Gu Immortals cultivating transformation path would have to face the risks when transforming into other forms. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle proved Fang Yuan's guess. This ancient eagle hound still had some battle instincts of the transformation path, Gu Immortal. As a result, its performance was much more cunning than normal ancient eagle hounds, and it understood when to advance and retreat. But in the end, it was not a Gu Immortal. It did not have human wisdom. It could not grasp opportunities in the battle and could not carry out any battle tactics. When in battle, it mainly used Immortal Gu. When it was the juncture of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated, and it subconsciously used its most familiar immortal killer move from the past. Just before, Fang Yuan had used Dark Assassination to pierce through its head, but in the moment of crisis, it had dodged and the attack struck its neck. Then, the wild shadows it erupted with that sent Fang Yuan's true body flying were from it using an immortal killer move. The fight instantly fell into a stalemate. If it were ordinary eagle hounds, Fang Yuan would have captured all of them by now. But it was a different situation with this ancient eagle hound. It was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle hounds. Whenever Fang Yuan sneak attacked, the ancient eagle hound was always able to avoid the fatal points. Perhaps it was because this transformation path Gu Immortal had experienced many battles, or maybe it was because of the support of a unique Immortal Gu. A more likely possibility was the help of Heaven's will. In short, Fang Yuan's intention to finish the battle quickly had been thwarted. The sky was chaotic. Loud sounds reverberated unceasingly as the strength path phantoms were destroyed at every moment. But with Fang Yuan's replenishment, the myriad self-army was unending. Their quality might not be up to par, but their quantity held the absolute upper hand. From time to time, eagle hounds covered by strength path phantoms would fall down from the sky and smash into the ground. Upper hand. Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan has the upper hand facing all these eagle hounds. An individual's strength can actually reach such a level. Elder Fang Yuan is actually so powerful. The hairy man Gu Immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield, and as they looked at the battle, they had, without noticing, started to address Fang Yuan as an elder. 12th Hair's expression was filled with shock as well as bitterness. He felt it even deeper than others. Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment of easily commanding the myriad self-army made him have a feeling of how shallow and minute he was. Although the ancient eagle hound was somewhat troublesome, from the beginning, Fang Yuan occupied the dominant position and the eagle hounds could not do anything to him. Since it is like this, then I should change my battle tactics. Fang Yuan's true body put off attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to gather his concentration to activate another immortal killer move. By now, he had already been constantly maintaining bloodstained conqueror's robe, familiar face, and 3 breaths future vision. He was floating in the air and also activating Gu worms, and occasionally replenishing the myriad self-army. All these used up his focus. And this immortal killer move was rather complicated, and he had yet to practice it to proficiency. Thus he had to give up on attacking and move to a safer environment, to gather almost all his concentration and activate this move. Rank 7 Year Gu was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Gu one after the other. Immortal killer move, Year Beast summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Splash, splash, splash. In midair, a phantom image of the river of time manifested. Waves were surging endlessly in the river, and from these waves, an enormous bestial figure jumped out. Cluck, cluck. The Year Beast unfurled its wings and descended to the battlefield. Chapter 1138. End of battle. What is this? Such a large chicken. Seeing an ancient Year Beast suddenly entering the battlefield, the hairy man Gu Immortals were shocked. According to the contents of Hei Fan's True Inheritance, there are 12 different forms of Year Beasts. This time, I was pretty lucky to be able to summon a chicken Year Beast. Fang Yuan sized up this Year Beast while appraising it inwardly. This Year Beast was as large as a hill. When it unfurled its wings, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and spirited, with awe-inspiring might. Its feathers were bright and colorful, while its claws were sharp as blades. It quickly swept its gaze around the battlefield before fixing on Fang Yuan. No one else had more appeal to it than Fang Yuan, because it smelled the scent of Year Gu from Fang Yuan. Year Gu. This was the food of Year Beasts. The higher the rank of the Year Gu, the more enticing it was to Year Beasts. The immortal killer move, Year Beast summoning, was formed from this principle. Its creator, Hey Fan had invented this killer move long before refining years flow like water. This is for you. Fang Yuan chuckled as he waved his hand, sending out large amounts of mortal year goo. The chicken year beast was joyous as it raised its head and inhaled. Immediately, an enormous air current was created, and like a dragon swallowing water, the chicken year beast inhaled all the mortal year goo. Kill it, and I will give you a lot more. Fang Yuan pointed at that crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken year beast's gaze sharpened as it quickly turned its head towards the target. The ancient eagle hound felt goosebumps all over its body, revealing its sharp claws as it felt a strong threat from the chicken year beast. The ancient eagle hound formed a clear contrast with the chicken year beast. Even if it stood up like a human, it would not reach half the height of the chicken year beast. Cluck cluck. The chicken year beast flapped its wings, charging towards its target. The speed it erupted with was actually faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two collided fiercely. The chicken year beast was sent back 70 to 80 steps, while the ancient eagle hound was directly sent flying. The chicken year beast let out a sharp cry as it chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed crafty. After suffering a loss, it no longer confronted the chicken year beast head-on. Instead, it moved left and right, dodging the chicken year beast. Fang Yuan looked on for a while before he relaxed. This chicken year beast had no immortal goo, but its physical constitution was much stronger than the ancient eagle hound. Year beasts, even in the river of time, were very rare beasts. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound activated immortal goo, the chicken year beast would fall into a disadvantage. Once or twice would not matter, but if it continued on, the chicken year beast would also be defeated. The side which had immortal goo would naturally obtain a huge boost in their battle strength. Hey Fan warned in the true inheritance that the summoned year beast is not a slave, and the summoner does not have very much control over it. If the enemy is too powerful, it won't battle at all. Even if it battles, it might retreat after a short period of time and demand even more year goo from the summoning goo immortal. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan knew he did not have much time left. He did not choose to pincer attack the ancient eagle hound with the chicken year beast, because the chicken year beast was not under his control, and he was only able to barely communicate with it using the method left behind by Hey Fan, reaching a collaboration. Fang Yuan's true body, which was hidden amidst the myriad self-army, quietly approached a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still fighting with the myriad self-army in the air. Occasionally, some eagle hounds would be beaten down by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms, but shortly afterwards, these eagle hounds would fly to the air again, continuing to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms, their offensive prowess was clearly weak when facing against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They were only able to disrupt and expend the eagle hound's energy. Strength path, giant hand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan attacked. A strength path, giant hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming down towards an eagle hound. Fang Yuan's position was extremely good. The eagle hound was caught unprepared and was struck by the hand, immediately letting out a miserable cry before it fainted. The eagle hound began to fall down, but Fang Yuan activated another giant hand and was waiting below. The second giant hand grabbed this unconscious eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Fang Yuan's true body disappeared amongst the myriad self-army once again. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield. Strength path giant hand attacked quickly and sent another eagle hound fainting. He then did the same as before, placing this eagle hound on the ground, beside the first eagle hound. The hairy man Gu immortals were all struck speechless. Elder Fang Yuan seems to be right. He intends to capture these eagle hounds alive. A skilled person is truly courageous. The hairy man Gu immortals sighed. These eagle hounds, which were deadly opponents to them, seemed to be no more than wealth from Fang Yuan's perspective. One after the other, eagle hounds were plotted against by Fang Yuan, struck unconscious, and piled up together. Soon, these unconscious eagle hounds piled up to form a hill, making for quite a grand sight. The ancient eagle hound saw this scene and gave a furious cry, but it was pinned down by the chicken year beast and was unable to go rescue its brethren. The chicken year beast was also in a slightly miserable state. Its whole body was filled with injuries, and it seemed to be having the intent to retreat. After all, Hey Fan was a time path Gu immortal. Being able to create an immortal killer move that imitated enslavement path was already extremely amazing. It seems that year beast summoning is ideal for use in a favorable battle. If used to fight in a disadvantageous situation during a life or death battle, the result won't be outstanding. Fang Yuan engraved this information in his mind. Only when one used immortal killer moves in practice would they obtain deeper experience. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative in the battle. He paid attention to the battle between the chicken year beast and the ancient eagle hound all along. Before the chicken year beast retreated, Fang Yuan dealt with the remaining Eagle Hounds. The unconscious Eagle Hounds numbered to 8, while the rest were struck to death. After all, Giant Hand was not a capturing method. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to use it to imitate this effect. Die! Fang Yuan flew to the sky and flanked the ancient Eagle Hound with the chicken ear beast. After fighting for several rounds, the result was indeed not good. Fang Yuan called out to the chicken ear beast to retreat and guard those unconscious Eagle Hounds. The chicken ear beast already had low battle intent, and after receiving Fang Yuan's instruction, it did not immediately move, but instead quietly retreated a distance before opening its beak as it gazed at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood its intention and threw out a large batch of ear goo. The chicken ear beast had its fill. Only then did it turn around and move towards the ground to guard the unconscious Eagle Hounds. Fang Yuan and the ancient Eagle Hound battled once again, but this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient Eagle Hound was anxious to save those unconscious comrades as it charged in all directions. What a pity, a Grand Gu Immortal falling down to such a level, thinking it is an actual Eagle Hound. Fang Yuan was a lot more relaxed now than before. The ancient Eagle Hound flew fast, and with Immortal Gu on it, at the crucial times, it could arouse its survival instincts and activate the previous Immortal killer move. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. His previous tactic of charging in and using Giant Hand was too risky. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe's defense was nothing prominent in front of this ancient Eagle Hound. Fang Yuan started using Sword Path killer moves to attack the ancient Eagle Hound from afar. But the ancient Eagle Hound's defensive method was outstanding. Fang Yuan did not know which Immortal Gu it was specifically. He estimated this transformation path Gu Immortal, when alive, felt the defense of an Eagle Hound was rather low, thus intentionally strengthening this aspect. Fang Yuan fought for a long time, but still had no upper hand. The ancient Eagle Hound also could not rescue its comrades, while the chicken ear beast sat in position to fight a defensive battle. The injuries on the ancient Eagle Hound slowly accumulated. This is truly troublesome. Giant Hand speed is slow, it cannot hit. Sword Path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not that good. Using Poison Spit is simply wasting Immortal Essence. Ancient Eagle Hounds are extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was without other options. Similarly, after this transformation path Gu Immortal completely transformed into the ancient Eagle Hound, they obtained the intuition of wild beasts, and with the remaining battle instincts, this ancient Eagle Hound became much more difficult to handle. Facing it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss as to what to do. A transformation path Gu Immortal's advantage was that after the transformation succeeds, their body's constitution would be extremely high. Like this ancient Eagle Hound, just its flying speed could match Sword Escape in short range, let alone when it activates its Immortal Gu. At the moment, Fang Yuan could only choose to fight a battle of attrition. When this ancient Eagle Hound uses up all its Immortal Essence and is no longer able to activate its Immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or when its injuries accumulate to a certain degree and it exposes a flaw which Fang Yuan could use. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the spectators did not have this feeling. The hairy man Gu Immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the competitive, cruel world of Gu Immortals, the most important thing was the Gu Immortal's strength. The strength Fang Yuan displayed shocked all the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was not an exception. This guy, how could he increase his battle strength so much in such a short time? He can actually summon a year beast. How did he get a hold of this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt heaviness in his mind. Fang Yuan's growth speed caused him to feel stifled and breathless. After some more time fighting, the ancient Eagle Hound suddenly rose up. You want to escape? Fang Yuan thought before quickly giving chase. The ancient Eagle Hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain state, whether it be its offensive prowess or flying speed, both had clearly fallen. No matter how talented in battle the Gu Immortal was when they were alive, the wild beast's instinct of evading danger still made it choose to retreat. As for those unconscious comrades, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan inwardly cursed at this. He had already anticipated this situation. It was just that it happened earlier than his expectation. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to give chase, but the distance between them was shrinking very slowly. The ancient Eagle Hound was escaping for its life with an astonishing speed. Immortal killer move, Luck Whirlwind. Fang Yuan was without other options and could only activate this killer move. Success. The ancient Eagle Hound directly returned to the previous position. Fang Yuan caught up to it, and both sides engaged in fierce battle again. After a few rounds of fighting, the ancient Eagle Hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only give chase. Luck Whirlwind. Success. Both sides battled again while the hairy man Gu Immortals watched on from afar. But soon, the ancient Eagle Hound gave up on Fang Yuan. It crazily flapped its wings as it retreated for a third time, its attitude more firm than before. Fang Yuan was helpless. He was unable to break the eagle's wings. Luck whirlwind. Unfortunately, he failed this time and immediately spurted out some blood. It took him a few breaths to stabilize himself. The ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon by this time. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop. Heaven's will was paying attention all along. Tai Chiu was perilous, and there were already vague signs of a beast tide forming. Chapter 1139, Deadly Situation. There was not much time to practice Luck Whirlwind properly. Fang Yuan thought as he sighed. If Luck Whirlwind was activated on its own, the success rate of its activation was 80 to 90%. But when put in real battle, it was a different situation. For instance, Fang Yuan had to maintain Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, 3 Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves involved large numbers of goo worms and needed enormous mental energy. In this situation, activating Luck Whirlwind, which he was not proficient in, and being able to activate it twice successfully already showed Fang Yuan's luck was quite good. Immortal killer moves had outstanding effects, but their expenditure of mental energy was very high, let alone in life and death battle, where one had to maintain their attention on the enemy, consider battle tactics, as well as making appropriate responses in time. As a result, it was not the case that the more immortal killer moves activated in battle, the better. If the mind was burdened over the limit, one might not be able to give a correct response to an enemy's sudden attack, or might not even be able to react in time, leading to their defeat and death. That would truly be laughable. In fact, there were countless such laughable ends in the history of Gu Immortals. Examples of extremely powerful killer moves failing in activation and causing the Gu Immortal to die were not few. To resolve this issue, I can only raise my battle strength even further. Besides adding in more practice and modifying the immortal killer moves to make them simpler, Wisdom Path can be used to solve it. Immortal killer moves were created from the combination of countless Gu worms. Activating each Gu worm expended at least one thought of the Gu Immortal. Successfully activating one immortal killer move would expend thousands or even tens of thousands of the Gu Immortal's thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that was specialized in solving this issue. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were often able to use a greater number of and more complex immortal killer moves than Gu Immortals of other paths. Among the Wisdom Path inheritances I have obtained, the most important one is still Dong Fong Chong Fan's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It is specialized in deducing and is not specialized in controlling Gu worms and activating killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. I can fully use this foundation to develop on this aspect and make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan sent the ancient eagle hound escaping away, he examined his own shortcomings while returning and decided he had to progress on Wisdom Path next. Descending on the ground, Fang Yuan patted his stomach and opened the entrance to his immortal aperture. The entrance opened, revealing a part of the landscape in the sovereign immortal aperture. Sixth Hair stared fixedly, but how could he be able to see properly from outside the entrance? He only saw a desolate icy plain. That was many northern plains of sovereign blessed land. Sixth Hair let out a sigh of relief at this. It seems he focused on raising his battle strength, while the management of the immortal aperture has fallen. It's no wonder. After all, this sovereign immortal aperture faces calamity once every 2 months. Sixth Hair simply did not know Fang Yuan had completely plundered Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven. He thought Fang Yuan was still a pauper. Little did he know that the other areas of sovereign blessed land were beautiful mountains and rivers, lush forests, and shocking amounts of rich resources. Regardless, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Hair's eyes twitched as he gazed at the chicken-ear beast. Fang Yuan might only be rank 6, but he already holds rank 7 strength. Adding on to another rank 7 battle strength, I definitely need to report this matter to Lord Ing Wuxia. The chicken-ear beast clucked in happiness. Fang Yuan fed it large numbers of ear gu, making it extremely satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, slowly disappearing from sight. Taking in the eagle hounds one after the other into his immortal aperture, along with the falling star hound, and after sending away the chicken-ear beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Gu Immortals. This mission should be considered done by me, right? Fang Yuan lightly smiled, using an inquiring tone to ask these hairy men. The hairy man Gu Immortals nodded. Their expressions were more or less filled with reluctance, helplessness, and embarrassment. This was the fact. Without Fang Yuan making a move, their lives would have been in danger. 12th Hair opened his mouth as if to say something, but even after moving his mouth multiple times, he did not manage to say a word. He thought of his meager performance and how he had an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities. He could not help feeling ashamed. Sixth Hair was observing the other's expressions and spoke with a sinister smile. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing. You were able to defeat the Eagle Hound group by yourself. If we had not seen it personally, none of us would have believed it. If you had made a move earlier, the Falling Star Hound or whatever would have been nothing difficult, right? The Hairy Man Gu Immortals heard this, and their expressions changed slightly, feeling even more complicated. I have my own problems. I don't want to explain to you. First Supreme Elder knows about them. Fang Yuan chuckled. He then gazed at everyone before looking at 12th Hair. Alright, this matter is over now. Let us return. With the teleportation Gu formation, everyone returned to Langya Blessed Land. After hearing everyone's report, Langya Land's spirit's attitude softened by a lot. He was not very shocked at Fang Yuan's battle strength, because he knew Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring Autumn Cicada and had reborn. A rank 6 possessing rank 7 battle strength was rare, but for Fang Yuan, it was not hard to understand. Having eased his relationship with Langya Land Spirit and obtaining the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Fang Yuan was able to smoothly borrow Gu worms to use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Over the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated in peace. He mainly cultivated his soul, using Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Pa Valley, secretly trained the new killer moves like Luck Whirlwind, and in his free time, he looked after the newly obtained infant Falling Star Hound and the group of Eagle Hounds. Regarding these desolate beasts and the ancient Eagle Hound, they only needed to slightly adapt to the new environment and could live in peace. Regardless of where they lived, they were still living, right? This was the behavior of those without intelligence. As for the countless resources moved over from Heifan Grotto-Heaven, Fang Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border, because Mini Southern Border's environment was rather similar to Heifan Grotto-Heaven's. Despite this, because the Dao marks of Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture could not compare to Heifan Grotto-Heaven, many resources had reduced production and some were even on the verge of dying. As a result, Fang Yuan still had a concern, which was to quickly sell these resources that he could not grow. Besides transacting with Langya Land Spirit, the focus was on treasure Yellow Heaven. In a short period of time, Fang Yuan accumulated a large number of Immortal Essence Stones. After using a portion of the resources, the slightly insufficient Immortal Essence reserve was no longer a worry, and now it had become Fang Yuan's strong point. So much green grape Immortal Essence. I don't have to worry even if I activate triple-layered Sword Wave 100 times. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape Immortal Essence. This made him even more confident for his fourth earthly calamity. Time passed. Finally, it was time for Fang Yuan to pass another earthly calamity again. He left Langya Blessed Land and came to the northern icy plain. After choosing an area, he placed down his Immortal Aperture and opened its entrance, absorbing Heaven and Earth Chi. This time, the duration of the absorption of Heaven and Earth Chi was tens of times as long as before. The reason was that the resources inside Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture had increased by hundreds of times, expending large amounts of Heaven and Earth Chi of the Immortal Aperture. Fang Yuan then arranged Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Everything was handled with ease. After finishing the preparations, Fang Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance and welcomed the fourth earthly calamity. It was still at many northern plains. Fang Yuan encountered endless flying frost. This is profound white flying salt calamity. Fang Yuan was stunned before recognizing it. He was slightly surprised. This calamity was not strong. Instead, it was the type which could be passed rather easily. Yellowish clouds started forming in the sky. Large amounts of frost salt slowly fell down from the sky. The whole process was silent. The salt was like snow and there was not any wind. The endless salt fell down on the ground and melted the ice and snow on the ground. Some cold-resistant wild grasses and flowers that had grown on the snow were submerged by the salt and were wilting rapidly before completely dying. It is trying to destroy many northern plains ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly perplexed. For the moment, he did not move and only looked on from the side. Although there were some losses, most of his resources were currently gathered in Mini Southern Border. Many northern plains was the area Fang Yuan had been using to pass tribulations. Fang Yuan could completely bear these losses before, let alone now when he had harvested Heifan Grotto-Heaven's accumulation and had become extremely wealthy. After a while, snowmen started to appear from the endless salt and frost. This was the influence of Reckless Savage's true meaning. So long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he could obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, rapidly raising his transformation path and strength path attainment levels. This time was not like the previous time where he shared with Chu Du. Fang Yuan was going to enjoy it all by himself. Fang Yuan quickly made a move. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. The intention of Heavens will manifest it at this moment. It wanted to reduce Fang Yuan's benefits from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and Heavens will race to strike at the snowmen. Myriad Self was activated, eliminating these snowmen. Naturally, There were also other methods used. These had to be done by Fang Yuan himself. Other existences, whether they be Gu Immortal or Desolate Beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would be the one to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning. Waves of Reckless Savage's true meaning entered Fang Yuan's mind, quickly raising his attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt, they were inexorable and not something Fang Yuan could directly get rid of. This fourth earthly calamity continued for a long time. Even when the duration of the previous 3 earthly calamities were added, they would not even be 1/10 of this earthly calamity. 3 days later, profound white flying salt scale began to slightly decrease. Is this a battle of attrition? Fang Yuan frowned, somewhat puzzled. Several days went by again. The profound white flying salt calamity finally stopped. Fang Yuan gazed at the frost salt that had covered the land, the doubt in his mind intensifying. According to his previous deduction, the fourth earthly calamity should have been even more strong and even more difficult to handle. But the reality was, the profound white flying salt calamity had been mild from start to finish. It descended gradually. Fang Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He was even able to destroy almost all of the snowmen, not wasting much of Reckless Savage's true meaning. His gains were plentiful. It was as if Heaven's will was letting him go. Previously, I used some time path killer moves in Tai Chio. It was also to test Heaven's will's deduction ability and to see how it deals with me afterwards. The result was the profound white flying salt calamity. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is now over. I can let the land of salt remain. After cleansing it with self-will, I can treat it as a special environment. This earthly calamity was unimaginably easy. Fang Yuan did not suffer even a small injury. Fang Yuan retrieved his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But right at this moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. Fang Yuan entered a battlefield killer move. 9 Gu Immortals appeared around him, along with an enormous dragon-shaped beast whose aura was majestic and boundless, staring at Fang Yuan with hostility. Immemorial Desolate Beast. Fang Yuan's heart immediately sank to rock bottom. He immediately comprehended. Human calamity. So Heaven's will was intentionally extending the duration of my tribulation to set up this deadly situation for me. In an instant, Fang Yuan had fallen deep into a predicament. Chapter 1140. The sliver of hope to survive the surrounding area was frost white in color. Countless gray clouds, the size of carriages, hovered around Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds coiled around him swiftly, like hunting sharks or a pack of starving wolves. This is a battlefield immortal killer move, and one which I have not seen before. It seems to be mostly formed of cloud path. Fang Yuan was fully vigilant, and after the brief shock, his mind worked rapidly, analyzing the situation. Forget about the battlefield immortal killer move. The main point is there are actually 9 Gu Immortals and a dragon immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan observed the 9 figures. These mysterious Gu Immortals were covered in a layer of gray clouds, covering their true appearances, only revealing their eyes. As for the Gu Immortals' auras, the clouds could not hide them, they were leaked. That dragon beast was also covered in a thick layer of gray cloud as it hovered, facing Fang Yuan. It was completely releasing its majestically shocking aura. In Fang Yuan's perception, the dragon was like a lofty mountain, while he himself was like an ant at the base of the mountain. Fang Yuan was shocked. This group was too powerful. He could not even think of being their match. Strange. How could there be so many people lying in ambush? Besides shock, Fang Yuan also felt an enormous doubt. The northern icy plain rarely had humans, as there were almost no resources in it. This was a desolate land created by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. The only wealth to be found was Reckless Savage's true meaning, which Chu Du desired very much. As a result, Gu Immortals rarely came here. Moreover, before each earthly calamity, Fang Yuan would gather intel about any movements regarding Northern Plains righteous forces through Treasure Yellow Heaven, Langya Sect, and even Chu Du. There was no commotion from Northern Plains super forces. Because of He tribe's extermination, everyone was absorbing their gains and adapting to the completely new power structure of forces. Almost all of these righteous forces had territories in Northern Plains which were guarded by Gu Immortals. In fact, it was difficult for Huangjin tribes to mobilize 3 or 4 Gu Immortals at once, unless something big happened. While Demonic Path and Lone Immortals might be free, they usually moved alone. How could they suddenly gather into one group? Moreover, I have been holed up inside Langya Blessed Land for almost all the time, avoiding Wisdom Path Gu Immortals deductions. I am also protected by Dark Limit and other methods. It is almost impossible for my traces to be deduced so clearly. Where did these Gu Immortals come from? Could they be from Central Continent? Previously, to investigate the truth of 88 True Yang Building, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had allied and built a team of Gu Immortals to send to Northern Plains. Currently, Heavenly Court was trying every means possible to deal with Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. It would not be strange if they sent out another group. However, Central Continent's Gu Immortals, especially from the 10 great ancient sects or Heavenly Court, did things openly and in a grand style. How could they act so evasively like now? These Gu Immortals' appearances were hidden. Even the immemorial desolate beast was the same, and only their vague figures could be seen. Maybe this is only an illusion created by the battlefield killer move? Fang Yuan quickly speculated. From the time he put away his immortal aperture and prepared to return, to being ambushed, falling into the trap, and his current analysis of countermeasures, only a short few moments had passed. The mental capability of the body from the sovereign immortal fetus was excellent by itself, and with wisdom path methods to support him, Fang Yuan had already reacted. If it truly was such a terrifying formation, Fang Yuan did not have any hope. But he felt the probability of this being an illusion was huge, because the origins of these Gu Immortals could not be explained at all. A sharp light blossomed in Fang Yuan's eyes. At the next moment, he decisively activated Sword Escape, Immortal Gu, and charged towards the Gu Immortals. The 9 Gu Immortals did not react, as if they were stupefied. Fang Yuan flew nearer before stopping. 3 breaths Future Vision and Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe were already activated as he pointed. Sword Light shot out. Immortal Killer Move. Sword marks targeting death. A Gu Immortal with rank 6 aura moved. But a rank 7 female Gu Immortal to the side grabbed their shoulder. You can't take on this move, let me. Her voice had just sounded out. When she pointed with a finger, an ice mirror immediately appeared in the air. The sword light condensed by sword marks targeting death shot at the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through. Instead, it was reflected away. She is able to change the direction of my immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart chilled, as he quickly maneuvered sword marks targeting death back to the original direction. His sword marks targeting death's direction could be controlled by the mind once it was activated. It was just that this killer move was extremely fast and was not easy to manipulate. Sword marks targeting death returned to its proper path with difficulty, but suddenly there was another ice mirror in front. Fang Yuan could only helplessly look as sword marks targeting death derailed once again. Then, there were the 3rd, 4th, and following ice mirrors surrounding sword marks targeting death, actually making it go around in a circle. This is bad. This Gu Immortal's method counters my sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan's heart sank. A second rank 7 Gu Immortal suddenly took a step forward and gave a deep bellow, an ice spear immediately condensing in his hand. He then pulled back his arm, like drawing a bow, and after stretching to the limit, he threw the spear towards Fang Yuan. The ice spear produced a heart-shaking screech as it pierced through the air. Cold air overflowed and vapor was frozen along the way, turning into beautiful frost that floated in the air. The breathtaking scene, however, carried intense killing intent. This is an immortal killer move formed with rank 7 Immortal Gu as the core. Fang Yuan quickly jumped back to dodge the spear. But this ice spear was like sword marks targeting death. Its direction could be controlled. Fang Yuan could not dodge. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he knew just Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe could not block this move. So he sent out Strength Path Giant Hand. The Giant Hand suddenly appeared and created a barrier. It blocked in front of Fang Yuan. The ice spear reached the Giant Hand, immediately piercing through it and striking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sent flying backwards. Thick ice condensed on his whole body, and even the blood which he spurted out condensed into blocks of ice. His blood asset Immortal Gu also suffered damage. If he continued to activate it, blood asset Immortal Gu might be seriously injured or even destroyed. But in this situation, how could Fang Yuan care about this? He could only crazily use blood asset Immortal Gu to barely maintain Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe. The 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals are not illusions. What about the others then? Fang Yuan swallowed his blood and clapped, using the killer move Myriad Self. In an instant, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms surged out and covered everyone's sight. These mysterious Gu Immortals looked stunned. The 3rd rank 7 Gu Immortal smiled and called out, "Let me." He raised his arms and puffed his cheeks, before fiercely blowing. Spiraling wind shot out of his mouth. Within the blink of an eye, the wind enlarged to an enormous tornado. The tornado was as high as 30 meters. Its 2 ends were wide while the middle part was thinner and was dark green in color. It spiraled frantically, sharp as blades as it engulfed all the Strength Path Phantoms in its path and easily ripped them into pieces. The size of the Myriad Self army sharply reduced by more than half in a short period of time. Fang Yuan quickly replenished the numbers. "Brother, I will lend you a hand." The 4th rank 7 Gu Immortal spoke in a muffled voice. He pointed with his index finger, targeting the tornado. Instantaneously, a certain mysterious immortal killer move was activated. The tornado split into two, before turning into four. Within moments, four enormous tornadoes ravaged the battlefield. Their power had increased by 4 times. Fang Yuan's mind shook once again, feeling the situation was far from good. Since the battle started, he had suffered light injuries. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was injured and was in a danger of dying if it was continued to be used. While at the enemy's side, that immemorial desolate beast had yet to move. Among the 9 Gu Immortals, for rank 7s had each activated an immortal killer move, which were either mysterious and awe-inspiring or profound and exquisite. Could it be, this is not an illusion? As if he had fallen into an abyss, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wind whistled crazily. In a few short moments, the myriad self-army was going to be completely destroyed even if Fang Yuan continuously replenished them. The quality of the strength path phantoms was too low. Their numbers could not be put to good use in front of rank 7 killer moves. Myriad Self, which had always been successful, now was in an awkward place, and was not able to change the situation for Fang Yuan. No, there is still an advantage of Myriad Self. It can at least expend the enemy's immortal essence. I have a strong point in this aspect. But there are a lot of enemies. While I am alone, this advantage is as good as nothing. What can I do? The difference in strength between the two sides was so great that any battle tactic looked useless. In fact, these mysterious Gu Immortals did not work together at once. Every time they made a move, they took turns. If this immortal-level battlefield killer move was not entrapping him, perhaps Fang Yuan could make his getaway. Unfortunately, the enemy had already prepared amply. Fang Yuan also lacked space path methods. Escaping itself was a problem. Not to mention, he still had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast. This was an extremely dangerous peril. This situation was simply the worst. Compared to his first life, where he was besieged by righteous path Gu Immortals, this was innumerably more dangerous. After all, at that time, there had not been an immemorial desolate beast to control the situation. Fang Yuan probed these Gu Immortals, but regarding the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have a thought of probing it. Fang Yuan was relying on continuously activating Myriad Self to survive in this worsening situation. One after the other, the Gu Immortals made moves. Strength path phantoms were almost annihilated. The Myriad Self army, which had always until now been surging with overwhelming momentum, simply could not form a large scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sensation of incoming death shrouded Fang Yuan's mind. Requesting for reinforcements would not work. Within this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan could not even connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, he had still not given up. His thoughts moved like lightning, and he suddenly remembered. No, I still have a chance of survival. This chance of survival was not Spring Autumn Cicada. Spring Autumn Cicada was filled with Heaven's Will. Heaven's Will was trying all methods possible to eradicate Fang Yuan. Using Spring Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If it was before Fang Yuan obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his death would be certain at this moment. But it was different now. He still had one hope left. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also an immemorial desolate beast. It was just that it was only an infant currently with desolate beast-level strength. However, He Fan's true inheritance naturally had time path immortal killer moves that could speed up the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's aging and push it to grow in a short period of time. With this, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was also a space path immemorial desolate beast that could enter and exit Grotto-Heavens and the immemorial 9 heavens. There was a huge chance it could pierce through this battlefield killer move. Persevere. I need to persevere until the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle reaches rank 8. When he thought of this, Fang Yuan immediately changed his battle tactics. Chapter 1141. Refusal to listen or believe. The time path immortal killer move was already quietly activated inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was affected by the killer move. Its body's time was rapidly quickened by countless times, making it mature quickly. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle cried out, feeling extremely unwell. On one hand, it was because its body was growing rapidly, while on the other hand, it was hungry. It required many heavenly crystals to fill its stomach every day. Right now, in just one breath, a day had passed for its body, and with its body growing continuously, how could it not feel hungry? Naturally, He Fan had considered this situation as well, so there was another immortal killer move which was used specially to make up for this flaw. At the same time, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle huddled up in the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest and began to eat madly. Only such a two-pronged approach could sustain its growth. This was a quick growth method and had a lot of flaws. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had been in contact with Fang Yuan for a very short time. Now with its strength suddenly increasing, it would become more bestial and would not be easy to control. Moreover, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth rate was sped up too much, and there was no way for it to adapt and get familiar with its growth, so it might not be able to use even 30% of its strength. However, Fang Yuan had no other choice. He was in a desperate situation, and this was his only hope to get out of this predicament. He was like a drowning man who was firmly grasping onto the sole life-saving straw. Myriad Self was continuously activated. The once powerful killer move had now become the only reliance for Fang Yuan to stall for time. He had used Familiar Face to disguise himself and mixed in among the Strength Path Phantoms. The enemy Gu Immortals had not discovered him since the start. The tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu Immortals had each made their moves, their powerful killer moves shrouding the entire battlefield. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantoms could only last about 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never activated Myriad Self as frequently as now. Fortunately, Myriad Self was created by him, and by now, he was so proficient with it that it had turned into an instinct, and there had yet to be failure when activating it. However, his Green Grape Immortal Essence Reserve was rapidly dwindling. Regarding Immortal Essence Reserves, Fang Yuan was completely in a disadvantage. He naturally had no way to compare with the 9 enemy Gu Immortals. This guy's concealment skill is quite amazing. An enemy Gu Immortal praised. Relax, as long as this battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, is here, we don't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu Immortal replied. Rat-like thing come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free from suffering. The 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals did not speak, but the other 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals yelled, vainly attempting to shake Fang Yuan's will. But could Fang Yuan waver so easily? His will was firmer than steel. Even when he was in danger, he would not give up trying until the very last moment. Since he was using a stalling tactic, Fang Yuan would never reveal himself. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was growing rapidly. It already gave a trace of an ancient desolate beast's aura. As for the Heavenly Crystal Eagle nest, it was already eaten by over half. But this growth rate was still far from enough. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was the key for this battle. The enemy has the numerical advantage. Their immortal killer moves also seem to be endless. Once I take out the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, if my breakthrough attempt fails, I will probably be immediately dealt with the next moment. I won't have any second chance. I must succeed in one try. Just as he thought of it, Fang Yuan suddenly heard a chuckle by his ear. He found you. This was a female Gu Immortal's voice. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end, and without caring about exposing his true self, he activated Sword Escape, Immortal Gu. He flew towards the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed on his original spot, quickly forming into thick ice the size of a pavilion. He's quite fast, a rank 6 Gu Immortal said in surprise. Her voice was the same voice that had sounded by Fang Yuan's ear. Shui, you succeeded. Not bad. A rank 7 Gu Immortal praised. Thank you, Great-Grandma. The female Gu Immortal seemed to be happy. Although I cannot break through his disguise, every time he activates his killer move to create those phantoms, the aura of the killer move will leak out. He might be heavily concealed, but it is of no use. As the frequency increased, I discovered him. Good. Let me see where you can escape. Another rank 7 Gu Immortal shouted, directly charging towards Fang Yuan. He was extremely fast. Shortly afterwards, he reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan recognized this Gu Immortal. This person was the one who had shot the ice spear before. Die. The rank 7 Gu Immortal clenched his fists. Instantly 2 ice spears condensed in his hands. A close combat Gu Immortal. A sharp light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly retreated. However, Sword Escape was actually unable to throw the enemy off. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he noticed his body was covered in a layer of thin gray clouds. It was the cause of his reduction in speed. While on the other side, the rank 7 Gu Immortal's speed seemed to have been increased. If I let you escape freely, would not it make me look incompetent? The Gu Immortal controlling the battlefield killer move was standing straight, with his hands folded in front of his chest, watching the battle situation from afar. Fang Yuan was forced to engage in close combat. This rank 7 Gu Immortal was very powerful with outstanding fighting skill. Within several moves, Fang Yuan's left arm and stomach were pierced. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was heavily injured. Large amounts of fragmentary ice and snow path down marks were engraved on Fang Yuan's wounds, making them difficult to heal. Cold air entered his limbs and bones, further lowering his speed. The sovereign immortal body's disadvantage appeared for the first time. There were no conflicts between down marks, causing Fang Yuan to be easily injured. Previously, Fang Yuan was defending and painstakingly dodging around. But at this moment, He had no choice but to face the consequences of this weakness. Die. The enemy's offense was extremely fierce. He thrusted the ice spear in his right hand towards Fang Yuan's forehead, while quietly moving the ice spear in his left hand towards Fang Yuan's heart. Blood torrent. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his killer move, bizarrely curving around and dodging the enemy's attack. Blood path. A rank 6 among the Gu immortals blurted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable sinner. He actually cultivates blood path. We can be considered to be eliminating an evil, helping the people of the world. I had been somewhat suspicious of that defensive killer move earlier. So it was like this. The Gu immortal dual-wielding spears was filled with even more killing intent as he pounced over again. Giant hand. Fang Yuan suddenly slammed. A strength path giant hand flew out. In such a short distance, the Gu immortal with dual spears was unable to dodge. But he had not even thought of dodging. Head on. He pierced the giant hand with his 2 spears and continued to chase Fang Yuan. Since he could fight in close range, he naturally had extremely outstanding defensive methods. If not for this, how could he dare to take the risk? The 2 spears in his hands intertwined into dense spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of a close combat Gu immortal's attack speed. Close combat Gu immortals were few in numbers. They had once flourished in ancient times, but were now almost extinct. However, if such a Gu immortal manages to get near to the opponent, they would become an extreme threat. Fang Yuan was constantly in a life-and-death situation. He had to pay close attention to the enemy's movements, and slight negligence could result in him dying. Fang Yuan possessed many immortal killer moves, but in close combat, in most cases, he could only concentrate on dodging. Because there was no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves, and once his response was delayed, it could be his death. Fang Yuan's momentum was already destroyed. He was barely able to continue for a while before the enemy finally found a gap and pierced a spear through his heart. It is over. At this moment, the enemy's expression was slightly relaxed. Man as before. As Fang Yuan erupted, he used Man as before Immortal Gu to restore the fatal injuries. Then using Dark Assassination, he shot towards the enemy's head. In an instant, Fang Yuan had established his victory. He had been concealing Man as before, waiting for this battle opportunity. Sounds of shock rose, but the Gu immortals were not angry. At the next instant, Fang Yuan saw a strange sight. The enemy's head was not made of blood and flesh, and was completely formed from gray clouds. The gray clouds scattered before condensing, and the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head, laughing. Not bad. You could actually destroy my head, Human Gu immortals are so crafty. If it were normal times, I would have already died. Unfortunately, this is within Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, an immortal-level battlefield. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. Not knowing the mechanism of this battlefield killer move led to an error in judgment. Although this is the first time I have heard of Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, it is truly a fierce battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan let out a breath. His whole body was filled with injuries. He had intentionally concealed Man as before and used it at the crucial time, but his painstaking plan had been thwarted by Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. That goes without saying. This was created by Lady Earth Mother. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal spoke with pride. Fang Yuan took the chance to look at his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. However, it was near death. The heavenly crystals were already finished, and it was now starving to death. Fang Yuan quickly dispelled the effect of the immortal killer move on the upper extreme heavenly eagle and attempted to feed other things to it. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth closed. Damn it. Earlier, I was too busy dealing with the enemy. I simply had no time to be concerned about the upper extreme heavenly eagle's situation. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemies could not die. Fang Yuan did not have any strategy to ensure his victory. Dealing with just one rank 7 Gu immortal was difficult. Not to mention, there was also the dragon immemorial desolate beast that had not moved from the start. What now? Death was already approaching close. Young man, leave your name. You are a worthy adversary. After this life of mine, my battle with you shall be remembered as a glory by my descendants. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal pressed on forward. The atmosphere was solemn. Other Gu immortals did not speak anything to stop him, seemingly approving of the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal's words. Fang Yuan, however, revealed a confident smile. My name is not important. What is important is my status. I am a supreme elder of Lang Ya blessed land, a member of a variant human force. In the current situation of the world, we variant humans should not take up arms against each other. Isn't that the case? Snowmen, rockmen, and hairy men should help each other, not have internal fights which will instead please enemies. How do you know? The dual-wielding Gu Immortal was extremely surprised. He actually knows of our identities. Quick, kill him. Human Gu Immortals have always been crafty. Don't listen to his misleading words. The other Gu Immortals cried out, almost screaming. What lang you blessed land? Also, you are clearly a human. What hairy man? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal furiously pierced forward with his spears. Fang Yuan exposed their identities, but they simply did not listen to or believe Fang Yuan's words. Chapter 1142, Bluffing. Deceiving. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal rushed towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are indeed stubborn? Or is this the influence of heaven's will? Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark. He looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charging at him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom. At the next moment, he opened the entrance to his sovereign immortal aperture and released a gigantic beast. This is... The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal felt a majestic aura that instantly overwhelmed his body and mind. His momentum stopped abruptly, and his battle intent had dispersed at that very instant. What Fang Yuan released was none other than the upper extreme heavenly eagle that had now matured to immemorial level. A truly mature upper extreme heavenly eagle was extremely huge, multiple times the size of a whale. It did not lose out even when compared to that immemorial dragon desolate beast. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was a terrifying rank 8 level battle force. Shock. Instantly, the enemy immortals were all shocked and dumbstruck. They had never expected Fang Yuan to still be holding such a card in reserve. This trump card was too strong. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was almost trembling from fear. The atmosphere of the whole battlefield had instantly transformed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head and coldly snorted. Why do you think I was fearless since the start? Even if your battlefield killer move is powerful, could it obstruct my upper extreme heavenly eagle? The enemy immortals' bodies jolted upon hearing this. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. According to legends, this eagle is a space-path immemorial desolate beast that can avoid the heavenly wind-chi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only this, it can also pierce through space and enter Grotto-Heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The group of immortals communicated in fluster. Fang Yuan had a confident smile on his face. Even if you use that dragon immemorial desolate beast, I am confident of escaping. But what I said before is all true. I simply don't need to deceive you. And even if I wanted to deceive you, such a shoddy lie could easily be exposed. Why would I waste my time? The enemy immortals fell into silence. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle was the best evidence of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was the nearest. The upper extreme heavenly eagle filled his whole vision. Despite the upper extreme heavenly eagle slightly closing its eyes, the cold light leaking out of the crack of its eyes still made him feel like he had fallen into an icy abyss. Did you verify it? Is it real or not? The Gu Immortals secretly transmitted their voices. It was rather ironic. Just before, when Fang Yuan was ambushed and saw this terrifying battle formation, the first thing he felt was doubt at whether this was real or an illusion. Now, after Fang Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle, these Gu Immortals were experiencing the same thing. It is real. That rank 6 Gu Immortal called Shui Er spoke with shock. Moreover, that upper extreme heavenly eagle's vitality is extremely flourishing. Don't be fooled by its unmoving and harmless look. Once it attacks, it would definitely be earth-shaking. Soon, the rank 7 Gu Immortals confirmed one after the other. He only has a blessed land. How could he store an immemorial desolate beast? Although it is unimaginable, it is the truth. What should we do? He can use an immemorial desolate beast. Could it be that we also have to send out the immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the dragon beast in Gray Cloud Battle Puppet was not as intimidating as it appeared. Although the aura was real, it could not fully display its rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Gray Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a core rank 8 immortal Gu, and was not suitable for use on rank 8 level existences. Another reason was, the Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals' main bodies were far below underground. They put in their respective Gu worms and immortal essence in this Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, forming battle puppets that were not weaker than the main bodies. That is to say, the power of Gray Cloud Battle Puppet originated from the remote control of the Gu Immortals, and the immortal essence along with Gu worms concealed in the battle puppets. The battlefield killer move could form a Gray Cloud Battle Puppet corresponding to the immemorial rock dragon. But the immemorial rock dragon did not have a Gu Immortal's intelligence, let alone remote controlling the puppet. It could not even freely use immortal Gu. As such, it was unable to manifest its strength. That was the reason for this rank 8 battle strength to not move even the slightest since the start of the battle. It was instead Fang Yuan who was cautious and did not dare to even risk probing it. Naturally, this was common sense. Just like now, the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was stunned and did not dare to attack the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. When Fang Yuan released the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the situation completely transformed. The rank 8 battle strength on the variant human Gu Immortal side was only a facade, while they were unaware of the details regarding Fang Yuan and thought they were on the weaker side. And Fang Yuan? He was also not clear of the variant human Gu Immortals, and also did not know if the immemorial dragon beast was only there for show. He also felt his strength was on the weaker side. As far as the truth was concerned, Fang Yuan's judgment was correct. Right now, Fang Yuan was feeling rather tense. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was about to die from hunger, and he had to use blood path methods to disguise it to look like it had flourishing vitality. Once it was attacked, this disguise would fail. However, the other side did not dare to attack. The reason? Once they attacked, if they could not kill their enemy and let him escape, that would be a very troublesome situation. Even if they summoned the immemorial rock dragon from the deep underground, if the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle wanted to escape, they would not be able to stop it. Since Fang Yuan exposed their identities, he also knew of their misgivings. Their identities. Once their identities of the snowmen and rockmen were exposed to Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, it would immediately lead to invasion from the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. Human forces were strong and had killed on their path to reach this age since the immemorial antiquity era. They absolutely would not let such a huge variant human superforce to exist beside them. Thus, when the variant human Gu Immortals ambushed Fang Yuan, they had concealed their appearances. The variant human Gu Immortals had even mobilized 9 Gu Immortals and moved out an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation, just to handle Fang Yuan, one person. It was to make sure there was no mishap, but even in such a foolproof plan, there were many mishaps because of Fang Yuan alone. Finally, he even brought out an immemorial desolate beast, upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If they had known this earlier, how could the variant human Gu Immortals still lay in ambush and end up in this current awkward situation of not knowing what to do? Fang Yuan waited for a while. The variant human Gu Immortals did not speak. He shook his head and gave a helpless smile. All right, I have already said this. Why are you still not believing me? Could it be that you really want us to fight to the death? Naturally, I won't be the one to die. How could we trust you, a human? A rank 7 Gu Immortal said with anger. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Since the other side spoke, that means they had been deceived. He got the opportunity, now it would depend on his performance. Thereupon, Fang Yuan activated Familiar Face. Immortal Killer Moves Aura. Spread everywhere. The variant human Gu Immortals immediately became vigilant. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal even retreated far away. However, what came next shocked the variant human Gu Immortals, as they looked on with wide eyes at Fang Yuan transforming into a hairy man with no flaws. I am a transformation path Gu Immortal, and I inherited a portion of the true inheritance of Ren Wang. I could easily deceive you all by transforming into a hairy man, but why did I not do so? Fang Yuan spoke in sincere fashion as he spread his arms and turned back to his previous appearance. The variant human Gu Immortals quietly looked at him. Fang Yuan continued to bullshit. I did it as an act of sincerity to you. Since I realized your identities just moments ago, then we can be considered people on the same side. Although I am a human Gu Immortal, I am truly a member of Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's origin is Longhair Ancestor. Currently, under Langya Land Spirit's lead, Langya Sect has been created, and I am one of the supreme elders of the sect. If you believe me, then open up the battlefield killer move, and I will send a message to inform the sect of this matter. The variant human Gu Immortals looked at each other, but nobody moved. Both sides were at a stalemate. Fang Yuan did not dare to let their minds wander. After all, Heaven's will was influencing them. To dispel Heaven's will's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to talk and change their minds. Heaven's will was not fake will, and its influence over variant human Gu Immortals was not high. After all, the intelligence of variant humans was second to only humans. It was because of this that Fang Yuan had hope. All right, I will show my sincerity first. Fang Yuan suddenly sighed and opened his immortal aperture, placing the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle inside. This move shocked all the variant human Gu Immortals. Careful. Although the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle has been placed inside, it can rely on its power to come out of the aperture and make a move at any time. Enough. Dispel Gray Cloud Battle Puppet. Leader, could it be that you still think Gray Cloud Battle Puppet can trap him? The other variant human Gu Immortals were unable to reply. From what they saw, the truth was indeed like that. Amidst the stifling silence, the killer move Gray Cloud Battle Puppet was slowly dispelled. Fang Yuan's vision was once again filled with the sight of the bright landscape of Northern Plains. He strongly endured the impulse of making an immediate getaway. speaking to these variant human Gu immortals. Good. Friends are often made after a fight. I will immediately notify Langya's sect, staying here and waiting for the sect to send Gu immortals. Fang Yuan's joyful attitude was naturally a disguise. But with his acting along with attitude Gu, there was no flaw at all. At least, these variant human Gu immortals did not notice any flaw. Adding on that Fang Yuan did not run away. It gave even more proof of the truth of his words. Then we shall invite you to make a visit underground as a guest. Here, the other gray clouds had all dispersed, while only a Rockman Gu immortal's physical body was remaining. He was the person controlling gray cloud battle puppet. Haha, please lead the way. Fang Yuan followed this Rockman Gu immortal into the underground part of this icy plane. The facts prove that Heaven's will's influence towards Gu immortals was not remarkable. At least, Fang Yuan was able to use words to dispel this influence. Naturally, it was on the basis of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It was because of the existence of the immemorial desolate beast that these variant human Gu immortals changed their minds. After all, Heaven's will could not destroy these Gu immortals' rationality. Challenging an immemorial desolate beast would be looking for death. In the depths below the icy plane, there was a scenic and beautiful world of its own. Fang Yuan was vaguely encircled by several Gu immortals as they led him, while he looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human Gu immortals were also in the same situation, until Langya's sect sent a group of hairy man Gu immortals to this place. 12th hair and 6th hair were among them. Chapter 1143, I Am. Rejoicing. Northern icy plain, deep underground. Within a large hall, stone chairs and tables were arranged in a circle. Thick vines grew on the walls and grass grew between the cracks of the rocks. 3 bonfires were burning high at the center of the hall. It is said that this was a tradition passed down from the olden antiquity era. When variant humans attend to esteemed guests, they would set up a banquet and burn 3 bonfires. Snowman, Rockman, and Hairy Man Gu immortals, as well as Fang Yuan, were seated inside the hall. The fire shone on every person's face and their smiles could be seen. All kinds of fruits were laid in front of everyone, and soon, Rockman servants served each person a large bowl of wine. This is our Rockman tribe's lip fish wine, have a taste. Shizong stood up from his seat and called out while holding the wine bowl. Shizong was this Rockman tribe's first supreme elder. He had not joined the battle to kill Fang Yuan. His whole body shone with many colors from the countless gold, silver, and pearl ornaments inlaid on him. This was the style of Rockman tribes. Rockman bodies were made completely of rocks, and in their long period of life, all kinds of gold, silver, iron, and steel ores would grow on their bodies. Rockmen took this as a symbol of good looks and honor. The higher the position of the Rockman, the more extravagant ornaments they would have on them. Not only Shizong, several other Rockman Gu immortals present on the scene were the same. Since Shizong had invited it, all the immortals held up their wine bowls in response. Shizong and the other immortals took big gulps of the wine. The hairy men did the same. Only Fang Yuan took a small sip. After Shizong had finished drinking, he put down the bowl, which did not even have a drop of wine remaining. Cheers broke out. Other Gu immortals also imitated him and drank down all the wine in their bowls. The immortals laughed. The calm atmosphere became lively. Only Fang Yuan put down the wine bowl, having only drunken a bit of the lip fish wine. The Snowman and Rockman Gu immortals turned a blind eye to this. Instead, the dissension rose from within the hairy man Gu immortals. 6th hair criticized Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Don't you know your action is impolite? The host finished the wine. You, as a guest, should also follow and not leave behind any wine in your bowl. This is respect towards the host. Ah, I forgot you are a human and not one of us variant humans. No wonder you don't know this tradition passed down from the remote antiquity era. 6th hair was a spy placed in Langya's sect by Shadow Sect. He took advantage of every chance to cause trouble for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. His gaze scanned around before he spoke leisurely. How would I not know of this tradition? It is just that this lip fish wine is the saliva left behind by underground rockfish. I don't like drinking it. You. 6th hair's expression looked dark, but he was happy inwardly. Fang Yuan's words were no doubt offending the other side, which was what he intended. In Fang Yuan's letter to Langya's sect to notify the land spirit, he had naturally not mentioned everything, and only explained the matter roughly. 6th hair and the others did not know that Fang Yuan had brought out an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in the life and death battle with the snowmen and rockmen, before he could make the other side compromise. In fact, when Fang Yuan had joined Langya's sect, Langya land spirit had issued a mission to find variant human allies. Since Fang Yuan had found them, he naturally completed this mission and was sure to receive rewards from Langya's sect. As a member of Shadow Sect, 6th hair did not want to see Fang Yuan obtain benefits and develop. Right now, he spoke up to try and suppress Fang Yuan. Haha. Since Elder Fang Yuan does not like this wine, then we shall change to another one. Bring out the Ice Wolf wine from my winery. A Snowman Gu Immortal laughed. Snowman had snow-white skin, ice blue pupils, and aqua blue hair. This Snowman Gu Immortal was robust and strong. His upper body was bare, revealing a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His aqua blue hair was tied up, revealing a firm and dauntless face. This person's name was Bingjua. He was that dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal who had made Fang Yuan struggle bitterly. Soon, a snowman's servant brought the wine. This was a wine bowl made from ice. The wine inside was almost frozen and released cold air. To tell the truth, I myself don't like drinking lipfish wine, so I brewed this wine. How about giving it a taste? Bingjua passionately spoke. Fang Yuan swept his gaze at the wine and intentionally spoke without proper respect. Let me taste it then. Let's see if it is to my taste or not. Please. Bingjua laughed. Fang Yuan drank a gulp. The first instance this wine entered his mouth, it was icy cold, but when it entered his throat, it became hot like fire. The feeling of ice and fire immediately made Fang Yuan's eyes brighten as he spoke. Good wine. Ha ha. Bingjua laughed loudly. Since you like it, then please drink some more. He had just finished speaking when the Immortals saw Fang Yuan lift the whole bowl and drink it down in one gulp. The Immortals were dazed for a moment, before applauding and cheering loudly. Fang Yuan discreetly glanced at Sixth Hair while laughing internally. He had already known Sixth Hair's intention. Sixth Hair would not let any mishaps happen to Fang Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saves Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be Fang Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Hair would not harm Fang Yuan's life. Sixth Hair could only suppress Fang Yuan at most, and delay his growth to make it easier for Shadow Sect in the future. Sixth Hair had already done this before, making Fang Yuan's relation with Langya's sect turn cold. However, how could he have ever expected Fang Yuan to have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle and moreover, that he had used it to successfully awe the snowmen and rockmen? An immemorial level battle strength. These variant human Gu Immortals had no choice but to give respect to it. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Hair provoked or smeared, Fang Yuan's importance was much greater than all the hairy man Gu Immortals combined. In fact, variant humans very strongly revered strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans that had passed down since the immemorial antiquity era. Because be it the era of eating raw flesh and drinking blood, or the period of war between different races, or the era when they were slaughtered by humans, great strength had always brought more space to survive and opportunities to these variant humans. It was instead the humans who, after becoming the overlord of the 5 regions and having an unshakable position, stopped having as much reverence for strength as before. It could not compare to these variant humans who were barely surviving at some isolated parts of the world. Fang Yuan had intentionally made things difficult, and as far as these variant human Gu Immortals were concerned, it was normal. What expert did not have some attitude? If Fang Yuan did not display it, they would instead feel uneasy. Fang Yuan knew the mentality of these variant human Gu Immortals very well. Naturally, he also had another reason for it. That was to probe their intentions. Now, Fang Yuan was basically completely confident that he was safe. What's going on? Looking at the variant human Gu Immortals' smiling expressions, Sixth Hair was greatly shocked. Next, almost all Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals approached Fang Yuan, while leaving aside the hairy man Gu Immortals. Elder Fang Yuan, here, I will toast you. Elder Fang Yuan sure is a great drinker. Fang Yuan did not refuse them, he drank each time. The hairy man Gu Immortals looked at each other in confusion. Sixth Hair was extremely bewildered. What magic bewitchment has Fang Yuan used? He is actually so greatly welcomed. If Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man's appearance, then maybe it could make sense. But he was in his original form, which was a genuine human. Elder Fang Yuan, I, Shui Air, shall pour wine for you. During the feast, a beautiful female snowman Gu Immortal actually walked over to Fang Yuan and took up the work of a servant, pouring the Ice Wolf wine for Fang Yuan. The other hairy man Gu Immortals looked on with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted out, "What the hell are you all doing? Are you even variant humans?" Fang Yuan is clearly a human Gu Immortal. Human. The humans who had slaughtered and marginalized you variant humans. Shui Air, you are that snowman who discovered my true body. Fang Yuan brazenly sized up this female snowman immortal and asked. The female snowman lowered her head and gave a coy smile. I am only good at some investigative methods. Elder Fang Yuan is the true hero. 12th Hair had been drinking wine, but when he heard these words, he could not help spurting out the wine. 6th Hair looked like he was about to fly into a rage, almost cursing at the female Gu Immortal. What is your intention? Hey, why is your face red? What are you doing by lowering your head and acting shy? Still taking sneaky glances at Fang Yuan. You think I can't see your expression? Damn it. Are you a snowman or not? Pay attention to your identity. I don't deserve the title of hero. Fang Yuan laughed half-heartedly. Even he himself was somewhat surprised. The attitude of these variant human Gu immortals seemed to have changed a little too much. Bing Zhuo walked over at this moment while holding his wine bowl. If Elder Fang Yuan is not a hero, then who can still claim to be a hero? Shui Er gave a timely introduction. This is Brother Bing Zhuo. He is the strongest in our tribe. Normally he is cold and extremely prideful. Only when talking with Elder Fang Yuan is he this passionate. Fang Yuan stood up and assessed this Gu immortal. If I am not wrong, you are the person who dual-wielded spears and fought with me for dozens of rounds. Bing Zhuo laughed, giving a thumbs up. Elder Fang Yuan, you have a good eye for detail. Fang Yuan did not continue gossiping and directly chugged down the wine. Bing Zhuo was overjoyed and also chugged down his wine. Cheers rose up once again, while Shui Er clapped from the side. Heroes attract heroes. The hairy man Gu immortals looked on, dumbfounded. No one was paying attention to them. The other side's Gu immortals were all looking at Fang Yuan. Sixth Hair almost slammed the table. Bing Zhuo's attitude was making him feel worse. He mentally screamed, "What in the world are you guys doing? Forget about that female Gu immortal named Shui Er. Fang Yuan's current appearance is quite handsome. What are you, a man, being so excited for? Look at your laughing expression. You look like you want to be sworn brothers with Fang Yuan. What are you thinking? The strongest in your tribe and also a hero? Being this close with a human Gu immortal, you want to betray your tribe?" Bing Zhuo sighed. Compared to Elder Fang Yuan, how could I be considered a hero? Elder Fang Yuan possesses an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. If Elder Fang Yuan was not on the same side as us, we might have provoked a disaster for our tribes. While what? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. In an instant, the hairy man Gu immortals looked at each other in shock. Elder Fang Yuan, I didn't hear wrongly, right? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Sixth Hair finally could not endure it. He stood up suddenly and stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "Not long ago, I allied with Chu Du to get to Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven and take Hei Fan's true inheritance. This upper extreme heavenly eagle is one of the gains." What? The hairy man Gu immortals exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the snowman and rockman Gu immortals also exchanged looks with each other. Sixth Hair took a step back unconsciously, staring at Fang Yuan incredulously, and then looking at the other Gu immortals. In that instant, he finally realized and understood why these variant human Gu immortals gave so much importance to Fang Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast, rank 8 battle strength. Plop. Sixth Hair could not bear such a huge impact. His legs gave way, and he sat down again on the stone chair. I did not have the time to inform all of you. Come, let us Langya sect members have a drink. This calls for a celebration. Fang Yuan smiled and raised his wine bowl. The hairy man Gu immortals reacted, revealing joyous expressions. Our Langya sect also has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly unfathomable, simply amazing. Elder Fang Yuan, it was my mistake in the incident earlier. I had eyes but failed to recognize Tianti Mountain. The hairy man Gu immortals all had looks of acceptance. This was the prestige of rank 8 battle strength. Sixth Hair also rose his wine bowl with a smile, while inwardly, he was spurting blood from anger. Fang Yuan glanced at him, smiling. Elder Sixth Hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth Hair smiled towards him. He indeed was a spy who had lurked for many years. His expression did not show any flaws. It was just his voice that had turned somewhat hoarse. This is because I am extremely excited for you, Elder Fang Yuan, and for Langya sect. I am rejoicing. Chapter 1144, Refining Gu, Grand Commotion. Snow descended slowly and quietly. There was no wind. A series of snowy mountain peaks formed a range. A couple were snuggling each other near the window, looking outside at the snowy landscape. There was a warm atmosphere in the room. The wife was neat and graceful. Some white color was already beginning to show in her hair. She leaned on her husband's arm and spoke with nostalgia. It has been so long since I watched the snowy landscape with you this serenely. Her husband already looked old, but was in good health. He comfortingly patted his wife's arm with his aged hand and spoke slowly. I would like to stay with you always and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the time we first met? His wife chuckled. The joyous memory seemed to be resurfacing in front of her eyes. That was also a snowy day. You were still hot-headed, wanting to become stronger and stronger. I wanted to become stronger. Wasn't it for the sake of becoming worthy of you? Back then, you said you would marry me when I cultivate to rank 8. Hee. The old man laughed. His laughter had some craftiness as well as some pride. His wife's smile, however, shrank slightly, and her brows furrowed. To tell the truth, I regret it a little. I would rather your cultivation be slightly lower. To be your husband, how could I have lower cultivation level? Rest assured, As long as we refine fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu, I have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Then our future will be boundless as the sea and sky, and I can stay with you forever. As he said this, the old man's sight slowly became sharper, revealing an extraordinarily powerful aura. His aura went from weak to strong, continuously growing stronger. As time passed, it actually flowed outside, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling and float in front of him. His wife slowly moved away from him, quietly looking at the snowy landscape as a firm will emerged in her eyes. Let us begin. After a long while, the old man spoke, breaking the silence. His wife only replied with one word. Okay. Old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou began refining fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Gu. On this day, gorgeous lights shot out to the sky from snowy mountain-blessed land, unable to be hidden or concealed. Northern Plains Gu Immortal world had yet to recover from the commotion of He tribe's annihilation, but now, it fell into upheaval once again. Old ancestor Shui Hu had begun refining rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven Gu. This news was like a whirlwind that engulfed the whole Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Feng Xian Grotto-Heaven. Such a grand show, as if he is afraid others won't come to wreck his plan. But this is indeed old Shui Hu's style. Prince Feng Xian chuckled indifferently at the news. Lord, if we let old ancestor Shui Hu successfully refine the rank 8 Immortal Gu, I am afraid he would just get much stronger. Gu Immortal Yulan spoke from beside Prince Feng Xian. Even without fortune rivaling heaven Gu, he is still the #1 expert of Northern Plains. Our current task is to capture Fang Yuan. We have already obtained news from that side. Heavenly Court has deduced and confirmed Fang Yuan is in Northern Plains. Prince Feng Xian laughed, his eyes shining with cold light. His hatred towards Fang Yuan was deep. The reason? Because Prince Feng Xian's original task had been to infiltrate 88 True Yang building. But the grand plan was destroyed by Fang Yuan, causing his many years of waiting to go down the drain. Could he not feel hatred? By Zhu Grotto-Heaven. Old ancestor Shui, who has been fiddling around for these years, he finally decided to act. Heavenly Lord Baizu mumbled, then shook his head. After that battle with old ancestor Shui Hu, Heavenly Lord Baizu was even more aware of the other side's strength. Just I alone am absolutely not old ancestor Shui Hu's opponent. Also, wrecking his refinement plan would mean I will be an irreconcilable enemy of him. But I have now established Baizu tribe. This is the result of many years of planning and arduous work. I cannot make a move lightly. Unless Yao Huang and some other people want to make a move, before they show any signs, I should concentrate on invading that He Fan Grotto-Heaven instead. Yao Huang Grotto-Heaven. A large cauldron was floating in front of Yao Huang. It was made from cauldron strength Immortal Gu. Inside the cauldron were countless immortal materials. The blazing fire below, it was constantly melting these immortal materials into liquid and fusing them. When he heard the news of old ancestor Shui Hu's Gu refinement, the fire heating the cauldron trembled. Yao Huang sighed and mumbled to himself, fighting with old Shui Hu is not wise. Instead, I just need to concentrate on refining this resurrection from the dead Immortal Gu, and I will also possess a rank 8 Immortal Gu, and solve the issue of lifespan. Longevity Heaven. Look at those lights soaring to the sky, humph. Old ancestor Shui Hu has really started refining fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Even if he is a rank 8 Gu Immortal, he is too audacious to dare to covet Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Immortal Gu. Longevity Heaven was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's Grotto-Heaven. The Gu Immortals who lived inside were descendants of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable with the closest bloodline connection to him. They naturally did not want to see fortune rivaling heaven Gu falling into an outsider's hands. However, they were unable to make a move. Because of one person, 5 Elements Grandmaster. Elder Fang Yuan, please come in. This is our tribe's sacred land. Earth Mother Altar. Shi Chung respectfully guided Fang Yuan. This Rockman Gu Immortal was only rank 6, but he controlled the immortal battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. He was clearly a character representing the next generation of the Rockmen. Following with him was also the rank 6 female Gu Immortal from the Snowman tribe, Shuaer. Right now, some days had already passed since the banquet. The allied tribes of Snowmen and Rockmen living here treated Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man Gu Immortals with utmost cordiality. According to Lang Yalan Spirit's arrangement, Sixth Hair and the others were responsible for negotiating about cooperation and alliance between both sides. As for Fang Yuan, he was accompanied to tour around and view the scenery, becoming familiar with the lifestyle of these variant humans. Over these last few days, Fang Yuan had deep insight. These snowmen and rockmen were living and hiding below the northern icy plain, but they were filled with awareness of crisis and were extremely strict in the upbringing of their later generations, almost to the point of cruelty. This led to generations after generations of powerful variant human Gu Immortals. Compared to them, Fan Grotto-Heaven's Gu Immortals formed an extremely clear contrast. Elder Fang Yuan, didn't you ask me yesterday why there is such earth and soil below the northern icy plain? You will know once you enter. Shui giggled. Okay. Fang Yuan nodded, being somewhat curious. When he entered Earth Mother Altar and saw two statues enshrined at the center, he was left staring. He was shocked, because he saw a female human immortal hugging a Rockman Gu Immortal's arm. The two were looking into the distance with blissful expressions, looking like they had lived a charmed life together. This is the 27th First Supreme Elder of my tribe, Shermu. The one beside him is his wife, my tribe's most respected Lady Earth Mother. Of course, as you can see, Lady Earth Mother is a human Gu Immortal. Sure, Chung introduced. This was somewhat unthinkable. A female human immortal actually fell in love with a Rockman Gu Immortal and was enshrined and respected by the later generations of Rockmen to this degree. Shui continued. Lady Earth Mother was kind and benevolent. Her love transcends race. She was deeply saddened that the Rockman tribe did not have land for survival, and not long after Lord Shermu passed away, she also died of her own accord to be with her love. For the sake of the later generations, her Dao marks and blessed land turned into this underground land, allowing Rockmen to have a foundation for survival. Fang Yuan firmly stared at this couple's statues. His mind was surging frantically, because this Earth Mother, whom the Rockmen and Snowmen respected and revered, he actually knew her. Naturally, he and Earth Mother were not people of the same time period. There would normally not have been any link between them. The reason why Fang Yuan could recognize Earth Mother's identity was because he had soul-searched He Chung. Because Earth Mother was the missing He Feng Yu of He tribe, old ancestor He Fan's most beloved granddaughter. Who could have expected that He Feng Yu disappeared as a result of hiding her own identity? She fell in love with a Rockman Gu Immortal. This definitely would not have been accepted by the tribe, and even more so, would not have been accepted by the human Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. As for why she fell in love and stayed with a Rockman Gu Immortal, there definitely must have been a hidden story. Fang Yuan was expressionless, but was inwardly sighing. No matter what the truth of the past was, he had no intention to excavate it. Every person had their own life to lead, their own loved and hated enemies, right? Shui had been secretly observing Fang Yuan, and seeing Fang Yuan having no expression of disgust or anger, her whole heart felt joyous. She then looked at the statues of Shermu and Earth Mother dazedly, speaking with certain intent. I won't hide it from Elder Fang Yuan. From my perspective, love has no boundaries. Whether it be Rockmen or humans, both have the possibility of existing together and the right to love each other. Fang Yuan went absent-minded. A beautiful white figure flashed across his eyes, but it disappeared shortly afterwards. The 500 years of my first life. His gaze turned deep and serene. He slightly realized now why this group of snowmen and rockmen accepted him so easily after knowing Fang Yuan was on the same side. From a certain aspect, Fang Yuan could also be considered to have received Earth Mother's help. Actually, we were compelled by the situation to fight with Elder Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan must also be clear on how the northern icy plain was formed. This was previously a pure icy land. Only with Lady Earth Mother's profound methods did this area start gathering earth chi and form this soil. Sure, Chung earnestly continued. However, when a Gu Immortal faces their tribulation in the northern icy plain, it would draw in and consume heaven and earth chi. Every time the earth chi is weakened, the northern icy plain will get more unstable, and the land we can live on will decrease by a portion in area. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew of this reason during the banquet. Now his understanding had become even deeper. This is my fault. If I had known this before, I would not have undergone my calamity in the northern icy plain. Fang Yuan earnestly spoke. Sure, Chung, and Shui Er's face brightened. If misunderstandings can be solved, that is for the best. Sure, Chung spoke. Right at this time, Sure Cheng's expression changed. Shortly afterwards, Shui Er's expression also changed. What's wrong? Fang Yuan quickly asked. Lights are soaring to the sky from snowy mountain-blessed land. Our information claims that old ancestor Shui, who has begun refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Sure Chung spoke in a heavy tone. Any human growing stronger was grievous news to variant humans. Shui Er's eyes shifted to Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, you used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth and are an otherworldly demon. You even destroyed 88 True Yang building by your own hands. I would like to ask a fold. Ancestor Shui who succeeds in refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu in the future? Chapter 1145. Rank 8 determines the situation. A number of days had passed since the hairy man Gu Immortals from Langya sect came in touch and started discussing with this group of snowmen and rockmen. The more they talked, the more they found common topics between each other. This was decided by the external factors. Human forces were incomparably big, while the variant human tribes could only barely survive in isolated parts of the world, like this place. They were naturally inclined towards allying. Although Sixth Hair was a spy inserted by Shadow Sect into Langya Sect, he did not oppose the alliance of the two sides, instead, even working hard for it. On one hand, Sixth Hair knew very well that just by himself, he could not make the two sides turn hostile to each other. On another hand, Sixth Hair also took this chance to show his skills and obtain more contribution points, letting Langya Land Spirit put more trust in him and increasing his status. Finally, Shadow Sect's goal was Spectral Soul's goal. Although the demon Venerable had died, his aspirations were already beyond the boundaries of race. Both sides discussed, each understanding more about the other. Sixth Hair even sold almost all the intel about Fang Yuan to get more trust from the other side. Thus, Snowmen and Rockmen knew how special Fang Yuan's status was. Fang Yuan once possessed Autumn Cicada and was a person who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon who came from a foreign world. He was also the main culprit for the destruction of 88 True Yang Building and Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was worth mentioning that the last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel even closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan destroyed 88 True Yang Building, greatly weakening the human forces of Northern Plains, which was an extremely good thing to variant human forces. They were so joyous that, in the past, when they heard about 88 True Yang Building's destruction, this allied group of snowmen and rockmen even had a banquet for 3 days and 3 nights. Inside Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shui Er ask about the future, Fang Yuan replied with a bitter smile, having already prepared beforehand. Although I had Spring Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After I was reborn, there have been many changes in the world. You also know that I made 88 True Yang Building collapse, right? Yes, Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing, Shui Er said with bright eyes. I also feel extreme admiration towards you about this. Shi Cheng also added. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. I am a person who had been reborn and knew some secrets. Although I am not of the Huangjin bloodline, I participated in the fight for Imperial Court to get some benefits from 88 True Yang Building. My original plan was to visit time after time to get unending benefits. But plans can't keep up with changes, some accidents happened, and I could only adapt to the circumstances, finally causing the collapse of 88 True Yang Building. Shui Er and Shi Cheng revealed joyous smiles. Shi Cheng said, Elder Fang Yuan's words make sense. Fang Yuan shook his head in helpless fashion. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui Er smiled. From what I see, Elder Fang Yuan, you are a natural hero, although you destroyed 88 True Yang Building accidentally. If it were someone else, would they be able to do it? It is because of this I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later on, things happened, and I joined Langya Sect. While living over there, I slowly discovered that the traits of variant humans were actually not weaker than humans. Their sincerity, trust, and loyalty, and so on far surpass the humans who always try to deceive each other. Although the 5 regions are vast, the survival space of variant humans is shrinking by the day. This is not right. Heavens will permit all living beings to exist. Variant humans and humans should indeed coexist. Fang Yuan's face did not show shame in the slightest when he said this. He even brought up Heaven's will, which was trying every way possible to eradicate him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression, so vivid that it could not be more realistic. Shui Er's eyes even reddened from hearing these words. Shi Cheng was extremely moved. If other human Gu immortals were all as understanding and knowledgeable as Lord Fang Yuan, the world would be much better. In his words, he had already raised Fang Yuan from elder to lord, even speaking to him respectfully. Indeed, Fang Yuan's words were extremely politically correct as far as variant humans were concerned, inciting resonance and approval with their minds. But Elder Fang Yuan, you have yet to answer my question. Shui Er was intelligent and not easy to deceive. I was just getting there. Fang Yuan coughed. 88 True Yang Building's destruction was not my intention. In fact, before I had reborn, it had never fallen. Is that so? Shui Er and Shi Cheng looked at each other. Northern Plains' situation has changed too much because of me. 88 True Yang Building was destroyed. Ma Hongyun was kidnapped, and his possession of fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was exposed so quickly, with him being bought by old ancestor Shui Hu. Before I was reborn, there was simply no event of old ancestor Shui Hu trying to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Fang Yuan added. These words were all true. Shui Er and Shi Cheng both chose to believe them. The former slightly pursed her lips. Then doesn't it mean it is difficult to deduce the result? If we really let old ancestor Shui Hu refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will rise by another level. Fang Yuan's thoughts turned, questioning. Could it be that you want to stop it? He had no choice but to admit this allied group of snowmen and rockmen had the power to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. Moreover, it was an existence which was very hard to deal with among rank 8 battle strengths. The immemorial rock dragon's might was recorded and emphasized heavily in the historical records. Of course not. Shirshirching shook his head. We absolutely cannot interfere in this. Yes, we have been living peacefully here. Why would we expose ourselves and go offend a rank 8 expert? Moreover, this rank 8 expert controls snowy mountain-blessed land, with large numbers of demonic path experts under him. Shue'er also shook her head. They were very aware of the situation. Even if they seized fortune rivaling Heaven Gu for their own use, they would be exposing themselves, attracting the joint pursuit of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. All the human forces would come rushing over. At that time, forget fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Even if there were several more immemorial rock dragons, they would be unable to stop the humans. Fang Yuan nodded and did not say anything, while inwardly pondering. These variant humans are indeed not ordinary. I have seen all the variant human Gu immortals over these days. Each of them is an elite. Whether it be their battle strength or foresight, they are outstanding in both. Even among the Northern Plains human Gu immortal circle, they would be excellent. When compared to them, Heifan Grotto-Heaven's Gu immortals would be way behind. Fortunately, I had rank 8 battle strength with me. So what if he was an otherworldly demon? So what if he had spring Autumn Cicada and was a reborn person? These statuses and mysteries, when they were stacked on his rank 8 battle strength as foundation, they become a part of a glorious halo, and not a source of trouble. When one had great strength, who would dare to find trouble? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a flick of their finger, they could crush others. Like ants. This was the reason the snowmen and rockmen not only did not dare to find trouble with Fang Yuan, they also expressed cordial stances and attempted to rope him in. Anyone of rank 8 battle strength was of sufficient value for others to rope in. In the absence of rank 9, rank 8s were the overlords. This was already among the peak battle strength in the world. In fact, the whole of Northern Plains situation and structure is a result of rank 8 Gu immortals conflicting with each other. The politics of a world having individuals with great strength is always dictated by the strongest people. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. But if they know my upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what kind of expressions these people will have. Fang Yuan found it somewhat funny as he thought of this. He forcibly sped up the growth of the upper extreme heavenly eagle, using time path killer moves, but with insufficient heavenly crystals, it was on the verge of dying from hunger. He then used blood path methods to raise its vitality when he let it out, and successfully shook the variant human immortals. Relying on his bluffs and deception, he was able to survive and change the situation. However, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the last radiance of the setting sun. After Fang Yuan placed it in his immortal aperture, it died at almost the very next moment. An immemorial desolate beast dying of hunger. This life of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was indeed somewhat depressing. But that might not be the case in its next life. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's amazing trait was that it would produce an egg after its death. When the egg hatches, it would once again be reborn. It was true that Fang Yuan lost the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle, but similarly, he obtained an upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg, and also the immemorial desolate beast's giant corpse. He could completely accept this result, because first of all, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. He had to disguise as a person of He tribe's bloodline to command it. Secondly, many flaws appeared after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was forcefully grown. With rank 8 battle strength, how could such a grand being let Fang Yuan, a rank 6 Gu immortal, control it? Let alone when the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. It was certain that the upper extreme heavenly eagle would not listen when it was forcefully grown into being of rank 8 battle strength. There was even a huge possibility of it rebelling and turning against Fang Yuan because of its strong pride in itself. As a result, the upper extreme heavenly eagle dying was not bad news to Fang Yuan. As for the new egg, Fang Yuan could rely on the contents of Heifan's true inheritance to change it, tampering with its memories and so on, such that when it hatches, it would directly obey Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Shui, who was openly refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the refinement path Gu formation's light even shot up to the heavens, shining brightly for 7 days and 7 nights before it gradually dissipated. This matter caused strong turbulence in the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. However, after the shock, the Gu immortal world of Northern Plains strangely quietened down. This was because Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince Feng Xian had not responded yet. Without these rank 8 Gu immortals speaking up, Even if the other rank 6 and rank 7s clamored, it would be of no use. Being able to battle a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation within the last few thousand years of the 5 regions, only Fang Yuan could do it. Old ancestor Shui who did matters rampantly and tyrannically, but one had to say he not only had brawn but also brains, picking up such an extremely opportune time. This group of variant humans under the northern icy plain also chose to watch by the sidelines. As for Fang Yuan himself, he similarly had no thoughts of participating in this matter. This matter was too big. It concerned the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui who, although Fang Yuan currently was stronger than before, if he interfered in this matter, he would easily be turned into mush. Chapter 1146, 4 Races Alliance. 3 days went by. Underground of the icy plain, Earth Mother Altar. For incense sticks were lit, and the smoke coiled up to the air. Gu Immortals were standing by a side with solemn expressions. The 4 camps clearly differentiated. Fang Yuan was also among them. The people beside him were Lang Yasek's hairy man Gu Immortals. A melodious bugle call resounded, and then the drums roared. Shizong took a large step ahead during the drum sounds, speaking in a loud voice. I, Gu Immortal Shizong of the Rockman tribe, am willing to join the 4 Races Alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races shall be united. We shall share fortune and woe together. He then activated his immortal essence, causing some changes in the Earth Mother Altar. The smoke that was curling up in the air surged towards Shizong, and after coiling around for a dozen breaths, they completely merged into Shizong's body, adding on information path down marks. It seems to be an ancient method, Fang Yuan inwardly pondered. Originally, the hairy men were discussing about an alliance with the allied group of Snowman and Rockman tribes. But the matter went unexpectedly smoothly, as both sides were increasingly in agreement with the alliance. The hairy men's side even took the initiative to mention bringing Inkman City in too. After the allied group of Snowmen and Rockmen understood the details, they agreed to it. Longhair Ancestor and Immortal Ian were publicly known to be bosom friends in history. Longhair Ancestor left Lang Ya blessed land behind, while Immortal Ian founded Inkman City. The Inkmen and hairy men from these places thus always had close relations. Since the hairy men's side vouched for the Inkmen, the allied Rockmen and Snowmen tribes also chose to believe them. As a result, the discussion between the 3 sides became one involving 4 variant human races. Finally, the 3 sides reached a consensus and were willing to form an alliance, sharing hardships together and assisting each other from now on. The current scene was a result of that. The 3 sides used an ancient information path method to officially form an alliance. Gu Immortals took turns to go forward and accept the effect of the information path down marks. As such, they became members of the 4 Races Alliance. Time passed. Fang Yuan gradually understood some of the mechanics. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method, but instead Earth Path is used to get the effect of information path. Just like my Time Path Immortal Killer move, 100 Years Harmony. Fang Yuan's heart sank as he thought of this. It was going to be troublesome if he wanted to break this alliance agreement in the future, because it did not seem likely that he could resolve it using information path. Most probably, it needed to be resolved with Earth Path methods. Elder Fang Yuan, it's your turn. At this time, 12th Hair reminded softly from the side in a warm tone. Speaking of which, ever since the matter of the falling star Hound was resolved, and the news of Fang Yuan obtaining an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was known, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitudes towards Fang Yuan had a complete change, becoming reverential, forming a stark contrast from before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked to the front without hesitation, and just like what the Rockman Gu Immortal Shizong did, he allowed the incense smoke to imprint on his body. His every action was being observed by the Immortals present on the scene. Seeing that he had truly joined the alliance, the group of Immortals slightly relaxed, letting go of another layer of worry. The smile on Shui Air became even more lovely. Little could they imagine that Fang Yuan was already thinking of how to break the restrictions of the alliance agreement. He naturally could not follow along with the aims and mindsets of these variant humans. Even entering Lang Ya's sect was to make it more convenient to use Lang Ya blessed land strength. Similarly, joining this 4 Races Alliance was because Fang Yuan was forced by the situation and also because it would be easier for him to borrow the strength of the alliance to help in his cultivation. To truly have me be of the same faction as variant humans and resist humans, that is impossible. Humans have absolute dominance. Even if these 4 variant human tribes have allied, what can they do? However, this strength also cannot be underestimated. In my first life, did these 4 groups really ally? Fang Yuan's thoughts had started to drift as he pondered. He did not know the answer to this question. In his first life, he had been a rank 6 blood path Gu Immortal. In matters regarding the Northern Plains Gu Immortal world, he did not have enough understanding. Especially these kinds of behind-the-scenes details, Even Northern Plains Gu immortals might not be aware. But I do know there had been no news of these snowman and rockman tribes in my first life. Maybe they were annihilated, or maybe they were still living, hiding from the world. Langya Blessed Land had also not established a sect, and was finally destroyed by Heavenly Court. On the contrary, the Inkman tribe did surprisingly well. As he thought of this, Fang Yuan sneaked a glance at Imotan Sang. This person only had rank 6 cultivation and cultivated Chi Path. Chi Path had much longer history than Strength Path, but was similarly a declining Gu cultivation path. Imotan Sang had a middle-aged appearance. He had black skin and thick white hair. He appeared quite dignified when he did not smile, and when he smiled, he gave people a feeling of great closeness. This person is also a formidable character. Fang Yuan inwardly appraised. He remembered that in the 5 regions chaotic war, this Imotan Sang took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts to develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When the Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains lands. If Fang Yuan were to talk of such a scale and force, no one would believe him. In this 4 races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in Fang Yuan's first life, it was the Inkmen who were thriving. Imotan Sang knew when to advance and when to yield. He was a spiritual figure representing the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, it was also because of the external environment. In the 5 regions chaotic war, all order collapsed. Opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Imotan Sang turned back to look at Fang Yuan, immediately smiling, expressing sincerity and kindness. This kindness was so deep and clear that when he smiled, he was almost bowing, even giving the feeling of some flattery. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly, while returning the smile on the surface. Imotan Sang's expression changed slightly, showing a feeling of excitement at being recognized by an important person. If it were others, they would have probably felt a sense of superiority and smugness at this moment. Truly formidable. Fang Yuan's own acting skills were beyond ordinary, but this Imotan Sang before him was on par with him. The world is big, experts and talents emerge every generation. I absolutely cannot look down on these champions. Fang Yuan inwardly reminded himself, his mind remaining cool, without any fluctuations. Northern Plains situation could be described as going through one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's collapse and takeover by Zhu tribe had yet to settle down. Old ancestor Shui who began refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, attracting the gazes of the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world. And behind their backs, at an unknown, secluded area, for variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rockmen, and inkmen, had quietly formed an alliance. Although variant humans were absolutely in a weaker position, this alliance could not be looked down upon, because it possessed a rank 8 battle strength immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the minds of the other alliance members, there was also Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle. Fang Yuan was forced to join them. But what made him feel slightly at ease was there were no wisdom path Gu immortal among these 4 tribes. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's loss was obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This no doubt would influence Fang Yuan greatly, but he had no choice. Undergoing tribulation here meant consuming earth chi, which was the greatest damage to the Rockman's home. This was the reason why these Rockmen and Snowmen did not stint on cost to set up the battlefield killer move, Gray Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fang Yuan. But besides loss, Fang Yuan also had gains. He cleared the way for trading with the Rockman and Snowman tribes, letting his monthly earnings reach a new level. Leaving aside the Snowmen, the main point were the Rockmen. Their desire towards Guts Gu was higher than humans. The reason? It was obvious, when one considered the time Fang Yuan used Guts Gu to increase the population of Rockmen in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Guts Gu was the best way to grow and develop Rockman tribes. Besides this, Fang Yuan also sold some resources he obtained from He Fan Grotto-Heaven to the Rockmen, Snowmen, and Inkmen, making great profits, causing Sixth Hair to worry and rage on the inside. Fang Yuan's gains are so huge. What should I do? How can we restrain him in the future? It was time to bid farewell. Elder Fang Yuan, you really need to leave so soon? You could stay for another day or 2. Shui'er attempted to persuade Fang Yuan to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying with a warm smile, We have formed an alliance. This matter is too important. I need to personally return to report to Langya Land Spirit. You can rest assured, I will be back. We can be considered to be friends made from fighting, and I feel quite fond of this place. Fang Yuan was interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu, as well as their killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, in terms of Dao marks, the highest quantity in his body were currently Ice and Snow Path Dao marks. As per the relation between him and the Snowman tribe currently, along with rank 8 battle strength publicly, he could exchange Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan did not plan to give up any of his Immortal Gu. He had a better plan. For instance, someday in the future, when a certain variant human Gu Immortal cannot pass their tribulation and required his time path Immortal Killer move to slow the time in their Immortal Aperture. At that time, Fang Yuan could take the chance to demand Immortal Gu. In the past, He Fan did this many times and obtained a sizable number of Immortal Gu. Shui'er naturally did not know this handsome young man in front of her was harboring evil intent with his mind full of schemes. She lowered her head as she saw Fang Yuan was intent on leaving, revealing hesitation and a struggling expression. But soon, her eyes revealed firm intent as she raised her head and handed an item in her hand to Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, take this as my farewell gift to you. Shui'er tried to keep a calm exterior as she spoke, but her voice was still shaking. Fang Yuan glanced at the item. It was an ice teardrop. Chapter 1147, Making Chu Du Change Sides? Ice tears were not an immortal material, but was still precious, widely loved by both Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen survived in icy environments. Snowmen normally did not cry or laugh, so their tears were very rare. The majority of the snowmen would never experience crying from joy or pain in their lives. But if they shed tears, the tears would immediately condense into ice tears. Snowmen could shed tears at most 3 times in their lives, and the number would not surpass 60 drops. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan and life essence would decrease by a huge amount. If the snowman shed too many tears, they would rapidly age, quickening their death. So ice tears were rare as well. Transactions of ice tears had always been flourishing in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Long ago, Shuesongzi had particularly engaged in selling snowmen, supplying them to other Gu Immortals to torment and get the ice tears. As far as human Gu Immortals were concerned, ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. But to snowmen, ice tears had another significant meaning. That was a token of love. That's right, snowmen. This race had male and female genders, unlike rockmen who were purely male. During the marriage of snowmen, they would often exchange ice tears. This action had extremely huge meaning to snowmen. This is an ice tear. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, holding it in front of his eyes and making detailed observation. Don't look at it like that. Quickly place it down. Shui'er's voice was soft and anxious. There were many people present. Holding the ice tear like that in public was sure to be noticed. Sure enough, the next moment, Shui'er heard those Gu Immortals' surprised sounds. Shui'er quickly lowered her head, her face flushing red with shyness. She handed the ice tear to Fang Yuan, which was as good as expressing her love. Although she had mustered her courage before, now that so many people were looking at her, she was truly embarrassed. Speaking of it, I have heard of this strange Gu material long ago. I have now finally seen it personally. Thank you, Shui'er. This gift is pretty good. Maybe I should refine it into some Gu worm. Fang Yuan cheerfully spoke. Shui'er's body visibly shook. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to it, continuing, but a drop of ice tear is still too little. It would be good if there were some more. Why are there no transactions of ice tears? It is truly regretful. As Shui'er listened, the shy redness in her face had already dissipated, replaced by pale white. Her head was lowered even more, her sight turning blurry as tears started to form in them. This fool. Bingjua could not see it continue, as he inwardly cursed and walked over. The other variant human Gu Immortals were tongue-tied, not knowing what to say. Shui'er suddenly raised her head, her back facing Fang Yuan as she called out to Bingjua, "Brother Bingjua." Bingjua gritted his teeth. An intense pity rose up in his heart as he saw Shui'er's pale white expression. He knew Shui'er was shy. It had already taken a lot of her courage to hand over the ice tear just now. Maybe she had also felt an impulsive urge in her mind. Fang Yuan did not know the meaning of the ice tear. If he criticized Fang Yuan now in front of everyone, would it not put Shui'er in an even more embarrassing situation? Thinking of this, Bingjua could only swallow the words that were in his mouth, saying something else. Elder Fang Yuan, I had many gains from battling you. Next time, we should spar properly again. When he mentioned sparring, he intentionally made his voice heavier, along with some gnashing noise. Shui'er was young and beautiful. Her talent was outstanding and her cultivation was high. She had all along been receiving the attention and favor of the tribe. It was just that there was no man in the same generation worthy of her. This time, she felt feelings for Fang Yuan, although he was a human Gu. Immortal, the snowman Gu immortals felt they could accept him. Rockmen had their earth mother. Could our snowmen not have a snow father? If Shui heir could marry Fang Yuan, the snowman tribe would possess the backing of an immemorial desolate beast. But who could have thought Fang Yuan to not be aware of the tradition of these variant humans, treating the ice tear as a common Gu material, making the whole situation awkward? Even Shui heir was put on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and patted Bingju's shoulder. All right, I promise you if there is an opportunity in the future, we will spar again. Okay, everyone, I am taking my leave. No need to send me off. We shall meet again in the future. Ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and walked away. Adorned in a white robe with long black hair, he looked handsome and extremely carefree. Shui heir's gaze even turned somewhat dazed. Bingju, however, gnashed his teeth, wanting nothing more than to chop this kid Fang Yuan into pieces. This can't do. When he has gone far enough, I need to send him a letter, telling him the meaning of the ice tear properly. The journey back to Langya Blessed Land was smooth and without any obstacles. Seeing Langya Land's spirit again, the attitude of the first supreme elder of Langya's sect towards Fang Yuan had underwent a huge change. You truly inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You possess methods to slow the time of an immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Quickly take it out. Langya Land's spirit excitedly asked. Fang Yuan shook his head bitterly and took out the corpse of the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Langya Land's spirit was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan informed Langya Land's spirit of the whole event. A grand, immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you. But fortunately, you still have the egg. That's good. That's good. The upper extreme heavenly eagle's special point is this. Langya Land's spirit came back to his senses and looked at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg to me. We can make a deal. Fang Yuan laughed. I can sell this egg. Langya Land's spirit was joyous. Fang Yuan continued. But I am afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even Treasure Yellow Heaven has very few transactions of heavenly crystals. Naturally, heavenly crystals can only be produced in Grotto-Heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This is a very precious and rare rank 8 immortal material. Right now, only Black Heaven and White Heaven remain from the immemorial 9 heavens, while the number of rank 8 Gu immortals have always been few. Moreover, among these rank 8 Gu immortals, some are unable to produce heavenly crystals. As he spoke until here, Langya Land's spirit shifted his words. But you don't have to worry about this. My Langya Blessed Land was once Langya Grotto-Heaven. It had once produced heavenly crystals. Besides this, in the past, my main body had also hoarded a large batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Since that is the case, I can rest at ease. I will sell it to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Langya Land's spirit laughed heartily. Fang Yuan, since you are one of us, I absolutely won't let you suffer a loss. Luck Path True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, or Long Hair True Inheritance. Choose as you please. Fang Yuan's tone sank. What? I am not too interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price somewhat low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Langya Land's spirit's smile stiffened. He thought for a bit and nodded. It is indeed so. Then, how about exchanging with my Luo Po Valley? Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the whole world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Langya Land's spirit would not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. Price is too low. Not selling, not selling. Fang Yuan refused. Langya Land's spirit scratched his head. How about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, as well as the incomplete Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. It is still not enough, not selling. Langya Land's spirit was furious. Then give me a price. How much will you sell it for? Fang Yuan smiled, emphasizing. This is of rank 8 battle strength. Langya Land's spirit naturally was not foolish, as he retorted. It is indeed of rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, even if you raise the upper extreme heavenly eagle, will it listen to you? To tell you the truth, you were really lucky this time, starving the upper extreme heavenly eagle to death. If not for this, according to my understanding, this upper extreme heavenly eagle only needs to have some strength left to directly crush you, an ant who tried to enslave it, to death. Fang Yuan smiled. If so, I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to raise the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Anyway, I am a supreme elder of Langya's sect, and also one of the members of the Four Races Alliance. In the future, if the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Lang Yalan's spirit was stumped, pondering upon it before he pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and scolded. Good brat. You had no intent to sell it in the first place, and were just making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan immediately showed a serious expression, speaking earnestly. How could I easily give up a rank 8 battle strength? But making things difficult for First Supreme Elder, how could I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is indeed too low. As he said this, he suddenly thought of another intention of He Fan. Even if He Fan's true inheritance was inherited by one of the Gu Immortals in the Grotto-Heaven, He Fan had left the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if there was not an inheritor, it would be an extremely huge gain to the tribe. Lang Yalan's spirit sighed, knowing well that Fang Yuan was not wrong, so he stopped persisting on buying. On one hand, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already become an egg, making him greatly disappointed. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was not only bound by Lang Ya's alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance, which put Lang Yalan's spirit at ease. Finally, he, more or less, knew Fang Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious and audacious guy like you absolutely won't easily give up on a rank 8 battle strength. But if you want to use sect contribution points to exchange for Lang Ya's sect's heavenly crystals, it won't be easy. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials. The contribution points you have are many, but you would still not be able to afford them. Lang Yalan's spirit's mood became better as he said this. With heavenly crystals at hand, he could entice Fang Yuan to work for Lang Ya's sect. By now, Lang Yalan's spirit had no choice but to admit Fang Yuan was strong and resourceful, much more useful than other hairy man Gu Immortals. Then I will exchange for some first. We can slowly go about this. Fang Yuan intentionally revealed a distressed expression. Fang Yuan's current sect contribution points were indeed a lot. He had solved the matter with the falling star Hound, earning 1,000 sect contribution points at once. And this time, he had discovered the allied tribes of Snowmen and Rockmen, and succeeded in spurring the Four Races Alliance. The sect contribution points for this were also nearly 1,000. As such, Fang Yuan's Lang Ya's sect contribution points numbered over 2,000 points. But calculating it, 2,000 contribution points were still too little to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material, heavenly crystals. At this moment, Lang Yalan's spirit suggested another mission for Fang Yuan. Aren't you familiar with Domination Immortal Chudu? Rope him into our Lang Ya's sect, make him rebel against the humans, and become one of us. I can give you another 1,000 sect contribution points if you do this. Chapter 1148. Temporary rest. Fang Yuan's divine sense was roaming in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Oh, his divine sense stopped for a moment. A Gu Immortal's will was at the side, with a mountain of goods behind him. These are all slippery soil. Fang Yuan took the initiative and asked. Han Yu's Gu Immortal will awaken from slumber. Seeing a customer, he quickly said, These are all slippery soil. After reporting the price, he asked, Sir, how much are you buying? Slippery soil was a type of rank 5 material. The soil was very fertile. Fang Yuan nodded mentally. This was a very appropriate price. It was even lower than the normal market price. He needed this soil anyway. He said, I'll take them all. Han Yu's will shook. Everything? I have a huge stock. Fang Yuan confirmed. Yes, everything. 202 immortal essence stones. That is the price, right? Han Yu's will quickly nodded. Yes, yes. Inside Treasure Yellow Heaven, any form of goods would have treasure light emitting from them. Fang Yuan could estimate the price by looking at the treasure light and the goods themselves. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster after all. Let's trade. Fang Yuan said quickly. All right. Han Yu's will quickly nodded and responded. The situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu Immortal who had passed one heavenly tribulation. He was trying hard in developing his blessed land. He wanted to sell the slippery soil in his blessed land. And because of his past experiences, he even lowered the price by a little, to think that it was going to be sold out so quickly. This was great news to him. Han Yu's will carried 202 immortal essence stones. The entire will's body was shaking. He was very excited. In my previous life, I was just like this. Fang Yuan saw this and sighed internally. Han Yu was the norm among most rank 6 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan, during his previous life, had even been inferior because he was a blood path Gu Immortal. But it was different now. Just the Guts Gu trade, which was a monopoly, was bringing him immense profits. After taking the resources of He Fan Grotto-Heaven, Fang Yuan's own wealth had reached an unprecedented level. Not just 200 immortal essence stones. He could take out 2,000 without batting an eyelid. All in all, Fang Yuan's financial situation was quite good now. After buying the slippery soil, Fang Yuan moved his divine sense around and went to buy several types of soil. After reaching his goal, Fang Yuan withdrew his divine sense and brought the soils back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled the strength path immortal zombies, They scattered the soils into different areas of mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scenery in mini southern border had already drastically changed. Forests were everywhere, causing greenery to overwhelm the lands. Tall ancient trees and pine trees, the straight cottonwood, the short shrubs, and an uncountable number of grass and flowers made mini southern border vivid and full of life all of a sudden. These were just ordinary plants. There were lots of high-grade resources mixed in among them. Like the musical trees, they were in the greatest quantity. This type of tree had curvy branches. They were quite unique. There were birds on the branches, mostly chi-death birds. They had distinct calls and chirped loudly. Originally, mini southern border was completely empty, but it was quite lively now. Other than birds, there were lots of deer, squirrels, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and other animals. They formed into a proper ecological cycle. Originally, mini southern border only had a few mountains, but now there were more than 10 mountains here. These mountains were all moved in by Fang Yuan from Fang Grotto-Heaven. Ordinary Gu immortals could not move mountains, but his pulling mountain Immortal Gu could be used for this. Right now, among the mountains, the tallest one was Immortal Succession Mountain. The stone pavilions were still on the mountain. Fang Yuan did not remove them, but the inheritances inside were all taken away. After a long time, Fang Yuan finally finished controlling all of the immortal zombies to scatter the soil at their proper locations. Fang Yuan observed for a while, before stopping in satisfaction. With these soils, these plants would be able to grow well for some time. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few earth path down marks. The space was also very big. It had 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini southern border could not have many earth path down marks after they were distributed. With few earth path down marks, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture would not have mountains forming. The soil would not be thick or fertile. The vegetation in mini southern border was almost completely from Fang Grotto-Heaven. Inside Fang Grotto-Heaven, these plants and trees were growing well. They were dense and green. But after moving into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the sparse earth path down marks, they were drying out and appeared to be lacking nutrients. Fang Yuan could only buy lots of fertile soil, like slippery soil, to scatter them in mini southern border, resolving the problem. But this does not solve the underlying issue. These different soils will turn into ordinary soil after some time. The earth path down marks in them would dissipate. These soils were just mortal Gu materials. They had fragmented earth path down marks in them. After the grass and trees absorbed the nutrients, these scattered earth path down marks would mostly vanish. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the down marks of an earth path Gu immortal to increase the earth path down marks in the immortal aperture can I resolve the problem. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. Fang Yuan could not undergo the 5th earthly calamity in the northern icy plain anymore. This time, he could choose to go southern border or any place with rich earth path down marks for his tribulation, hoping to encounter an earth path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an earth path earthly calamity, after going through it, Fang Yuan's problem would be alleviated. As for killing an earth path Gu immortal to absorb their down marks, it was not easy. Earth path Gu immortals with low cultivation level did not have many earth path down marks, and those with high cultivation level were too strong. There was too great of a risk for Fang Yuan to deal with them. Until now, Fang Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the snow monster calamity. There were iron crown eagles, ruined bats, and others. The second was the wind flowers and snow moons calamity. The third was the spring dawn jade orioles and giant disaster blazing trees. The fourth was the profound white flying salt calamity. Because the sovereign immortal aperture surpassed the 10 extreme physiques combined, Heaven's will was wary of it. During each earthly calamity, it would increase the strength of the earthly calamity to the greatest limit allowed. Earthly calamities of such difficulty greatly surpassed other Gu immortals by several or even over a dozen times. Thus, Fang Yuan also made incredible gains. He obtained more than a dozen times the Dao marks each tribulation. As a result, Fang Yuan had the highest number of ice and snow path Dao marks, followed by transformation path, strength path, chi path, rule path. There were also some from luck path, blood path, and others. The entire sovereign immortal aperture had improved drastically after obtaining Fang Grotto-Heaven's resources. Because the space was huge, at the moment, only mini southern border was quite lively. Even though the other areas had some resources, they did not have such a complete ecosystem as mini southern border. There were many desolate beasts, giant horned sheep, shark fin wolves, dragonfish, eagle hounds, and others. In terms of ancient desolate beasts, he had remnant heavenly dogs and a falling star hound, infant. He also had an immemorial desolate beast that was the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but it had turned into an egg already. There were some desolate plants too. He even had an ancient desolate plant. that was the walking meat tree. All in all, Fang Yuan's accumulated resources currently matched Gu Immortals at the peak of rank 7. Chudu was probably similar to Fang Yuan now. As for Feng Gu, he was heavily nurtured by a super force. Fang Yuan was still inferior to him. After scattering the soil, Fang Yuan's concentration returned to soul, searching the captive Gu Immortals' souls. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had many Gu Immortal captives. In fact, there were many Gu Immortal souls. The focus of his soul search this time was on the 9 Gu Immortal souls in Hei Fan Grotto-Heaven. Feng Jun's luck path, true inheritance, and Chun Li's concealment method were quite impressive. Fang Yuan was interested in them. You are not Hei Chung. Who are you? You unscrupulous scoundrel. Kill me if you dare. Spare me. Please spare me. As long as you resurrect me, I will be your most loyal servant. Among these Gu Immortal souls, some questioned him, some cursed him and wanted to die, while some wanted to survive. Fang Yuan did not conceal himself as Hei Chung anymore. After all, Familiar Face also needed to consume immortal essence, and Attitude Gu needed to use his mental energy. Towards these Gu Immortals' cries, Fang Yuan ignored them. He soul-searched them without pause. Every day, he would soul-search them for a period of time. In about 3 days, I will be done searching the memories of these souls. I would know everything about them. After his soul-searching, Fang Yuan collated his gains, retracting his mind. He left the Cloud City, moving towards Luopa Valley. There, his soul went out of his body, as he underwent tough soul path cultivation. Fang Yuan had already used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley for some time. His soul foundation had already reached dozens of times as before. However, he was still not confident of placing his soul into his original body. This problem is the most troublesome. Even if my soul foundation increases, it is still hard to avoid Shadow Sect's possible hidden methods. Who knows? Ing Wu Xie's arrangements might become stronger if my soul has greater foundation. Perhaps the stronger my soul, the deeper Shadow Sect's trap. Ing Wu Xie knows I have Luopa Valley and Dang Hun Mountain. When setting the trap, there is no way he did not consider these details. His daily soul cultivation ended. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body. He stood up shakily. He had a grim expression. As long as he could use Wisdom Gu, his strength would increase at an explosive rate. Many development problems he was facing now were related to Wisdom Gu. As long as he could use Wisdom Gu, many problems would be resolved instantly. I have Wisdom Gu and the Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. I just need that final key. Fang Yuan mentally sighed helplessly. Just like this, Fang Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land for 7 days. He cultivated unceasingly. He did not relax for even a minute. His soul foundation grew again. He completely searched the souls of the 9 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan also used half of his Langya sect contribution points to trade for some heavenly crystals and even put up some Gu refinement missions. Self-will Gu, Year Gu, Month Gu, Day Gu, as well as all the other mortal Gu, he needed a huge quantity of them. He would rather spend sect contribution points to get these mortal Gu, getting the Hairy Man Gu Masters and Gu Immortals to refine them for him. This could save him a lot of time and energy. 7 days later, he left Langya Blessed Land, heading for Eastern Sea. Chapter 1149. Desiring the information path inheritance, the great winds blew, carrying the salty flavor of the sea water. Fang Yuan sat on top of a cloud. He traveled quickly while splitting his attention towards the information path Mortal Gu in his hand. This Mortal Gu was from Bingzhua, the snowman Gu Immortal who dual-wielded spears and was skilled at close combat. He told Fang Yuan in the letter. The ice tear had significant meaning to the snowman tribe. It was not just a Gu refinement material. It was the token of one's love. Humph. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He crushed that information path Mortal Gu in his hands. Pure white clouds carried him on his journey. The wind caused his hair to flutter in the sky. He had a fair face like jade. He was extremely handsome, almost enchanting. His dark abyss-like eyes looked down at the deep blue sea, showing traces of cold, flickering light. How could Fang Yuan not know about the meaning of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he was someone who had lived for 500 years. Even though his cultivation level was not high, his knowledge was definitely vast. Not just the ice tear, Fang Yuan had deep knowledge regarding the wine culture of variant humans. During the earlier banquet, Sixth Hair accused Fang Yuan of not knowing about the variant human drinking culture. In fact, Fang Yuan was just pretending to not know. He was probing the attitude of the snowmen and rockmen. Sometimes, acting ignorant allows someone to have more options. The matter of the ice tear was like this. Fang Yuan pretended to be unaware, but he knew it clearly on the inside. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shui Er's love. But if he did not accept it, he would ruin the cooperative relationship between himself and the snowmen and rockmen. Getting together with Shui Er? The disadvantages were greater than the advantages. The snowman tribe was after Fang Yuan's rank 8 battle strength. from the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Disregarding how much benefits Fang Yuan could gain from the Snowman tribe, just this point alone, he could not fulfill it. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already become an egg. Even though Fang Yuan spent a portion of his Lang Ye sect contribution points to get some heavenly crystals, the amount was not enough. He could not hatch the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle egg yet. Marrying Shui heir would tie me closely to the Snowman tribe. We would be sure to establish a marriage agreement. Right now, I already have Lang Ye sect's agreement and Chu Du's alliance agreement. There is also the alliance agreement of the 4 races. My freedom is greatly limited now. If I add in the marriage agreement, aren't I just finding problems for myself? While Fang Yuan benefited from these alliance agreements, he also had to undergo missions for them in return. For example, if Lang Ye Blessed Land was attacked by enemies, Fang Yuan would have to reinforce them and fight to his death if needed. Lang Ye Land Spirit followed the rules. Because the Land Spirit was not crafty like humans, it followed the rules of Lang Ye sect closely and did not restrict Fang Yuan. But the Snowman tribe was different. They were variant humans, their intelligence was lower than humans. But after being suppressed for so many years and living pitifully in the northern icy plain, the immense pressure for survival had honed their strong battle strength and keen perception. If Fang Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the Snowman tribe would do everything they could to squeeze out Fang Yuan's value. By then, Fang Yuan would unable to help himself. The Snowmen and Rockmen live under the northern icy plain. The Rockmen have the immemorial Rock Dragon. It has rank 8 battle strength, but the Snowmen do not. Thus, they want me to marry Shui heir, so that they can also have rank 8 battle strength and contest evenly with the Rockman tribe. Do not look at how cohesive the Rockmen and Snowmen were when attending to Fang Yuan. Were they really living in such harmony? The 2 sides were living under the icy plain, sharing a tiny area together. How could there not be conflicts? They were 2 different races after all. But because of the big picture, they maintained reason and tolerated each other. One could imagine that the Rockman tribe with the immemorial Rock Dragon would usually win when there were conflicts. The Snowmen must have suffered many losses, but they endured it all along. The Rockman tribe had greater status after all. This could be seen from many small details during the alliance. For example, the Gu Immortal Shirzong usually was the first to speak, instead of the Snowman Gu Immortals. If I marry Shui heir, no, even if I just accept her feelings, it would mean that I am siding with the Snowmen. Unavoidably, I would be involved in the conflict between both the Rockmen and Snowmen. Once there were internal conflicts, Shui heir would find Fang Yuan and hope that he would mediate their conflicts. As an ally, he could not reject them. But the Rockman tribe gave Fang Yuan more benefits. After all, they were trading guts Gu. How could Fang Yuan ruin his relationship with the Rockmen just because of a woman and cause his gains to be smaller? These last days, not just Bingzhu's letter, he had also obtained letters from other Inkmen, Snowman, and Rockman Gu Immortals, including Shui heir. Their intent was to rope in Fang Yuan. Rank 8 battle strength was simply too alluring. The reason why Fang Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu Immortals. It also meant that he could avoid many problems in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. But our relationship is uncontrollably deepening. Once any mishaps happen, I will die along with them. I need to leave and gain freedom so that I can retreat with ease. Fang Yuan was well aware of the situation. Furthermore, Lang Ye Land Spirit was showing the intention of recruiting Chu Du. This made Fang Yuan feel great threat. Should Chu Du join, it would greatly affect Fang Yuan's status in Lang Ye sect. The reason why Lang Ye Land Spirit wanted to recruit Chu Du was also worth considering. Even though Lang Ye Land Spirit gave him this mission, Fang Yuan decided to stall it. He was not going to be so stupid as to wholeheartedly try recruiting Chu Du. Eastern Sea Information Path Inheritance. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he was in Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan could obtain a method from this information path inheritance to get rid of the restrictions of the alliance agreements, that would be best. Fang Yuan would gain the complete initiative within his alliances. However, this information path inheritance was only his secondary objective. Fang Yuan had another primary goal. Several days later, Eastern Sea, Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qingyu was kneeling on the ground. He was covered in injuries. He had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal. He even collaborated with 3 rank 6 comrades just now. To think that they would be ambushed in this Turbulent Flow Sea Area, the 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals that he invited were already dead. Their enemies were 4 mysterious Gu Immortals. Lu Qingyu was considerably knowledgeable, but he had never heard of these 4 strong experts in the entire Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world. These 4 were all very unique. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura, but he was a Rockman Gu Immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu Immortals. One was a beautiful and bold female immortal, one was a kindly old man, and one was an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter which one, They were formidable Gu Immortal experts. But the strange thing to Lu Qingyu was, their leader was not the Rockman Gu Immortal, or the bold female Immortal, or the old man. It was the ordinary rank 6 Immortal zombie. Oh, surrendering. Hee, you know your place. The rank 6 Immortal zombie rubbed his chin, saying as he chuckled, if Fang Yuan were here, he would know who this person was. That's right, it was Ing Wuxia. Humph, a spineless coward. No wonder he was not my match. We should kill him and give Shu some earth path down marks. He Lu Lan was covered in orange flames. The Rockman Gu Immortal Shu had no expression. He looked at Ing Wuxia as he said slowly, I will listen to master. No, no. Lu Qingyu quickly shouted. He had a frantic and helpless expression. Even though I am a rank 7 Gu Immortal, my Immortal Gu are only rank 6. However, Fairy, you have rank 7 Immortal Gu and even so many fire path killer moves, it was no wonder I could not defeat you. Ing Wuxia laughed, waving his hand. Right now, my shadow sect needs members. I will give you a chance to live. Do not resist. I will use an immortal killer move to make the alliance agreement. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed. He was crying as he kowtowed continuously. Ing Wuxia's alliance agreement was extremely strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to survive. Everything else was secondary. It is a soul path method indeed. He Lu Lan observed on the side. Ing Wuxia used a soul path method to achieve the effects of information path. It was like Fang Yuan's 100 Years Harmony. It could unleash the effects of another path. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect. Get up. After making the alliance agreement, Ing Wuxia smiled. Lord, I am willing to offer my Immortal Gu. Lu Qingyu did not get up. He held his 2 rank 6 Immortal Gu above his head. Ing Wuxia laughed. I do not care for these 2 Immortal Gu. You can keep them. In the future, if you perform well, I can grant you rank 7 Immortal Gu, or even true inheritances. That is not a problem. Thank you, Lord, for your kindness. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed with tears. Speaking of which, this place is so remote, and there are many islands around us. Why are you here at this island? Ing Wuxia asked. He was suspicious that his movements were exposed. Lu Qingyu heard this and smiled bitterly. Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I was just trying to find a place to rest. Sigh, I will have to explain from the start. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found the clues to an information path true inheritance. It turned out that back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the blood path demonic immortal, wanting to get his information path inheritance clues. In the end, he killed this person and had no gains. The 2 other rank 7 Gu immortals became suspicious of him instead. Thinking about it, he felt that Fang Yuan was the most suspicious. The information path true inheritance clues were likely in his hands. Lu Qingyu could not let it go. He brought a group of Gu immortals and entered turbulent flow sea areas secretly, attempting to find the clues or wait for Fang Yuan to arrive. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lu Lan, Ing Wuxia, and the others smiled. This Lu Qingyu was simply too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up going towards Shadow Sect's secret base instead. Ing Wuxia's expression suddenly changed. Wait, the Gu Immortal who you were suspicious of earlier, what was his appearance? Lu Qingyu repeated his words from before. Ing Wuxia's expression turned grim very quickly. Fang Yuan had used familiar face when traveling from southern border to northern plains. He had concealed his appearance. But familiar face could not conceal immortal Gu effects or immortal killer moves. When he was in Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan had fought with Lu Qingyu, Tang Song, and Zhou Li. He unavoidably revealed some methods. Even though Ing Wuxia did not know Fang Yuan's appearance at that time, from Lu Qingyu's description, he felt a sense of familiarity. Following his intuition, he probed, and Lu Qingyu described this opponent in greater detail. Flying Sword Immortal Gu, Sword Escape Immortal Gu, Ing Wuxia thought to himself. Looking at the timing, it matched perfectly. Ing Wuxia felt that the Gu Immortal who Lu Qingyu fought was very likely to be Fang Yuan. It is quite coincidental. I actually got information about Fang Yuan like this. Heaven's will. Ing Wuxia raised his head, looking at the sky. The turbulent flow sea area's sky was covered in clouds and fog the entire time. At this moment, Ing Wuxia could feel that beyond these clouds, Heaven's will was looking at him closely. For Heaven's will, be it Fang Yuan, who has the sovereign immortal aperture, or spectral soul demon venerable, who is attempting to defy fate by reviving and reaching the apex again, they were targets to suppress and eliminate. Of course, in the past, spectral soul was the biggest target, but now, Fang Yuan was the one who attracted its attention the most. But currently, Heaven's will was making an arrangement, attempting to lure Fang Yuan and Ing Wuxia together so that they would fight each other. This was a method that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. It was a plan that saved a lot of effort. Ing Wuxia assessed this as he transmitted secretly to He Lu Lan. Hei Lulan was slightly dazed. She did not find anything wrong earlier because she was not familiar with flying sword and sword escape. After reacting, she was a little shocked. Wu Xie discovered something so significant. He is actually discussing with me? But soon, Hei Lulan realized, if she were in Wu Xie's position, she would do the same thing herself to analyze the situation. Until now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was still kept in the dark. Nu had absolute loyalty, but he was a variant human. He could not think as flexibly. She herself had the Shadow Sect alliance agreement. She was bound to Wu Xie. She had no choice but to plot together with him. Dealing with Fang Yuan. Hei Lulan had complex emotions. She had a rather complex relationship with Fang Yuan. They were enemies at first, before becoming allies, but now with a twist of fate, they were enemies again. Even Hei Lulan had to admit it herself. Fang Yuan was a huge help and had great influence on her. But soon, Hei Lulan calmed down and transmitted. Your analysis makes sense, but you only guessed Fang Yuan's identity. How can you be sure he will come here? Just because of the information path true inheritance? Not only is the information path inheritance's crucial clue gone, even if he obtained it, what does that have to do with us? He might not come here and encounter us. Wu Xie smiled coldly. That is because you don't understand Heaven's will. Earlier, to obstruct Fang Yuan, Heaven's will made a plan. That was to lure Fang Yuan with the information path true inheritance. But Fang Yuan is crafty and vigilant. He did not fall into the trap. He went to Northern Plains without stopping. This was a wise decision. Heaven's will's arrangements inside the turbulent flow sea area were completely wasted. Wu Xie's understanding was a little off. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not sense the information path true inheritance's clues back then. After all, the clue was concealed in Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found them, with his personality, it would not have slowed down his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan obtained Hei Fan's true inheritance and has gained immense strength. But he is in Langya's sect and has recently been added to the Four Races Alliance. He also has an alliance agreement with Chu Du. He has huge needs in the information path aspect. Thus, he is likely to come here, following the true inheritance's clues to obtain this information path inheritance. Wu Xie continued. Undoubtedly, suffering and setbacks were of value in life. Wu Xie had gone through many difficulties. His mind was sharper and more vigilant now. He had the demeanor of an expert. Hei Lulan was quite familiar with Fang Yuan's situation. The intel that Fang Yuan had exposed reached Wu Xie through sixth hair. In order to draw out Hei Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Wu Xie had told her a portion of the information. Hei Lulan's eyes burst out with brilliance. She had an understanding. You mean to say, Lu Qingyu is a reminder to us from Heaven's will? That's right. Lu Qingyu might have chosen this place by coincidence, but he was actually subconsciously influenced by Heaven's will. He purposely chose our island. It is too much of a coincidence. Heaven's will probably thinks that the trap earlier can no longer affect Fang Yuan, who has gotten much stronger. Thus, it wants to make use of us to deal with Fang Yuan. Wu Xie looked at the sky, showing a cold smile. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect had opposed Heaven's will for so many years. Wu Xie was naturally aware about Heaven's will's goals and schemes. Then, we can use this chance to ambush Fang Yuan. Aren't you trying to get back the sovereign immortal body? Hei Lulan transmitted. Wu Xie turned around, looking at Hei Lulan. The two were secretly transmitting to each other. They did not talk for long. The other three immortals only saw Wu Xie looking at the sky for a while, before he turned around and walked back. Wu Xie did not speak. He took huge steps, leading the way. Behind him, Nu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and Hei Lulan followed after. Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. He quickly got up and followed behind them closely. Hei Lulan. Wu Xie suddenly transmitted. If we can capture Fang Yuan this time, I will grant you freedom. Hei Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted, replying, only a child would be fooled by that. Would you willingly let go of my battle strength? Ha ha ha, you truly know me well, Lulan. Wu Xie laughed, admitting it openly. How will you deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength. Hei Lulan asked. Wu Xie's smile faded. He sighed. Hei Lulan could hear the helplessness in his tone. Next, she heard Wu Xie. I am not going to deal with him. The immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is very hard to deal with. No, we can. If we use that secluded domain of heaven and earth, can't we succeed? Hei Lulan asked. You really want him to die? I remember that you have gone through thick and thin before. Humph. Every man for himself. If he dies or is defeated, there are only advantages to me. There are no disadvantages. Hei Lulan showed a cold killing intent. Wu Xie rejected this alluring suggestion. Even if we use that place, my goal cannot be achieved. I need to capture Fang Yuan alive. The The material needs to be fresh. If we use that place, we can only make the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle lose its threat temporarily. Furthermore, even if we could, I would not do it. Ing Wuxie smiled. Hey Lulan, why? Not considering the big picture is simply short-sighted. Like how Fang Yuan did not take the information path inheritance earlier. As long as we save my main body, we will have a great advantage. My memories are limited. If we fight with Fang Yuan now, we will be falling into Heaven's will's trap. We will leave Eastern Sea. However, before leaving, we can leave behind some arrangements as a present for Fang Yuan. Hehehe. Ing Wuxie transmitted a laugh. A day later. I am finally here. Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Fang Yuan stood on a cloud. He looked at this sea area as he sighed. Rumors said that there was an intense battle between Gu Immortals here. There were no rank 8 experts among the participating Gu Immortals, but there were many rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals. Because their battle was too intense, the Dao marks carved in this area caused a change in the environment. In the end, a unique place in Eastern Sea, Turbulent Flow Sea Area, was created. Because of this reason, there were many Gu Immortal inheritances hidden inside the Turbulent Flow Sea Area, or their wealth left behind after death. In history, there were lucky people who obtained Gu Immortal inheritances inside the Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Even though the lucky people were few, these rumors caused many people to be attracted to this sea area. Many Eastern Sea Gu Immortals, as well as Gu Immortals of Central Continent, Northern Plains and Southern Border would often come to the Turbulent Flow Sea Area to search for fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the seawater. The Turbulent Flow Sea Area's water was very unique. The surface was calm, but there were many undercurrents below. These currents were of all types and forms. They interlinked with one another. They moved in this sea area with absolutely no rhythm or pattern. Precisely because of this, Gu Immortals called this the Turbulent Flow Sea Area. Fang Yuan looked at the sky again. The sky had many white clouds, shrouding his vision. He could not see any starlight. Even when the sun was blazing, the sunlight could not penetrate the cloud layers. It only made the place brighter. When Gu Immortals entered the Turbulent Flow Sea Area, they often lost their sense of direction. These cloud layers were one of the causes. Because of the clouds, Gu Immortals could not determine their precise location. It was impossible to get rid of these clouds. To do that, one was contesting against heaven and earth. Gu Immortals with such abilities were at least rank 8 great experts. They were very rare. Paying a huge price to destroy these clouds would also destroy the Turbulent Flow Sea Area. To them, it was not worth the effort at all. Breathing in deeply, Fang Yuan's aura surged as Immortal Gu aura burst out from within him. Immortal Investigative Killer Move, Chi Luck Sensation. This move was obtained from Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Chi Luck Immortal Gu as the core. It could sense people who were closely connected by luck to the Gu Immortal user. The closer the distance, the clearer the effects. Oh, they are nearby? They are in the Turbulent Flow Sea Area?